Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, but as we all saw, even if I could get nominated, no one would vote for us. The previously excited clansmen grew calm, recalling those days. Some of the older members shifted uncomfortably, the memory still fresh in their minds. Back then, I asked everyone to endure. I endured as well. Even after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, I didn't dare reveal it because I feared it would cause us to lose hope and patience with the village. After all, we know best what the power of the Mangekyo entails. Everyone listened silently. When did things start to change? It was during the Nine Tails Rampage. That was when the Uchiha became heroes. Oh, and before that, we held the Uchiha Ice and Snow Festival. Perhaps you didn't notice, but from that moment, the villagers' perception of the Uchiha began to shift. As he spoke, the clansmen started thinking back. Whispered conversations broke out among small groups, recalling the gradual changes in how villagers greeted them, how children no longer ran away when they passed. This time, I will recommend myself to the Hokage to nominate our clan for the position of Hokage advisor. As a gesture of sincerity, I won't hide the existence of my Mangekyo Sharingan from the Hokage's office. Additionally, I plan to further open up the police force, not just its organizational structure, but even the headquarters. This time, it won't be limited to ninja clans but will also include civilian ninjas. I hope you can prepare yourselves for this. He looked around the room, carefully observing the changes in their expressions. Most of them didn't resist, though some were confused. A small number, however, were visibly excited. If we've decided to be part of this, we must be resolute. Fugaku declared loudly. Think about it. What do we want the villagers to feel during this campaign? Fugaku-sama, what do we want them to feel? Someone asked. Not the Uchiha are running for Hokage advisor, but rather, the Uchiha are returning to the village. That, I believe, should be our goal, Fugaku answered. Some of you may leave the police force, but you will gain a broader space to grow. Don't you have confidence in this? Of course we do, Fugaku-sama. Exactly. Staying in the village all the time has been boring anyway. The room erupted with lively chatter. In the Warring States period, the Uchiha had always been known for their fighting spirit. When faced with challenges, this clan had an exceptional ability to adapt. The more tumultuous the situation, the stronger they became. It was stagnation that made them lazy, weak, and prone to strange issues. Well said, Fugaku nodded approvingly. But we must proceed step by step. The police force remains crucial to us. I won't easily give it up. Over time, I'll gradually reform its organization. You'll also need to get used to working alongside non-clan members. Don't worry, Fugaku-sama. We're ready. Someone in the crowd immediately responded. By now, no one was uncertain. Everyone was motivated, energized by the prospect of change. Some of the more imaginative individuals had already begun dreaming about the future. Anything else you want to add? Fugaku asked, turning to Masashi. Nothing, Fugaku-sama, Masashi replied. He didn't care about the outcome of the campaign itself, only about how the Uchiha approached it. And it seemed Fugaku had been planning this for a long time. He really was a master actor, deceiving the younger generation so convincingly. Alright. I have one suggestion for you, Fugaku said. Spend more time mentoring Shizui. You two will need to support each other in the future. Understood, Fugaku-sama. Then, the matter we're voting on today is... Fugaku paused for dramatic effect, meeting the expectant gazes of everyone. Then, in a clear voice, he declared, from today, the Uchiha clan will fully commit to running for the position of Hokage advisor. Those in favor, raise your hands. Whoosh. Every single person, including the elders behind Fugaku, raised their hands high. Voting is concluded. Unanimously approved. Chapter 86, 4 faces forward. Looking out from the window of the Raikage's office, one could see clouds drifting between the mountains. When the clouds were especially dense, the view transformed into a vast white sea, the peaks of Hidden Clouds Village rising like islands in an ocean of mist. The fourth Raikage sat at his desk, staring at the document in front of him. 10 minutes had passed since this document had been delivered. The office was silent. Aside from the Raikage himself, there was no one else present. The bodyguards and secretarial staff had all left the room. However, they had only left the office itself. They were now waiting outside, prepared for the young Raikage to unleash his anger and grief within. He hasn't made a sound. Not even broken anything, one guard whispered, shifting uneasily. That's what worries me. The fourth never stays quiet this long, another replied. Yet, 10 minutes passed, and not a sound emerged. It's about time. Let's go in, the leader of the guard unit said. The others looked at him but didn't move. The leader sighed and had no choice but to step forward and knock on the door. Come in. The voice of the fourth Raikage echoed from within. It sounded as if nothing was wrong. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the leader opened the door, and the group went inside. The burly Raikage sat there, his expression unchanged. Raikage-sama, the leader began cautiously, please provide the next set of instructions. The next step? The fourth Raikage glanced at his confidant. Can you birth an 8 tails now? Or perhaps a 9 tails? The guard captain immediately fell silent. Of course, there are instructions. The fourth Raikage picked up the report that had been on his desk for 10 minutes. Killer B is dead. Surveillance of the shinobi world must be strengthened. If the 8 tails reappears, it must be captured immediately. Additionally, he turned his gaze to his head of security. This Masashi, is he the one who captured Yujito? Is he truly connected to Edo Tensei? Yes. Currently, even within Hidden Leaf Village many are paying attention to this matter. However, most are old-timers, and they aren't particularly concerned with Edo Tensei. They seem more focused on that man's remains. His remains. The fourth Raikage smirked. Speaking of that, didn't Orochimaru ask about it as well? Yes. That guy has ascended. There's no point in keeping his leftovers. Just give it to him. Raikage-sama. The captain objected tactfully, sweat beading on his forehead. Orochimaru is an extremely dangerous individual. His role in provoking the war between us and Hidden Leaf Village likely conceals ulterior motives. I don't recall you being this timid, the fourth Raikage said in a deep voice. The captain stiffened. Words like timid were extremely harsh in Hidden Cloud's village, signaling the Raikage's dissatisfaction. My apologies, Raikage-sama. I understand now. No, your mistake isn't what you think it is. The fourth Raikage stood and approached his captain. Are you afraid? The captain remained silent for a moment, back straight, meeting his leader's gaze. I would never feel fear. Good. A man of Hidden Cloud's village does not make excuses. The Raikage clapped his confidant on the shoulder, the force nearly buckling the captain's knees. There's nothing to regret. Losing is no big deal. While we may have lost a tailed beast, the village's foundation remains intact. Hand over the remains to Orochimaru. He will definitely retaliate against Hidden Leaf Village in the future. I'm sure of it. And this time? If we lost, so be it. Our current enemies are Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Leaf Village is not an enemy, they're a friend. For now, his tone implied. Understood. I will endure. Good. Pass on the instructions. Also, summon the head of the Anbu for me. The captain turned and left. Soon after, he returned with another man. Raikage-sama. How are the current Anbu of Hidden Leaf Village? The fourth Raikage asked, already knowing the answer would please him. Nothing to worry about, Raikage-sama. Oh? The fourth Raikage found this rare piece of good news. Explain in detail. After the death of Denzo, the quality of the Anbu has significantly declined. Their coordination shows gaps, their response times have lengthened. How long will it take them to recover? It will be difficult in the short term. While their Anbu operatives are competent, their new commander lacks the skills of Denzo. Then how effective is our infiltration of Hidden Leaf Village now? Apologies, Raikage-sama. It's much worse than before. Huh? The fourth Raikage was momentarily confused, his brow furrowing. Wasn't the other side supposed to be run by amateurs now? Hidden Leaf Village's security forces have vastly improved, Raikage-sama. Our operatives are detected long before they can get close. I see. The Byakugan truly is formidable. The fourth Raikage frowned. He had coveted the Byakugan for quite some time. Hidden Cloud's village was one of the few, no, the only village with no qualms about pursuing clans with bloodline limits. The village's bloodline clans thrived. The largest of these was the Stormstyle clan. Since the era of the first Raikage, Hidden Cloud's village had actively sought out bloodline limits. Given the challenges of their mountainous and frigid terrain, their development depended on a long-standing philosophy of if we don't have it, go get it from the mainland. Their primary targets were ninjutsu and bloodlines. They craved the Byakugan. The Sharingan? Less so. Hidden Cloud's village favored taijutsu and light-based techniques like lightning, lasers, and light speed. In the fourth Raikage's vision, his village's taijutsu, ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and jinchuriki mastery were nearly flawless. All they lacked was the Byakugan. The Sharingan was undeniably powerful, but it didn't align with their techniques. The fourth Raikage's thoughts swirled but ultimately landed on a singular goal. I must obtain the Byakugan. It will be mine. Has Hidden Leaf Village continued urging us to sign the agreement? They asked last month but not this month. The Anbu head's voice held a note of satisfaction. Any movements from Hidden Stone's village? Yes, they're active, but their target remains unclear. We could showcase our strength to demonstrate we're still capable. No. The fourth Raikage waved his hand, cutting him off. We must feign weakness. He knew his father's killer too well. That old schemer had a complex not just against Hidden Leaf Village but specifically against the Uchiha. Additionally, secretly promote the Uchiha's reputation. Focus on the White Ghost and Teleporter specifically. Raikage-sama, I don't understand. Just do it. The fourth Raikage commanded with authority. He pointed at a young woman in the secretarial team. You, take note. Yes, Raikage-sama. The young woman, with her tan skin and short silver hair matching the Raikage's clan, responded briskly, brush already poised over paper. Arrange a meeting with the Kazekage to discuss a friendship treaty between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village. The activities in Hidden Clouds Village caught the attention of a few people, though not including Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu had been diligently working on intelligence gathering, particularly those formerly en route. Upon returning to Anbu, many of them were promoted. It was unavoidable, as they were the most adept at this line of work. The one most burdened was the Anbu captain, whose comfortable days were long gone. Captain, a senior agent appeared at his door. Another report from the border. Let me guess, nothing substantial again? The captain rubbed his temples. The agent's silence was answer enough. He even entertained the idea of asking the third Hokage to come out of retirement or resurrecting Denzo with Edo Tensei to get him back to work. Of course, such thoughts were just idle musings. Thus, the Anbu captain continued to stretch his imagination, trying to avoid being outmaneuvered by the Anbu captain from Hidden Clouds Village again. He had plenty of time to hone his professional skills because no one in Hidden Leaf Village was criticizing him at the moment. No one had the time. The election for the Hokage advisor had begun, and this was now the primary concern for Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi. Even the villagers were highly engaged. Such a grand-scale drama was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and they were determined to savor it. The streets buzzed with speculation and debate. The Uchiha nominated? One merchant said to another as they set up their stalls. Times are different now, his friend replied, arranging his vegetables. Have you seen how the police force has changed? They're actually helping people these days. The nominated candidates had made their official appearances and entered the public eye of Hidden Leaf Village. There were 4 nominees, the third Hokage Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage Minato, elder advisor Koharu, and Hamura. The people they nominated were intriguing, some expected, others unexpected. The third Hokage nominated Shikaku, the current leader of the Jonin Corps. This was unsurprising to everyone. The fourth Hokage nominated the head of the police force, Fugaku. People had anticipated this but didn't think much of it. After all, the Uchiha clan had been nominated for Hokage positions in the past, though it always ended at the nomination stage. Koharu's nomination was interesting, Shimura Haru, the nominal leader of the Shimura clan. The term nominal was used because the Shimura clan had essentially disbanded as a ninja clan and become part of the civilian ninja category. Lastly, Hamura nominated Sarutobi Tazuna, the head of the Sarutobi clan. Tazuna was the strongest member of the Sarutobi clan apart from Hiruzen himself. Skilled in taijutsu and adept in fire, lightning, and earth techniques, as well as medical ninjutsu, he had been part of the Jonin Corps since the third Hokage's era. These 4 individuals were the candidates for the Hokage advisor role. Shimura, the veteran Jonin, displayed a calm and composed demeanor, smiling politely. Sarutobi exuded confidence. Shikaku enjoyed significant popularity. The Jonin from the Inoshikacho clans showed no signs of voting for anyone else. As Choza put it, if someone attacked Sarutobi, we'd be the first to step up, but when it comes to voting, sorry, we have to stick with our buddy. Likewise, just as Tazuna didn't expect the Inoshikacho clans to vote for him at the start, Shikaku didn't anticipate the Sarutobi clan Jonin to give him much face either. There was plenty of time to sway votes. As for Fugaku, he observed his opponents closely. Within the Jonin ranks, he had no established base, save for Masashi, an advantage so slight that it didn't even compare to Hera's position. While Denzo's name carried infamy, the Shimura clan itself enjoyed a good reputation. Denzo had always kept his clan at a distance, and Root had no other members with the Shimura surname. Thus, the clan remained untarnished by his deeds. This was just the beginning. Next, the candidates would need to make speeches throughout the village, presenting their policies to the villagers. They would have ample time to engage in strategic maneuvering. This was part of the election process. Each candidate could fully utilize their abilities to secure votes, demonstrating the competencies required for a Hokage advisor. An advisor to the Hokage wasn't just a conversational partner in the office. Without the ability to engage with villagers and negotiate with various ninja clans, one couldn't hope to be an effective advisor. Though the villagers didn't vote, candidates' public performances would influence the votes of civilian ninja. The election period would last 1 month. After a month, the first round of voting would take place. To test the candidate's ability to recover from setbacks or handle favorable situations with composure, the second round of voting would occur a month later. Then the final results would be announced. The most intriguing part? The entire voting process was anonymous. When Masashi learned about the procedure, he couldn't help but marvel at how elaborate it was. The Hokage advisor election was far more complex than the Hokage election itself. After all, the Hokage election required only 1 round of voting. When the election process began in earnest, Masashi found his duties increasing. In his role as a prominent Uchiha clan representative, he accompanied Fugaku on speeches and visits to various ninja clans. Perfect? More time playing politician when I could be training. But at least this might be useful later. When he first learned of this task, though his heart sank, he maintained a polite smile. After all, he couldn't let it show. Adults needed to maintain decorum. The first stop? The Hyuga clan. Due to the police force's recent expansion, relations between the Uchiha and Hyuga had grown significantly closer. Moreover, Masashi had earned goodwill among the Hyuga for personally assisting Elder Shijime with a task outside the village, further strengthening their bond. As a result, when Fugaku and Masashi visited the Hyuga clan, they received a warm reception. All members of the Hyuga main house attended, along with all the jonin from the branch house. Fugaku, we understand your intentions, said Hayashi, the current clan leader, in a courteous tone. His eyes briefly flickered to Masashi. However, please understand our position. Due to our clan's size, all 4 factions are vying for our votes, so we haven't decided how to allocate them yet. Fearing a misunderstanding, he added, of course, we hold you in high regard. Rest assured, you will not be overlooked in our considerations. Hayashi, you're too kind, Fugaku replied with a smile. Frankly, whether I'm elected is secondary. My main goal is to expose the younger generation to these experiences and help them build connections. At this, the Hyuga members all turned their attention to Masashi. Masashi maintained a flawless, polite smile. There he goes again, making me part of his schemes without even asking. Was he secretly writing speeches at home again? Something about his tone feels off. Oh? So, Fugaku, are you grooming Masashi to take the reins in the future? Hayashi asked, his interest piqued. Many in the Hyuga clan were familiar with this young Uchiha. In the land of whirlpools, he had saved several Hyuga members' lives, earning respect and friendships within the clan. In the land of hot water, his performance was equally commendable. Additionally, Elder Shijime had a positive opinion of him, which influenced others in the clan to view him favorably. As one of Hidden Leaf Village's youngest Kage-level ninja, the Hyuga High Council held Masashi in high regard. Fugaku did not deny Hayashi's question. He simply laughed and said, it's too early to say. There's no rush, I can still hold the fort for a few more years. The Uchiha truly are a clan of prodigies, Hayashi remarked, full of admiration. Your clan's transformation has been remarkable to witness. With Fugaku now officially a candidate, his true strength had come to light. The consensus among the community was that Fugaku was both remarkably patient and showed just how naturally gifted the Uchiha clan was at being ninja. People now referred to the Uchiha as a clan of 3 Kage-level ninjas. However, the Uchiha had undergone a major transformation. Their reputation in the village had drastically improved, becoming a source of reassurance rather than apprehension. Having multiple Kage-level ninjas was a rare and remarkable achievement in Hidden Leaf Village's history. The last clan to achieve such a feat was the Senju clan during the village's founding days. Chapter 87, Masters of the Coin. After the formal pleasantries, Fugaku finally got to the main topic. His hands were folded carefully on the table. Hayashi, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I sincerely invite the Hyuga clan to co-manage the police force. What do you think? This is a significant matter, Fugaku. Hayashi didn't give a direct response, his expression remaining well controlled. But Masashi knew that Hayashi was deeply tempted. Overwhelmingly tempted. Black Zetsu was a villain, but one with principles. When it came to teaching, he really put his heart into it, demonstrating great professional ethics. Even though Masashi hadn't activated his Sharingan, he could clearly sense the intense chakra fluctuations in Hayashi. He completely understood Hayashi. Being the head of the Hyuga clan was no easy task. Every decision carried the weight of centuries of tradition and the immediate needs of hundreds of clan members. The division of the clan into main and branch families could easily be summarized as, thanks a lot, entire family. To appease the discontent of the branch family, the main family had to ensure parity in material living standards and training resources, which required significant expenditure, a lot of expenditure. The cost of maintaining appearances alone was huge, let alone the actual training expenses. And it wasn't just because the Hyuga clan had many people. When it came to training, not all techniques were costly. For example, elemental ninjutsu of various types generally didn't incur much expense, provided the ninjutsu didn't require the purchase of scrolls. Maintaining proper nutrition was sufficient for normal training without requiring additional costs. Ganjutsu followed a similar principle: good food and sleep trumped everything else. Even advanced bloodline limit techniques and a plethora of yin-yang release techniques fitted this category. Leaving aside the middle ground, the truly costly practices were advanced taijutsu and ninja body techniques, especially the latter. Ninja body techniques, categorized under taijutsu, had a low entry point but could become incredibly high-end at advanced levels. These techniques involved using chakra to strengthen specific body parts or weapons, allowing for attacks without hand signs. Strengthening weapons was standard practice among Jonin. But any technique that involved directly augmenting the body came with three unavoidable highs: high risk, high cost, and high difficulty. Without the ability to counter these risks, it was best to steer clear for the sake of one's life and wallet. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist, despite the fist in its name, wasn't simple taijutsu, it was pure high-end ninja body technique. Masashi was well aware of just how terrifying the gentle fist could become. He also knew how challenging it was to master it at that level, and how much it drained a clan's resources to maintain that level of expertise. He had once seen a Hyuga expert help an opponent open the 8 gates, causing their body to explode and die. He had also witnessed a gentle fist user, while performing the palm rotation, sweep through enemies like a storm, only to pop a pill for recovery and sweep back again. Each of those pills probably cost more than a month's salary for a regular Jonin. The Hyuga were incredibly powerful. While their high-end forces didn't reach the level of using a Susanoo, they were by no means weak. However, in recent decades, the clan's reputation had significantly declined, largely due to a severe cash flow problem. The Hyuga had plenty of fixed assets but limited liquidity. Their primary source of income was property rental. The Uchiha, on the other hand, held a monopoly over the police force, a military department. This gave them access to numerous operational channels, with their main sources of income being explosive tags and lending. But they had no friends in Hidden Leaf Village. Aside from deeper systemic factors, monopolizing this authority was a key reason. In truth, the Uchiha clan's cash flow wasn't always this strong. In the past, it was similar to the Hyuga's, heavy on fixed assets but lacking liquidity. However, after Masashi returned from the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, his voice carried weight among the clan's elders. He began advocating for operational transformation, pushing for an asset-light strategy. Along the way, he criticized the clan's long-standing asset structure and financial practices. The memories of those heated discussions still rang clear in his mind. Loan sharking? Can't pay it back, so you take their house? Are you the legendary Yakuza? Why hoard so many fixed assets? Do maintenance costs come free? The arguments had been fierce, but necessary. Over the past 2 to 3 years, Masashi had been relentlessly reforming the clan. Like other ninja clan elders, the Uchiha elders were stubbornly traditional, believing that tradition was inherently superior. However, they had one redeeming quality: a willingness to indulge the promising younger generation. They'd even go as far as saying, "To prove you're wrong, I'll go along with your plan for a while." As a result, the Uchiha clan had now become a financial leader in the Land of Fire. They had diversified into financing leases, short-term loans, ultra-short-term loans, bonds, collective financing, regional preferred investments, and even perpetual bonds, all thriving. The traditional high-interest loans? They'd stopped that ages ago. It wasn't worth their time, and they'd even filled past deficits. They still collected protection fees in commercial districts but only targeted specific establishments. The Uchiha knew exactly what these establishments were up to, and without some payment, these monsters and demons would wreak havoc. With this strong financial backing, the Uchiha clan could afford to open up the police force. Clan members, understanding the current state of the clan's finances, were merely confused about the opening rather than outright opposed. This foundation provided Fugaku with cards to play during this negotiation. He understood Hayashi's hesitation well. The weight of responsibility was something both clan heads shared intimately. There was a time when being the Uchiha clan head wasn't much easier than leading the Hyuga. Hayashi, as clan leaders, let me be honest with you, he said. Relying solely on others' goodwill is insufficient. We are, after all, ninja clans. The room seemed to grow quieter. Not long ago, he had held the same mindset. Our clan will open up the police force, but this openness has its limits. In truth, there are only so many positions available. A larger team would be unmanageable. Oh? Please elaborate. Hayashi's expression remained neutral, but his eyes sharpened with interest. Indeed, co-management is no joke. This level of collaboration would naturally extend across all dimensions. Our external channels will also be shared with the Hyuga. Truly? The other Hyuga clan members pricked up their ears. Correct. No tree can stand alone, Hayashi, Fugaku said meaningfully. We're not at that point yet, Fugaku, Hayashi said, his expression changing. But the seed had been planted. The Hyuga clan faced the same situation as the Uchiha, they weren't part of the core circle. It wasn't due to a lack of decision-makers but because they weren't included in the network. Superficially, the Hyuga seemed more powerful than the Nara. In reality, they weren't. The Inoshikacho alliance, centered around the Nara, had far more ninja, including Jonin. Their close ties to the Hokage's administration gave them significant influence in the medical corps, allowing them to leverage these channels for medical businesses throughout the Land of Fire. The alliance thrived through shared channels. In contrast, the Hyuga clan was in decline. Their goal of becoming the Hokage's trusted ninja clan was, at its core, a bid to reverse this trend. The development of a ninja clan required manpower, finances, and techniques, all equally indispensable. The Hyuga didn't lack manpower or techniques but were severely short on financial resources. The main branch system further forced them to divide resources, leading to genuine equality, the equality of shared hardship. Meanwhile, the Uchiha lacked nothing. Even under Hokage suppression, they continued to produce talent, adapting and evolving like the fire that symbolized their clan. When Shizue made his mark, the Uchiha clan's environment was far harsher than it was today, with the Hokage faction almost cornering them. Hayashi understood Fugaku's intent. Everyone from the Hyuga clan present understood his intent. Not only did they understand, but they also agreed with it. However, agreeing didn't necessarily mean the Hyuga clan was ready to bind themselves to the Uchiha. As long as you understand, Fugaku said, not pressing him further. No matter the circumstances, our two clans have always stood on the foundation of Dujutsu. If we do not support each other, we would truly become the laughingstock of outsiders. Hayashi nodded. After a moment's thought, he carefully chose his words. Fugaku, may I ask, this time, will the Uchiha clan only extend an invitation to the Hyuga? Of course not, Fugaku replied. With just our two clans, we may not be able to fend off all the tigers and wolves out there. Tigers and wolves? Hayashi's expression shifted slightly. The Uchiha have 3 Kage-level combatants. What sort of tigers and wolves would dare pounce? Our manpower is limited, Fugaku replied calmly. His eyes swept across the room. There will always be places we can't cover. To borrow a phrase from the younger generation, even the strongest chain is only as strong as its weakest link. That's an overstatement, Hayashi shook his head. You're being too pessimistic. Hayashi-sama, Masashi suddenly interjected. Everyone's attention shifted to him. Fugaku didn't stop Masashi from speaking. In his opinion, Masashi would surely be more tactful when addressing the Hyuga. At least, he hoped he would be. Masashi, Hayashi said respectfully, please, go ahead. I wouldn't dare presume, Masashi said. I was just curious about one thing. Does the current Hyuga clan still have members capable of unsealing a person's tenketsu? The gathered Hyuga ninjas stiffened. Several elders exchanged quick glances. In the current era, even within the Hidden Leaf Village ninja forces, it was generally believed that the Hyuga excelled in striking chakra points and blocking their opponent's chakra, perhaps complemented by their palm rotation. But the Hyuga themselves knew this was only one aspect of their gentle fist. The fact that they relied solely on the gentle fist style for generations was due to more profound reasons. Masashi's question was direct, so much so that it cut to the core of the Hyuga. How he knew about other applications of gentle fist wasn't even the point, his question struck out a truth the Hyuga couldn't deny. The uncomfortable reality was that no one in the Hyuga clan today could achieve such precision in their techniques. Hayashi, as the clan head, admitted it straightforwardly. No, the current Hyuga lacks anyone comparable to talents like you or Shizue. I'm not a genius, Hayashi-sama, Masashi replied. I've simply never faced material obstacles in my training. Shizue was indeed a genius. But Masashi? He truly wasn't. He never took detours, and he never lacked resources. True geniuses were incredibly rare. Even major natural disasters happened more often. You might see a devastating flood this year and a terrible drought the next. But a true genius? You could go generations without seeing one. And yet clans kept waiting for the next genius to save them. Any clan that built its future on such wishful thinking was setting itself up for failure. Sooner or later, they'd need a genius, and none would appear. Masashi-kun, you're too modest, Hayashi said skeptically. Even Fugaku didn't believe Masashi's humility. To him, it sounded like the infamous false modesty of the elite. Cough. Fugaku cleared his throat, signaling Masashi to tone it down. Hayashi-sama, I tend to indulge in vanity, he said with a sigh. Humility doesn't suit me. Perhaps you're unaware, but my initial training path wasn't even acknowledged by my clan. Yet the clan never withheld resources from me and always supported me to the fullest extent possible. I see. Hayashi nodded thoughtfully. Then, Fugaku, if this time's election. Hayashi, you misunderstand, Fugaku interrupted. This matter is strictly between our two clans and has nothing to do with the election. My participation in the election is simply to take advantage of the occasion to discuss this matter. Hayashi was taken aback. He could tell that Fugaku was being honest. As someone who had served as clan head for years, he could easily distinguish truth from lies. For a moment, he felt admiration. Perhaps I was being petty, Hayashi admitted sincerely. Your vision is far broader than mine. Not at all, Fugaku said. I've merely been more fortunate than you. Hayashi nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the elders behind him. In their eyes, he could see the calculations already beginning. What are your thoughts on Fugaku's proposal? The Hyuga elders wore solemn expressions. The Uchiha's financial strength cannot be ignored, one elder murmured softly to another. But can we trust their long-term intentions? Came the equally quiet response. Can we afford not to? A third said. But none of them uttered the cliché, let us consider this for a few days and give you an answer later. All of them were seasoned veterans of the shinobi world and wouldn't insult others' intelligence by saying such meaningless words. They knew Fugaku wasn't here to deceive or canvass votes. He had thoroughly thought this through and simply used this opportunity to have an earnest discussion. The Uchiha had displayed this level of sincerity. The Hyuga could not afford to appear reluctant. Fugaku-sama, may we deliberate briefly? Of course, as you should, Fugaku replied courteously. At the same time, he silently thanked himself for not bringing Setsuna along. If that old man were here, he'd probably blurt out, deliberate what? Let's get this done already. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder if Setsuna had been influenced by Masashi. His bluntness seemed to be growing worse over the years. Masashi's infamous incident of demanding funds from Setsuna was still a well-known story within the Uchiha. Subsequently, a group of younglings tried to imitate him. Unfortunately, they lacked Masashi's rhetorical skill. Not only did they fail to get any funds, but they also got thoroughly scolded. Tetsuko had even been reduced to tears back then. Since that day, he'd taken to raising koi in his backyard pond, claiming the peaceful fish helped calm his nerves. At least something good came from his failed attempt at imitating Masashi's boldness. As the Hyuga elders deliberated, Fugaku and Hayashi took the chance to chat casually. This isn't just an election for you, it's an alliance, Hayashi remarked. The police force, after all, is a department of Hidden Leaf Village. Your approach risks creating unnecessary controversies. We'll follow the proper procedures, Fugaku assured with a smile. The police force belongs to Hidden Leaf Village, and we're fully aware of that. Perhaps, Hayashi chuckled. But a few years ago, you wouldn't have phrased it that way. He glanced at Masashi. If we had someone like him. The changes in the Uchiha were evident to all. Who wouldn't pay attention to Masashi, the catalyst for this transformation? His reputation preceded him, not just for his ice techniques or his feats in the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, but for how he had redefined the Uchiha clan's approach. The Hyuga had purchased substantial assets from the Uchiha over the past years. A year ago, the Uchiha had spearheaded the creation of a financial association among the Landifier's major lending houses. Today, the association's market rates were setting national lending standards. If the Hyuga had someone like Masashi? No, even if they did, they lacked the channels to enter such industries. In Hidden Leaf Village, only the Uchiha had such connections. To put it bluntly, any ninja clan running businesses outside the village likely owed a portion of their operations to loans brokered through this association. The Uchiha clan had effectively become the largest creditor among Hidden Leaf Village's clans. Everyone knew this. But no one could replicate it, the system was tailored to the Uchiha's unique position. Whether or not Fugaku succeeded in becoming Hokage advisor, everyone was convinced of one thing, Masashi would be the next clan head. Even if he refused, the Uchiha would push him into the role. Why? Because he was a money-making genius. Thank goodness he wasn't the one running for Hokage advisor. Chapter 88, The Things We Share, Bonus. The Hyuga elders were quick to come to a consensus. Fugaku and Hayashi had barely exchanged pleasantries when the elders sat up straight again, their deliberation concluded. Seeing this, the two clan leaders dropped their casual demeanor. Fugaku-sama, the Hyuga elder chosen to speak for the group, Saki, addressed him. We deeply appreciate your sincerity. The Hyuga clan will not disappoint the goodwill of the Uchiha clan and will do our utmost to ensure the success of this alliance. I understand the elder's sentiment, Fugaku nodded. Even if new allies are to be included, the Hyuga's opinions will be fully considered. You are too kind, Saki replied. If my guess is correct, you are considering alliances with the Aburame and Inuzuka clans as well? The thought has crossed my mind, but it's not the right time to bring it up. If you've already taken action, why hesitate? Saki smiled slightly. I have a bit of rapport with the senior elders of both clans. I can accompany you in approaching them. The other elders remained stoic. They cared little for the possible ramifications. Previously, the Hyuga had adopted a cautious strategy, hoping proximity to the Hokage's administration would benefit their clan. However, the unique circumstances of the Inoshikacho alliance, bolstered by the Sarutobi clan's provision of a Hokage, meant their strategy had not borne fruit. No matter how the Hyuga tried to show favor, they always seemed one step removed. During the era of the third Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village experienced rapid development, yet this one step removed meant the Hyuga always lagged behind, scavenging for leftovers. The Hokage's administration never targeted the Hyuga directly but also never granted them substantial benefits. In contrast, the Uchiha controlled the police force and conducted lucrative arms trade with near impunity. While the Hokage faction publicly criticized them and politically suppressed them, no one truly restrained the Uchiha. Denzo attempted actions against the Uchiha, but his efforts had minimal impact. Backed by a stable supply chain through the police force, the Uchiha simply didn't care. They expanded so quickly that Root couldn't keep up, with new trading hubs sprouting across the Land of Fire. If Root became a nuisance, the Uchiha would retaliate under the guise of police operations, dispatching teams. The Root operatives had no answer to this. The Hokage administration could only attempt appeasement, realizing that unless the Uchiha outright rebelled, there was no way to legally deploy the regular forces against them. The Anbu couldn't match the police force in strength. At this point, the Uchiha had consolidated their power. Presented with this reality and the Uchiha's willingness to collaborate for mutual growth, the Hyuga elders found themselves less swayed by the Uchiha's goodwill and more fed up with playing lackeys to the Hokage faction. Displeasure? Let them be displeased. After all these years, the Hokage's administration had yet to offer any real benefits. The Hyuga's feigned neutrality had only been met with neglect, not acknowledgement. The elders believed the Aburame and Inuzuka would feel similarly, especially the Inuzuka. Among the 8 major clans, they had it the worst. If the Hyuga were nibbling on leftovers, the Inuzuka were left with bones. Or, as one elder put it more bluntly, they were lucky if they even got to smell the bones. If that's the case, I'm deeply grateful. Fugaku, recognizing Saki's influence, stood and bowed in thanks. I must thank young Masashi for resolving my inner conflicts, Saki replied, returning the bow. Fugaku-sama, let us leave at once. Those without strong resolve may already be swayed by the opposition. Agreed. Fugaku wasted no time. After you. The group set off immediately, heading straight to the Inuzuka clan's compound. The Inuzuka district was located in Hidden Leaf Village's northern district, dominated by pet shops and related services, all operated by the Inuzuka clan. Unfortunately, despite their strong abilities, the Inuzuka's status in Hidden Leaf Village was hindered by the presence of the Hyuga's Byakugan and the Uchiha's Sharingan, which overshadowed their sensory and scouting skills. However, this was largely a misperception. In reality, the Inuzuka were exceptional scouts, vital to Hidden Leaf Village's military forces, with unique chakra techniques that shone on the battlefield, particularly in reconnaissance and ambush operations. Hyuga elders and the Uchiha clan leader were no ordinary visitors in Hidden Leaf Village, so it wasn't long before the Inuzuka leadership came out to greet them. Saki, what brings you here today? The Inuzuka representative was a woman about Saki's age, named Rin. Can't old friends visit without ulterior motives? Saki replied smoothly. In our world? Never, Rin laughed. I'm just surprised, you rarely go out, Rin replied with a wry smile. She turned to Fugaku. Fugaku-sama, welcome. Long time no see, Rin, Fugaku said with a polite nod. Come, let's not talk here. It's not proper in Inuzuka hospitality to stand in the street, people will mock us. Rin waved her hand energetically. Hey, stop standing around and show our guests the way. Rin, It seems you're expecting more visitors, Saki remarked suddenly. Rin turned toward the street and spotted a familiar figure approaching. Ha! With a cold laugh, Rin gestured to a clan member beside her. Stop him. Tell him we have important guests and no time for other visitors. Fugaku and Masashi also noticed the newcomer, Tazuna, the head of the Saratobi clan. Tazuna, walking briskly, overheard Rin's instructions. Rin, am I truly so unwelcome? You heard me, didn't you? Rin responded with a look of annoyance. I can't stand persistent men. Well, as Fugaku and I are rivals, it's only natural for us to make similar moves, Tazuna said with a hearty laugh, though inwardly, he was uneasy. He had come straight from the Ibarame clan, only to encounter this scene. If Saki had sided with Fugaku, the Hyuga vote would be out of his grasp. How had Fugaku convinced the Hyuga? The police department alone couldn't be enough, could it? The Hokage's favor was more important, right? Favoritism, Rin? Why not at least hear me out, Tazuna pressed. There's nothing to hear. I have no interest in anything you offer, Rin dismissed him outright. We've endured enough from your stinginess. Tazuna's smile faltered, and his gaze swept over the group. He turned and left without another word. The election for Hokage advisor unfolded in ways that surprised many. Tazuna and Shikaku were neck and neck, and the expected scenario of other candidates merely being spectators did not materialize. The biggest variable came from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans. When Tazuna visited the Ibarame clan, everything seemed normal. However, he couldn't even step through the Inuzuka clan's gate. They made it very clear that they did not support him. The Hyuga clan, on the other hand, gave no direct response to either of the Hokage faction's candidates. Their reply was, we warmly welcome your visit. Your requests have been duly noted. We will conduct a thorough study and provide feedback as soon as we reach a conclusion. It was both lengthy and perfunctory. Their stance appeared to muddy the waters entirely. The Hokage faction believed this to be a tactic to increase their bargaining power. If benefits weren't offered, the Hyuga would not cast their votes for them. Some scoffed at this idea. In their view, the Hyuga were no true variable. This agile and calculating clan would ultimately vote for whoever appeared most likely to win, and their current behavior was just posturing. The Hokage faction saw no need to share benefits. This perspective was mainly shared by the Inoshikacho alliance. It was well known that the alliance's core business in the Land of Fire revolved around pharmaceuticals, particularly health supplements for physical rehabilitation. However, only the Akimaki clan specialized in yang release techniques, while the other two clans focused on yin release. There was no doubt their products were not the best in Hidden Leaf Village. The Hyuga, on the other hand, produced superior health supplements of the same materials, always a grade above. If the Hyuga entered the Land of Fire's pharmaceutical market, the alliance's products would be immediately squeezed out. The Hyuga would eat the lion's share, leaving the alliance to scavenge the leftovers. Opening this channel to the Hyuga was out of the question. The Inuzuka clan was indeed a variable, but their influence was minor. As long as the Ibarame were kept in check, the Hokage faction would still have the advantage. The alliance considered offering the Ibarame clan a share of the medicinal herb supply chain's profits and assigning them management of Hidden Leaf Village's forestry resources. Since this was essentially still working for the alliance, it was acceptable. The alliance, wealthy from its pharmaceutical business, had long thrived in Hidden Leaf Village. That was, until this year, when they had to start paying Uchiha. Still, they found it tolerable, as the funds allowed them to expand production capacity and collaborate further. Thus, the alliance bore no hostility toward the Uchiha. Within the Hokage faction, the Saratobi, especially Tazuna, harbored the most resentment. This time, all variables seemed to target Tazuna directly. The Hyuga refrained from outright supporting him. The Ibarame might split their votes between him and Shikaku, and the Inuzuka had outright blocked him, right in front of the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Tazuna didn't see Fugaku as a major threat. If Fugaku's votes in the first round even slightly threatened the Hokage faction, the faction would unite in the second round, consolidating their votes behind either Tazuna or Shikaku. A united front of four clans had never lost a vote in Hidden Leaf Village. The only way to defeat them was for all votes outside the four clans to consolidate behind a single candidate. For the Hokage advisor, the position would ultimately be his. Shikaku had no real intention of competing. He was reluctant to serve as Hokage advisor in the first place. As head of the Jonin Corps, his position was equally significant and couldn't be left vulnerable. Tazuna didn't personally dislike Fugaku, but he despised the Uchiha clan. Their arrogance toward the Hokage faction and involvement in arms dealing and finance were intolerable to him. Selling ninja tools and explosive tags externally. Wasn't this treason? When the village was short on supplies, shouldn't they sell to the village at a discount out of loyalty? And lending money? The interest rates charged to the Hokage faction were the same as for outsiders. Outrageous. With so many pressing financial needs in the village, funding for the Hokage faction should be prioritized over allocating funds to the police force. Such waste should be redirected to support the Hokage faction's development instead of rewarding ingrates. As for that so-called association of banking and trading, it was nothing but a corrupting influence. It should be banned. How could something so crucial be left in the hands of private banks? Such operations belong under Hidden Leaf Village's control or the daimyo's authority. The Uchiha's refusal to share this technology was nothing short of malicious. If the Sarutobi had developed such a system, they would have handed it to the Hokage without hesitation. The Hokage advisor needed to be a person of integrity. Yes, during his speech, he would emphasize this as a key criticism. If even ninja clans had to pay interest, how much more would ordinary villagers suffer? This could lead to families being torn apart outside the village walls. Tazuna wouldn't allow such corruption to persist. He would restore order and justice. He nostalgically recalled the era when Denzo was still alive. Back then, everyone towed the line, except for the ever-rebellious Uchiha. With these thoughts, Tazuna returned home after completing his first round of campaigning to begin preparing his speech. Meanwhile, after visiting the Inuzuka, Fugaku stopped by the Aburame clan but made no further visits. His measured approach spoke volumes. Haru, however, had been busy visiting every Shimura household to strengthen ties. To him, preserving the Shimura clan's legacy was the top priority. These are the current developments. In the Hokage's office, Shikaku handed the collected information to Minato. The weather was pleasant on the first day of the new year, and many were enjoying a late start to the day. Shikaku, however, had been up early, heading straight to Minato. "Thanks for your hard work, Shikaku," Minato said cheerfully, accepting the documents. His eyes showed understanding of the burden he'd placed on his friend. The two were old acquaintances, with Shikaku being slightly older. "Don't give me such troublesome tasks, Minato." Shikaku sighed, dropping into a chair. "Being head of the Jonin Corps is already complicated enough. There's no one else I can rely on like you," Minato replied with a playful grin. "Sorry for taking time away from Shikamaru." He patted the stack of documents. "This is a lot. It'll take time to go through. Can you summarize it for me first?" "Ugh." Shikaku's expression was one of exasperation, but his eyes held a hint of fondness. "Really, there's nothing more troublesome than having your friend become Hokage." Chapter 89, Paper Tigers and Battle Cries. Today was New Year's Day, the first day of the year, and the weather was beautiful. On such a great day, Fugaku stayed home preparing his draft speech, his brush hovering over the paper. To let their clan leader work in peace, the Uchiha gathered to create a quiet environment, ensuring no one would disturb him and affect his performance. As a result, the area surrounding his residence was packed with clan members, their watchful eyes scanning for any potential disturbance. Fugaku was deeply touched by their heartfelt dedication. So, he locked himself in his study and didn't come out. Even when Mikoto wanted to bring him tea, she had to knock first. And it would still take a while for him to open the door. When she knocked again, seeing her husband looking so immersed, she couldn't hold back. Men and their pride, some things never change. You can actually leave the door open. Masashi won't show up at a time like this. This has nothing to do with Masashi. I'm thinking better this way, Fugaku stubbornly defended himself, blocking her view of the desk with his body so she couldn't see what was going on. By the way, where is Masashi? He went out on some errands. Ridiculous. At such an important time, how could he go out alone for fun? Fugaku pretended to be stern, relief flickering briefly across his features. When he returns to the village, let me know immediately. I'll give him a proper scolding. Got it? Mikoto rolled her eyes at her husband. As if anyone believes that act anymore. All this just because your handwriting isn't good, and you're too proud to admit it. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered something and almost forgot. She pulled out an envelope. Here, Masashi asked me to give this to you before he left. In such a rush. He's still too immature and needs more composure. Fugaku accepted the envelope with satisfaction, in a much better mood. This settled it. Masashi wasn't in the village, so he could leave the door open. The closed room did get a bit stuffy. You'd better air this place out. Every time I knock, the smell bothers my nose. Mikoto complained before turning to leave. Watching his wife's figure in her yukata, Fugaku blushed. Perhaps some traditions are worth maintaining. Tonight, he might just have to celebrate the new year properly. His eldest son's recent performance had been very pleasing, and he decided to reward him by letting him spend the evening at Shizue's place and not come home. A leader had to plan ahead, after all. As the family's situation improved, his quality of life and interests also became more refined. With plans for the evening set, He returned to his study, tidied up the drafts on his desk, stored them in his collection box, wiped the desk clean, and opened the envelope to read the letter. The paper was crisp. As he read, his expression grew serious, the blush fading from his cheeks. So, it's come to this. After finishing the letter, he placed it on the desk and began drafting his speech again. Some matters can't wait, even for New Year's. Meanwhile, Masashi had already entered the village in the Land of Fire. This village, located in the heart of the Land of Fire, was under the direct control of the daimyo's government and was one of the highest-tier villages in the region. The Land of Fire's temperate monsoon climate, with its distinct seasons and lush vegetation, created ideal conditions for agriculture. As a result, its villages had the largest populations and urban density in the world. During the early Warring States period, villages were small and primarily consisted of castles where nobles resided. Over time, as territories expanded and populations grew, villages flourished. By the late Warring States period, urban development had progressed from a village of no more than 300 feet and 3,000 households to a village of 1,000 feet with tens of thousands of households. The population of the largest village in this region set a record for urban population in the world. This prosperity fueled the growth of handicrafts and commerce, thanks to its central location and ability to facilitate trade among nations. The village Masashi entered was once the capital of a nation during the Warring States period. At that time, it had been conquered by the Uchiha clan. Currently, the Land of Fire boasted around 1,000 villages with administrative offices. Even the smallest of these had populations of several thousand households. Among them, 150 villages had populations exceeding 10,000, and this village was one of the largest, with a population of 100,000 households. Assuming 5 people per household, the total population would be around 500,000. The headquarters of the Banking and Trade Association was located here. The representative of the Uchiha clan in this association was Masashi, though he rarely visited, leaving the work to a proxy. The proxy was also a member of the Uchiha clan but wasn't a ninja. The Uchiha clan had many such members. For example, Masashi's uncle and his spouse weren't ninjas and were deeply interested in business. As soon as he entered the village, the association members were informed. By the time he reached the association's entrance, a group was already waiting to greet him. "Ah, Masashi-sama, we've been looking forward to your arrival." A rotund man enthusiastically stepped forward, grasping Masashi's hand with teary eyes. The others behind him shifted, each trying to position themselves for the best view. What? Masashi was younger than him? Irrelevant. To him, Masashi was practically his father. After working with Masashi, he realized his previous business ventures were trash. Every small piece of advice had turned to gold in his hands. Unfortunately, Masashi refused to adopt him as a godson, leaving the man heartbroken. All he wanted was to stay close to Masashi and learn from him. "You're too kind, Kano," Masashi said with a smile. "New year, new beginnings. I'm sure this year will bring you great prosperity and no worries." "All thanks to you," Kano beamed, his eyes nearly squeezed shut by his chubby cheeks. "It's all because of your guidance. Please, continue to teach us." "Oh, you're making me blush," Masashi said, shaking his head modestly. His eyes caught the subtle movements of other representatives edging closer. "Any success is thanks to your own skills. I just offered a few suggestions, it's your hard work that made it all possible." Seeing Kano monopolize the spotlight with his considerable bulk, the other bank representatives grew impatient and began crowding in, showering Masashi with compliments. "Masashi-sama, your investment strategy last quarter was brilliant." "Indeed. The returns exceeded all expectations." Masashi's proxy stood alone on the sidelines, watching the crowd swarm Masashi and sighing in admiration. In terms of popularity, even an elder of the Uchiha clan couldn't outshine Masashi here. But staying around forever wasn't practical. The proxy clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Masashi-sama has traveled a long way and must be tired. Let's not block the entrance, the banquet upstairs is ready, so let's continue there." Right. "Kano, you hog, look at what you've done." "Exactly, you talk too much." Seizing the opportunity, the group pushed Kano aside and ushered Masashi upstairs for the feast. As they moved, Masashi smiled. While the seriousness of Fugaku's writings was debatable, Tezuna's own approach to crafting documents was thoroughly earnest. This level of earnestness made his clansmen worry whether he might keel over before the election results were even announced. The veins on his temples had been throbbing visibly as he wrote. On this particular day, the Sarutobi Jonin gathered for a clan meeting. The old hall, with its wood-paneled walls adorned with past clan leaders' portraits, seemed to weigh down on them with the burden of history. Back in the day, when Hiruzen was the head of the clan, the Sarutobi Jonin also assembled like this, heeding the call of this shinobi leader to contribute to both the clan and the village. The same hall had witnessed countless decisions that shaped their future. Hiruzen's will of fire had inspired many, and the Sarutobi clan was no stranger to making sacrifices for the village. Of course, as the clan of the Hokage, the Sarutobi had inevitably developed some less than savory habits, but at least the Jonin as a group were self-aware. If they were a bit overconfident during Minato's early tenure, they had since come back down to earth. Now that Hiruzen was retired and no longer involved in clan affairs unless the survival of the clan was at stake, this meeting was chaired by a Sarutobi elder, with the Jonin in attendance. Haru cleared his throat. We gather today as we have for generations. Before us lies a matter of great importance. He lifted the document from the table, adjusting his glasses. Our clan head has prepared a speech for the upcoming council meeting. Let us review it together. He passed the document to Sato on his right. The Jonin's eyes widened as he scanned the first paragraph. His hands trembled slightly as he handed it to Kenji beside him. One by one, the paper made its rounds. Each face grew paler than the last. Some shook their heads in disbelief, others let out gasps. When Mako, a seasoned Jonin, received it, his pipe nearly fell from his slack jaw. By the time the draft completed its circle back to Haru, the room had fallen into silence. Without exception, everyone had been struck speechless by its contents. They began to genuinely fear for his health. Is this a declaration of war? Someone whispered, his face pale. More like a suicide note, Mako muttered, shaking his head. Tazuna, I think you should reconsider your theme, Haru said solemnly. You'll get yourself killed. This matter must be addressed. Tazuna clearly would not allow his masterpiece to be doubted. Where in my speech is there an issue? Everywhere, Haru replied bluntly. Seeing how stubborn the clan leader was, the elder grew frustrated. The village has never forced clans to surrender their unique techniques. How could you come up with such a terrible idea? Exactly, Tazuna. If we force others today, won't they force us tomorrow? Another elder chimed in. You spent several days writing this. Do you not care about becoming Hokage advisor? Do you not care whether the Sarutobi can still stand in the village? Tazuna scanned the room. Though the elders were visibly displeased, the rest of the clan members, while silent, were clearly not on board either. He felt disheartened. Times change, but our principles remain, an elder offered quietly. Principles won't save us from irrelevance, Tazuna shot back. The elders were just spouting nonsense. Of course, he knew his draft would offend people. But why would a man in his 50s, pushing 60, go out of his way to make enemies? Did these people even understand the clan's situation? Did they truly believe the third Hokage could live forever? Tazuna was no fool. He had always been unapologetically double-faced, but today he realized that perhaps his long-standing duplicity had led people to truly see him as such. We no longer have anyone in our clan comparable to Sasuke-sama or Hiruzen-sama. You all understand what that means, don't you? The sudden seriousness in his tone caught the Sarutobi clan members off guard. The elders, however, began to mull over his words. He's not wrong, Elder Haru thought, but his method. After a moment's thought, they realized Tazuna's intention. Tazuna, you're too aggressive, the first elder's tone softened. This approach carries too much risk. We're beyond concerns of risk now. Shikaku's promotion speaks volumes. Tazuna's voice grew sharper as he addressed his clan. His hand swept across the room, gesturing at the artifacts of their past glory. If we had even a bit more fight in us, the position of the Jonin commander wouldn't have fallen to him. The four clans acting as one, Shikaku is a good choice. There's no such thing as the four clans, Haru. Tazuna sighed. If we rely solely on the legacy of our ancestors, the fate of the Shimura clan today will be ours tomorrow. The room fell silent. Wasn't the Shimura clan strong in its prime? Very strong. Wasn't the Sarutobi clan strong in its prime? Of course, but no stronger than the Shimura clan. Back then, with Sasuke leading the clan, even the likes of Hashirama and Madara respected him. Excluding those two monsters, Sasuke was among the strongest shinobi of his era. After joining Hidden Leaf Village, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans experienced a golden age. The Sarutobi produced Hiruzen, and the Shimura clan produced Denzo. Especially Hiruzen, he was the brightest star of his generation, eclipsing even the Senju and Uchiha of his time. Decades later, the Sarutobi lacked successors, and the Shimura clan had been reduced to little more than a name. The thought of the Sarutobi clan ending up like the Shimura clan sent chills down everyone's spines. Tazuna. One elder tried to dissuade him again. Don't try to stop me. Tazuna waved them off, fixing his gaze on the clan. We're already on the path to irrelevance. In the first round, you'll all vote for Shikaku. No discussion. We must show solidarity immediately. Tazuna-sama. The group was stunned. Please calm down. That's when everyone realized, this clan head was truly reckless. Calm? I'm already calm. Tazuna scowled, his face reddening. You're calm too, but are the others calm? Rubbing his temples, he finally blurted out a thought weighing on his mind. The night of the Nine-Tails attack, didn't some fool climb the Hokage rock and order Masashi to step down? The group exchanged awkward glances. The memory of that night still brought shame to many present. Indeed, such a person existed, but wasn't that just youthful ignorance? Young people. A Jonin laughed nervously, avoiding Tazuna's piercing gaze. They grow out of it with time. I'm afraid he'll get killed before he matures. Tazuna sneered. At the time, the fourth Hokage had already been in office for a while. Yet there's still this nonsense? But isn't it unnecessary for you to personally provoke Masashi? The Jonin pleaded. The younger generation is immature, but we can educate them. It's too late. Tazuna shook his head. Since that night, the Uchiha have been unstoppable. If we continue stalling, it's only a matter of time before they return to the Hokage office. Can't you see the fourth Hokage's dissatisfaction with the clan? But the fourth is Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Is this a new joke? What does the fourth being Jiraiya-sama's disciple have to do with the Saratobi? Tazuna shot the Jonin a withering look. Apparently, you're not calm, you're brainless. Tazuna's verbal jabs were infamous, not vulgar, but devastatingly cutting. Just as he was about to lash out, an elder quickly intervened. Tazuna, your actions might backfire. If they do, it means the clan is beyond saving. Tazuna reclaimed his speech draft from the elder. If that's the case, I might as well die now. He felt a surge of emotions, pouring out like a fountain. His indignation demanded to be expressed. How dare they question what needs to be done? Can't they see we're running out of time? Chapter 90, the election show in the first month of the 53rd year. The speeches of the Hokage advisor candidates began as scheduled. The stage was set up at the intersection of the southern, northern, and western districts, where there was ample open space. From early morning, the area was crowded with people. Everyone was waiting for a good show. To the audience's anticipation, the current Hokage, the former Hokage, and the two advisory elders arrived together, accompanied by the four candidates. The crowd fell silent, all eyes drawn to their leader. Citizens of Hidden Leaf Village, Minato's voice rang clear across the plaza. Today marks an important step in our village's governance. The position of Hokage advisor carries great responsibility. They must embody both the will of the people and the strength to protect our future. He gestured to the four candidates lined up to his right. These four have stepped forward to serve. Each brings their own vision for Hidden Leaf Village's future. Listen well to their words. His blue eyes swept across the crowd. The final decision will reflect not just my judgment, but the will of our village. With a brief nod to the candidates, he continued, we'll proceed in order of candidacy registration. Huru, you have the floor. Huru approached the steps with steady strides, his gray hair gleaming in the sunlight. He paused at the bottom, turning first to the audience. If you'll indulge an old man for a moment, he said with a gentle smile. Several villagers nodded, some of the older ones returning his smile. At the top of the steps, he faced the dignitaries. His bow was precise, neither too shallow nor too deep, the bow of someone who had spent decades navigating clan politics. Hokage-sama, Sandaime-sama, honorable elders, his voice carried the weight of years, yet remained clear and strong. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Only after both Hokages had acknowledged him with slight nods did he turn to address the gathered crowd. My fellow villagers, on this momentous day, I stand before you not as a representative of any single clan, but as someone who has witnessed the growth of our village through its brightest and darkest days. He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd with grandfatherly warmth. The strength of Hidden Leaf Village lies not in any single clan or individual, but in our unity and shared love for this village. I have seen how this unity has saved us countless times. When the Nine-Tails attacked, it wasn't just the fourth Hokage who protected us, it was every citizen, every clan, working as one. Some say the era of clans is ending, Huru continued, his voice growing stronger. But I disagree. The clans aren't obstacles to unity, they're the pillars that support it. Each clan brings its own strengths, its own traditions, its own way of loving and protecting Hidden Leaf Village. Just as a forest isn't weakened by having different types of trees, our village is strengthened by its diversity. His words resonated particularly with the older generation. A safe choice, but delivered with genuine conviction, some ninja in the crowd whispered. But perhaps that's exactly what the Shimura need right now. The past cannot be changed, he said, his tone growing solemn. But the future is ours to shape. Let us move forward together, learning from yesterday but not being bound by it. This is the path to true unity and lasting peace. It wasn't revolutionary, but it carried weight. Every word felt considered, measured, the voice of experience speaking to both tradition and progress. When he finished, he received enthusiastic applause from both the audience and those on stage. After all, while ordinary villagers might not understand the nuances, the ninja audience knew he was merely running as a formality. Despite this, the old man showed no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he cooperated fully and caused no unnecessary disruptions among the candidates. His nominal opponents respected him greatly. Hura had achieved his goal, dispelling part of the stereotype associated with the Shimura clan due to Denzo. These stereotypes, although seemingly minor, manifested in sayings like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and like father, like son. Some people believed that if the Shimura clan could produce a big villain like Denzo, there must be some inherent darkness in the family. Hura's only motivation for participating in the election was to challenge that notion. As he stepped down from the stage, everyone perked up. The professional placeholder had completed his role perfectly. Now, it was time for the real contenders. The excitement was high. Though it might seem like they were watching the drama unfold, everyone was genuinely eager to hear Fugaku's speech. The crowd's attention shifted noticeably, like a compass needle finding north. Traditionally, the Uchiha clan had played the role of formal participants. But this time, the Uchiha clan had shown remarkable strength. The Inuzuka clan had openly declared their support for the Uchiha, and although the Hyuga clan hadn't explicitly stated their position, their actions suggested otherwise. It was rumored that the Hyuga clan had a saying, "Whoever Elder Shijime supports, we support." And Shijime had publicly declared her personal support for Fugaku. So, he had become the dark horse. Now, in Hidden Leaf Village, mentioning Fugaku brought two impressions to mind: his mediocre calligraphy skills and his strong candidacy as a Hokage advisor. The first impression of his amateur hobbies stuck with people because it resonated with them. After all, who doesn't have a hobby they're terrible at but still enjoy? As a result, people felt closer to the Uchiha clan. They were no longer seen as aloof but rather as approachable eccentrics, not at all unlikable. With this mindset, when people saw that the second person to take the stage was Shikaku, they were visibly disappointed. They still had to wait. How dull. Seeing the audience's thoughts plainly on their faces, Shikaku could only sigh helplessly. This is such a drag, his expression seemed to say. Especially when even Minato looked openly regretful, he almost burst out in frustration. Get serious. You're the Hokage. Troublesome. I'm really unpopular, huh? He began with a self-deprecating comment. The crowd burst into laughter. At least he was self-aware. We do like you, but your timing's just bad, someone from the audience called out, triggering another wave of laughter. Even the four dignitaries on stage chuckled, thoroughly entertained. Minato laughed the loudest, though his eyes held a knowing look. Despite being someone who hated trouble, Shikaku was adept at handling any situation. He turned his apparent awkwardness into a masterful performance. Since I'm already the most troublesome candidate up here, I might as well be honest, he said, scratching his head. Most of you probably think I'm just filling a slot. The Nara clan's representative, right? Well, you're not wrong. The crowd chuckled, but Shikaku's eyes sharpened slightly. But being troublesome and being useless aren't the same thing. You know what's really troublesome? Thinking we've achieved peace just because we're strong right now. He gestured broadly. Look around. Beautiful village, right? Strong ninja, advanced techniques, solid alliances. Very comfortable. His voice took on a more serious edge. Almost too comfortable. You know what happens to deer when they get too comfortable? They forget to watch for wolves. The laughter had died down, replaced by attentive silence. The previous generations worked themselves to exhaustion building what we have. The first Hokage's wood-style techniques still protect us. The second's water jutsu still flow through our pipes. The third students became legendary. The fourth. He glanced at Minato with a slight smirk. Well, he's still causing me trouble. More laughter, but thoughtful this time. My point is, their work isn't finished, it's entrusted to us. Sure, it's troublesome. Sure, it'd be easier to just enjoy what we have. But that's not what Hidden Leaf Village stands for. His voice carried clearly now, all traces of laziness gone. We need to stay true to our original intentions, and keep an eye on the future. Not just the easy parts, all of it. The hard training, the constant vigilance, the willingness to work together even when it's troublesome. Because the shinobi world doesn't get less dangerous just because we wish it would. He looked around at the silent crowd. That's all. Too troublesome to say more. As he turned to leave, he added almost casually, besides, I hear the next speakers are more interesting anyway. His speech resonated with the ninja audience, who nodded in agreement, while the villagers felt reassured. Trust Shikaku to make even serious warnings feel light, several jonin commented quietly. The audience's serious mindset, however, lasted only until Shikaku bowed and stepped down. No one lingered on formality, the real show was still to come. Compared to the first two candidates, the atmosphere surrounding the next pair was much tenser. Fugaku and Tazuna locked eyes. "Tazuna, you seem a little nervous," Fugaku said with a smile. But inwardly, he was far from calm, as he saw the fire in Tazuna's eyes, an all-or-nothing resolve. This guy clearly planned to stir up some major drama, likely involving that subject. Fugaku recalled the letter from Masashi, which had been both reassuring and perplexing. How did Masashi know so much about the Saratobi clan? Moreover, the boy had a habit of withholding critical details. Fugaku hadn't anticipated this scenario at first. Sometimes, he couldn't tell if Masashi was a meticulous strategist or just impulsive. Strategic planning didn't seem to fit Masashi's public persona. Fugaku personally leaned toward the latter. "Would you mind if I went first?" Fugaku asked, carefully gauging his opponent's reaction. "Well, I actually do mind," Tazuna replied with a stern face, only to break into a smile. "Just kidding. We're not enemies. Let's each give it our best." In Tazuna's eyes, the fire never wavered. The friendly words couldn't mask his resolve. "Then I'll take the lead," Fugaku said. He nodded to Tazuna and stepped onto the stage. He was immediately met by countless pairs of shining, eager eyes. It almost unsettled him. The weight of clan expectations, village politics, and personal ambition all converged in this moment. Turning first to greet the four dignitaries, Fugaku saw Minato and Hiruzen smiling kindly and encouragingly, while the two advisors wore measured expressions. For some reason, he recalled something Masashi had jokingly said while asking for funding. Some become Hokage because there's no higher position to give them. Others become advisors because it's the only position they can hold. Though the statement was clearly biased, Fugaku found it surprisingly accurate in this moment. Pushing the thought aside, he turned to the expectant crowd and spoke. "People of Hidden Leaf Village. I'm Fugaku, and I," before he could finish, someone shouted from the crowd. "No need to introduce yourself. We all know you're bad at things but love doing them. Just get to the point." Fugaku's face instantly darkened. "You idiot. How dare you say that in front of everyone? I implore you to be kind." "What? What bad? I don't even like calligraphy," he stammered, his carefully prepared opening grumbling. The crowd roared with laughter. The same teasing voice called out again. "We weren't talking about calligraphy. Just get to the main point, we've been waiting forever." Chapter 91, A Banker's Revolution. Watching Fugaku interact with the crowd from the stage, Tazuna couldn't help but feel envious. The easy rapport, the natural charisma, even when flustered, Fugaku commanded attention. The Uchiha, after all, they were the Uchiha. In the minds of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja, they always held a special place. Their very name carried weight that the Saratobi, for all their achievements, couldn't match. Before the clan meeting, he had indeed thought about vying for the position of Hokage advisor, but as soon as the meeting started, he gave up. The current Saratobi clan was in a very precarious situation. The danger they faced wasn't one of declining strength but of mindset. The decline in the Saratobi clan's strength was only evident at the highest level. In terms of overall strength, they were still among the top in Hidden Leaf Village, which wasn't an issue given the current circumstances. But the mindset, that was fatal. Ninja clans were not all the same. While strength could be nurtured and gradually cultivated, the ability of a clan to sustain itself was difficult to improve after the fact. An organization like a ninja village was a natural predator for most ninja clans. Putting aside the mythical stories about the Sage of Six Paths, all the current ninja clans were born during the Warring States period. They emerged within the framework of traditional clans, spurred by the need to preserve and pass on ninjutsu. However, there was an inherent difference between clans with bloodline limit and those without, particularly in terms of sustainability. Without a bloodline limit, or at least a sufficiently powerful one, the foundation of a ninja clan lay solely in the inheritance of ninjutsu. The ninja village model created by Hashirama inherently provided a better platform for individual ninjas without bloodline limits, offering the most comprehensive ninjutsu library and a relatively fair mechanism for accessing ninjutsu. This meant that talented individuals no longer needed clan support to access powerful techniques. But for a clan without a bloodline limit or a unique secret technique, this same advantage became their greatest weakness. When individual ninja could learn techniques directly from the village, the clan's role as a repository of jutsu became redundant. The impact on such clans was devastating. They could lose their purpose and collapse in no time. Ninjas were pragmatic. For ninja clans without bloodline limit, their original purpose as guardians and teachers of ninjutsu was undermined by the village system. With their techniques now accessible through village institutions, clan bonds weakened, with members placing little emphasis on distant blood relations. Their priorities focused solely on their immediate families. After all, this was a group fundamentally driven by the pursuit of power. The First Great Ninja War accelerated this evolution. By the Second Great Ninja War, many of the civilian ninjas who had swelled in number were originally members of ninja clans. These individuals chose the ninja village over their clans, transitioning into small, family-based units of ninjas. During that era, it wasn't uncommon for an entire family of 3 to be ninjas. The Sarutobi clan's survival to this point was largely due to their relatively independent ninjutsu system and Hiruzen's influential role as Hokage. However, the independence of the Sarutobi clan's ninjutsu system was limited. Compared to this, the secret technique clans like the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimaki, as well as the Aburame and Inyuzuka clans, possessed techniques that were on par with Bloodline Limit in terms of uniqueness and independence. And of course, clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, which relied on pure Bloodline Limit, didn't even need to be mentioned. Their dujutsu necessitated a bloodline, granting them unmatched cohesion. The ninja village system had little impact on such clans. Even though they were all called ninja clans, fundamentally, they weren't the same. However, such ninja clans were rare, and the Sarutobi clan was not among them. The behavior of the clan members at the meeting made Tazuna realize that the Sarutobi clan's members were utterly unaware of this reality. The third Hokage had protected them too well. As the clan leader, he bore some responsibility too. On a personal level, he didn't need to compete for the Hokage advisor position. If he had been a bit more selfish, he could have lived out the rest of his days comfortably. But having grown up in this clan, he couldn't bear to see such a bleak future. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. People eventually would die, no matter how strong they were, even someone like Sasuke. After death, they were remembered by only one identity, a powerful member of the Sarutobi clan. He didn't want the Sarutobi clan's ninjas to one day vanish from the world. This solution might be clumsy, but for the Sarutobi clan now, there was no better option. Tazuna collected his thoughts and looked toward the stage. He wanted to hear what Fugaku had to say. At that moment, on stage, he began his presentation. After recovering from the initial interruption, Fugaku straightened his posture and met the crowd's gaze directly. "Let me tell you about strength," Fugaku began. "Not just the strength of jutsu or combat, but the kind of strength that builds villages and secures futures. We talk about protecting Hidden Leaf Village, but what exactly are we protecting?" He gestured to the marketplace visible in the distance. "We protect the merchant setting up his stall before dawn. The craftsman perfecting her tools late into the night. The farmer tending crops that feed our children. These people, are Hidden Leaf Village's true strength." His eyes swept across the crowd. But protection isn't just about keeping enemies at bay. It's about ensuring our people can thrive. To make the village truly strong, we need financial power. And for our financial resources to grow, we need to make everyone, not just the wealthy few, more prosperous. Masashi was right, they're listening now. This topic wasn't novel, it was rather old-fashioned and had been brought up before. Everyone could practically recite it from memory, as it had essentially been the guiding policy during the third Hokage's tenure. Initiatives to attract investment had started during the third's era. However, as a rising star, Fugaku garnered more patience and attention from his audience. In the crowd, whispers began to circulate. "Is he suggesting the village become a bank?" one merchant muttered. "Look at what we've achieved in the Uchiha district," Fugaku continued, warming to his subject. 3 years ago, we started small. A shopkeeper needed funds to expand. A young ninja needed equipment. We pooled our resources, created a system of fair lending. Today, that shop employs 6 people. That ninja leads missions that bring income to the village." He turned slightly to include both civilians and ninja in his address. "Now imagine this on a village-wide scale. Working with the daimyo's government, we can create a system that makes funds available to those who need them most. Not just handouts, but real opportunities. When a talented craftsman needs a workshop, when a promising merchant needs inventory, when a ninja clan needs to develop new training facilities, the village can help." His voice grew more passionate. "But this isn't just about money. It's about building a stronger Hidden Leaf Village from the ground up. When we centralize these resources effectively, everyone benefits. The civilian gets their business. The ninja gets their equipment. The village gets increased revenue. The cycle feeds itself." In truth, Fugaku didn't fully understand all of the ideas that Masashi had proposed, but it didn't stop him from explaining them to the best of his ability. The success of the Uchiha clan wasn't a fluke. Even if his explanation wasn't comprehensive, he was confident it wouldn't be wrong. And besides, some of Masashi's original phrasing couldn't be repeated verbatim. Could he really say something like robbing the rich to give to the poor in front of everyone? That would undoubtedly cause an uproar among the ninja clans present. Even though Masashi's interpretation of robbing the rich to give to the poor didn't carry that literal meaning, a slight misstep in phrasing could spell trouble with so many ears listening. The audience leaned forward, caught up in his vision. Even those who didn't grasp all the economic details could feel the weight of possibility in his words. Throughout the crowd, people began nodding, seeing their own hopes reflected in his plans. But let's be specific, Fugaku continued, sensing their engagement. What does this mean for you? For the merchant working to expand their business, it means fair loans with reasonable terms. For the ninja clan developing new training methods, it means access to resources without compromising their independence. For the craftsman with a new idea, it means the chance to turn that idea into reality. He paused. In the crowd, people were nudging each other, whispering excitedly. This wasn't just talk about abstract prosperity, these were real possibilities they could grasp. Now, some might ask, why not leave this to private lenders? Fugaku's tone shifted, becoming more focused. Because private lenders serve themselves first. The village serves its people first. When we establish this system, every ryo of profit goes back into making Hidden Leaf Village stronger. He began laying out the specifics, his words carefully chosen to reach different segments of his audience. The merchants in the crowd perked up at mentions of trade incentives. Clan heads nodded at references to resource allocation. Ordinary villagers smiled at the promise of practical support. Think of it as building a network of support, he explained, making complex ideas accessible. Just as our ninja teams support each other in battle, our economic system should support every villager trying to build a better life. Fugaku was describing a system where the village would pool idle resources to lend to organizations or individuals in need, help them resolve their issues, and later recover the resources in monetary or material form. Most of the time, the village would act as a guarantor and supervisor. It was just a form of lending, not exactly revolutionary. What gave the audience a fresh perspective was his detailed institutional design to prevent lenders from exploiting borrowers or borrowers from maliciously defaulting. But he wasn't just talking about loans. He also discussed various subsidies. Although the process wasn't entirely clear to everyone, the outcome was, as a special privilege of Hidden Leaf Village, many expenses, like public transportation and production tools, would be subsidized by the village. On stage, Minato and Hiruzen listened intently, particularly Hiruzen. He understood the concept. If Fugaku's design could be implemented, both the village and its citizens would indeed benefit. To be fair, Fugaku's plan, while involving many loan-based measures, was genuinely about contributing to the village. It was a solid and practical approach that addressed both fiscal needs and the wealth-building aspirations of the villagers, without prioritizing profit-making. The main issue was, where would Fugaku find the resources to fill the gaps? There weren't many philanthropists capable of funding such efforts. As Fugaku delved deeper into his plan, Hiruzen's eyes began to light up with understanding. Chapter 92, The Last Speech. Never given. The Uchiha clan's shortcomings are well known in Hidden Leaf Village, and anyone who has had even a little interaction with them could list a few. However, having dealt with this clan for decades, Hiruzen believed the Uchiha's flaw boiled down to just one thing: they couldn't sell a dream. Or, put simply, their words were too grounded in reality, focusing solely on the present while neglecting the future. In the Hokage's building, being able to articulate a vision for the future is a basic skill. Yet, when the Uchiha communicated, they tended to be direct and matter-of-fact. If you forced them to talk about the future, they would create an honest plan, no exaggerations. If something couldn't be achieved, they would tell you outright, refusing to deceive. But when someone spoke too realistically, it became hard to inspire hope in others. Today, however, Fugaku made Hiruzen reevaluate the clan. The Uchiha seemed to have had an epiphany. In Fugaku's proposal, practicality and vision were seamlessly combined. As for the logic of drawing external resources to benefit the village, Hiruzen had no objections. The Land of Fire itself relied on its national strength to extract resources from its surrounding nations. Not every allied nation existed merely as a military buffer. In the end, the Great Ninja Wars would inevitably escalate into state-driven conflicts, with major nations competing over the valuable resources provided by their allies. The 5 great nations not only fought on the lands of smaller countries but also depended on these satellite states for manpower, materials, and wealth. Fugaku's proposal would be immensely challenging to implement, requiring the full cooperation of both Hidden Leaf Village and the Fire Daimyo's government. Nevertheless, it was feasible. And that was enough. In the Hokage's building, one had to have both practical skills and visionary thinking. Stroking his beard, Hiruzen chuckled softly and leisurely took a puff from his pipe. This year's Hokage advisor election was shaping up to be very interesting. He hoped the Saratobi clan would perform just as impressively. On stage, Fugaku's speech continued. In the audience, listeners frequently asked questions, which he patiently answered. But how would this affect existing businesses? A merchant called out. Think of it as investment in your future customers, Fugaku replied smoothly. What about those of us who can't afford to wait? A civilian stood up. That's exactly why we need this system. This was turning out to be a very successful speech. The previous two candidates had merely talked uninterrupted from start to finish. That was how it had always been. Fugaku's approach was entirely unprecedented. Toward the end, some of the other candidates couldn't hold back and started asking questions themselves. Shikaku asked the most questions. He no longer seemed to view this as a speech, unconsciously adopting the role of a strategist. His questions were practical. Fugaku was pleased. From Shikaku's attitude, he sensed strong approval. Shikaku wasn't nitpicking, he was earnestly discussing the feasibility of Fugaku's plan. Fugaku, how do you plan to establish the standards for distributing welfare? It will be limited to production behaviors that directly benefit the village and to encouraging public transport usage. For instance, transportation subsidies could reduce ticket prices, and production activities could be supported through interest-free or low-interest loans. But merchants aim to make a profit. How do you persuade them to lend money to villagers without profit? That involves a more complex mechanism. Shikaku, you can think of it as an embedded component of the long-term products they purchase. The funds would be locked in and not retrievable until the agreed term ends. How would you ensure the operator acts without self-interest? First, this welfare is limited to eligible villagers, so its scale is small. Second, the village and operators co-manage the system, with the village overseeing operations. If someone attempts to exploit it, well, we're not merchants. We're ninja, and we have our own methods. Interesting way to phrase surveillance, Shikaku noted with a slight smile. Monitoring ensures compliance, Fugaku responded evenly. Alright. I won't ask what methods those are. What are the eligibility criteria? First, you must hold hidden leave village citizenship. Then, you must be a producer. Eligible activities include agriculture and handicrafts. Subsidy rates will vary depending on specific products. So only production activities, not commercial ones? Shikaku pointed out what he saw as a significant flaw in the plan. This essentially excluded the village's interest groups. Though the idea had moral merit, ninja clans rarely pursued ideas based solely on reputation. How did the Uchiha convince the Hyuga and Inyazuka? How did this proposal pass internal scrutiny within the Uchiha clan itself? Commercial activities yield stable profits. Since the village imposes no taxes, how could we subsidize them? Fugaku countered with a question before continuing. Agriculture is vulnerable to external factors leading to poor or failed harvests, while basic industrial workers often have limited earning potential. Without help, it's difficult for them to achieve true prosperity. The village must assist them. He hesitated here and pulled out a small notebook, flipping to the relevant section. Moreover, increasing the wealth of this segment of villagers inherently supports commercial enterprises. The village should support commerce not through subsidies but by facilitating access to various forms of short-term funds for eligible business organizations and individuals. Of course, certain fees would apply, and fund usage must be monitored to ensure compliance. Closing the notebook, he summarized in a clear voice, rules are essential for stability. The village must not only protect its people but also pay attention to their income levels. Reasonable regulation of income distribution is the path to shared prosperity. You've prepared thoroughly. Not at all. Most of it is Masashi's idea. So modest, Shikaku chuckled. I've finished my questions. You're too kind, Fugaku replied with a slight smile, scanning the room. Does anyone else have questions? I do, Tazuna spoke up. He had remained silent throughout, listening intently. It wasn't that he lacked material to discredit Fugaku, rather, he realized that Fugaku's speech had rendered his prepared criticisms obsolete. Some allegations were baseless to begin with, forced criticisms with no real foundation. After all, even if the Uchiha were known for lending at high interest rates, they only extended credit to those they deemed wealthy or influential. Exploiting ordinary families? Never. Preying on the poor? Impossible. If anyone dared to misuse the Uchiha name for such actions. The Uchiha weren't good at playing the sympathetic friend, but they excelled at sending people home for the holidays. Now, the Uchiha were even planning to financially support ordinary villagers. Calling this lending seemed a stretch. Those interest rates were purely symbolic and couldn't even cover the costs of gathering the funds. They were losing money to earn goodwill. By the time Fugaku finished speaking, Tazuna's script was effectively useless. He deeply regretted allowing Fugaku to go first. The Uchiha turned his head to look at Tazuna. Tazuna, what is your question? To achieve what you are proposing, wouldn't it bring endless trouble to the village? Tazuna asked. This question wasn't entirely aimed at criticizing Fugaku, it was a genuine concern of his. To implement these plans you've described would require a large sum of money. The only entities capable of providing such funding would be the nobles or major ninja clans. If the costs can't be recouped, revoking the policy would be a minor issue compared to the countless enemies the village might face. We certainly have corresponding measures to prevent such problems. I think you've misunderstood. The core purpose of this plan isn't to simply amass funds but to channel idle and dispersed resources to those who need them most to maximize efficiency. He gazed at the Saratobi clan leader, and an inexplicable sense of superiority emerged within him. This feeling was exhilarating. Was this how Masashi had looked at him back then? However, his expression remained gentle and friendly. Years of clan leadership had taught him the value of a composed facade. We ninja handle all sorts of tasks, and intelligence gathering is something we excel at. Historically, our relationship with the Land of Fire has been limited to a militaristic mercenary arrangement in the interest of national defense. But ninjas aren't solely useful in times of war. For example, our genin don't just fight for the nation, they also take on commissions from villagers and citizens outside the village to solve everyday problems. This is no different. Tazuna frowned slightly. I'm not sure I follow the connection. Then let me explain how our current system works, Fugaku said, shifting to address Tazuna's confusion directly. The 5 great nations already use paper currency issued by the daimyo's office. The system exists, but it's inefficient. Inefficient how? Tazuna asked, leaning forward slightly. Consider the grassroots level, Fugaku replied. Private lending is the only option available to most people, and it has no official regulation. Who do you think controls most of the wealth? The nobles and ninja clans, Tazuna answered, his brow furrowing. Exactly. And while lending between ninja clans is straightforward enough, what happens when nobles want to lend money? Fugaku's eyes fixed on him. They have to hire ninja to investigate potential borrowers. The costs become astronomical. But surely there must be some successful transactions? Fugaku shook his head. The risks and costs are too high. Ordinary people can't afford to borrow, and nobles won't lend freely. Do you know what this means? He paused. Vast amounts of wealth sit idle, unused. The daimyo's office is constantly troubled by this. They can see these idle resources but can't forcibly compel nobles to contribute their wealth. And this affects everyone, Tazuna said. Precisely. Look at what's happening now. The daimyo's office is forced to allocate significant funds annually just to maintain social stability. They're funding infrastructure projects to provide jobs for the starving lower classes. They've even implemented child-rearing allowances to prevent impoverished families from abandoning their children. That's where Hidden Leaf Village comes in, Fugaku continued. With our military leverage and intelligence networks, we can facilitate these transactions safely. And if some loans default? Someone asked. Even in the worst case, any compensation would be negligible compared to our total revenue. It's a guaranteed win. The more Fugaku elaborated, the graver the expressions of the 4 high-ranking officials in the Hokage office became. They understood the implications all too well. Having successfully transitioned to an operational model and built a solid reputation, the Uchiha clan would hold an absolutely dominant position under this plan, one that no other could replace. The reality was clear. If the Hokage office intended to implement this plan, Fugaku would have to enter the Hokage office. He would have to become the Hokage advisor. But the current situation? Tazuna began hesitantly. Let me be frank about our current reality, Fugaku cut in. Repeated invasions have weakened the Land of Fire's ability to exploit neighboring countries. Meanwhile, Hidden Cloud's village, after initiating 2 wars, grows stronger. He stood, pacing slowly as he continued. Local officials are overwhelmed with work. And while the Land of Fire remains the most powerful nation, its ability to fund our village has weakened significantly. And Hidden Cloud's village? Someone asked. Their development follows a different path entirely. Their financial power grows while ours diminishes. Fugaku's gaze swept the place. The choice is simple, either we work together for mutual benefit, or everyone suffers as we continue this internal competition. The Uchiha clan had laid out the choices clearly. There were only 2 options. The Hokage office couldn't reject this. To sustain a military organization of Hidden Leaf Village's scale, financial power was paramount. So you're saying? Tazuna started. I'm saying that without proper funding, we'll lose half our military strength within a decade. Is that what we want for Hidden Leaf Village? In the original timeline, Hidden Cloud's village became the wealthiest village in the ninja world within a decade or so. It boasted strong internal cohesion and military power, while Hidden Leaf Village's forces shrank to half their peak strength. The village's strategy grew conservative, plagued by internal issues. The Uchiha clan massacre was one of the worst outcomes of Hidden Leaf Village's declining finances, reduced military power, and intensified internal competition. In this timeline, Such a tragedy wouldn't occur, but if the Hokage office still intended to exclude the Uchiha, the inevitable consequence would be a shrinking military. A weakened Hidden Leaf Village was unacceptable to Minato. He had grown up during Hidden Leaf Village's golden era, a time of flourishing prosperity. It was also intolerable to the other ninja clans. That would render all past sacrifices meaningless. Lives would have been lost in vain. When Fugaku laid this grim reality before everyone, the balance of opinions began to shift. No one remembered they were here to observe anymore. Tazuna, in particular, was speechless. At this point, anything he said would be a joke. If the Sarutobi fell, Hidden Leaf Village might survive. But if Hidden Leaf Village fell, the Sarutobi would surely perish. There was no point in taking a desperate gamble now. Fugaku wasn't just presenting a choice to the Hokage office, he was also presenting one to the Sarutobi clan. The solution was in front of them. Would they keep competing? Tazuna was numb, feeling extremely conflicted. Do you have any further questions? Fugaku asked again. Tazuna opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He looked around. Everyone was staring at him. In their eyes, he saw traces of impatience, as if they were silently asking, "Are you stupid or just malicious?" Finally, he sees reason, a clan member whispered. What truly crushed him was that some of these gazes came from members of the Sarutobi clan itself. The Sarutobi clan included many ordinary individuals who fell into the category of villagers. I have no further questions. Tazuna lowered his head. However, I support Shikaku's governance plan. What a troublesome position to put me in, Shikaku thought, barely suppressing a sigh. Tazuna, Minato suddenly spoke. You may prepare your speech. No, Hokage-sama, I withdraw, Tazuna muttered. He felt Hiruzen's gaze upon him, filled with disappointment. But he was powerless. The two sides weren't even in the same league, he didn't even qualify to fight anymore. I see. Understood. Minato turned to Hiruzen. Sandaime-sama, what do you think? Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and withdrew his gaze from Tazuna. Tazuna truly wasn't suited for this sort of thing. At least, in the end, he didn't go overboard. I believe we should proceed with the voting. Chapter 93, Welcome Home, Hero? As Masashi once again saw the gates of Hidden Leaf Village under the night sky after traversing half of the Land of Fire, he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. At this point, the Stoic clan leader had to have already gone through the first round of voting. The votes shouldn't look too bad. Her was just there as a formality, so no real competition there. Shikaku and Tazuna would be fighting over votes amongst themselves, and the Hyuga clan might even throw a few votes toward the Uchiha. Their vote tally shouldn't look as pitiful as it used to. As for Uchiha getting the most votes overall, he hadn't even considered that possibility. The Hokage faction couldn't possibly be that incompetent. The Uchiha were politically inept, so their focus had always been on making money. The Hokage faction, on the other hand, had both power and wealth. All they needed to do was centralize authority where needed, delegate appropriately, and play the card of civilian rights with the villagers. Their votes would be solid. This kind of thing wasn't Masashi's forte, and even if he wanted to make suggestions, he wouldn't know where to start. After all, his expertise was in physical combat, not politics. In his previous life, even though he held official positions, there was no politics to speak of. With two major figures overshadowing everything, no one dared to challenge their dominance. Who would dare go against them? Those were simpler times. You either followed orders or disappeared. Working under such titans left little opportunity for Masashi to accumulate political experience. As he pondered his next steps, he approached the village gates. Masashi-sama. The gate guards greeted him enthusiastically, startling him from his thoughts. Oh, hello there, Masashi replied. You're back in the village? If I'm not back, then am I leaving? What kind of question is that? Masashi gave a polite smile. Yes, I just returned. Let's get the paperwork done. Oh, there's no need for that. You can just go straight in. What? Are you trying to get me into trouble? I want to register. Hurry up. What kind of attitude is this? Ignoring Hidden Leaf Village's rules and regulations. Who even trained these people? Masashi noticed the familiar armband on the ninja's right arm. Ah, they're with the police force. Wait, what? The police force? Did they expand the force this quickly? The Stoic clan leader couldn't have moved this fast without approval. Sighing at Fugaku's recklessness, he completed his registration and teleported back to the Uchiha compound using Flying Thunder God. At first glance, he thought he had arrived at the wrong place. The entire compound was decked out in celebratory decorations. Bright beams of light shot into the sky as enormous fireworks bloomed, scattering like rain. Something's definitely wrong. Excited clan members were everywhere. When someone spotted him, They shouted his name, and the crowd surged toward him. Before he knew it, Masashi was hoisted into the air and tossed upward. What the hell just happened? Can someone explain this to me? As he landed and felt the crowd preparing to toss him again, he hurriedly waved his arms and shouted, "Wait. Hold on. What's going on? If they throw me again, I swear I'll use substitution jutsu." "Masashi, you don't know?" a clansman asked with a grin. "Fugaku-sama has been appointed as Hokage advisor." "What? That wasn't part of any scenario I considered." Masashi turned to see a familiar elder. "Uncle Fujibayashi? But wasn't the voting just starting?" "There's no need for voting. Everyone else withdrew." Fujibayashi chuckled. "You were out of the village, so you didn't know. Fugaku-sama presented your proposal and won over everyone." "Nonsense. What proposal of mine? I never wrote any proposal. Fugaku's gone and done something outrageous again." "That wasn't me," Masashi said, struggling to process the information. "It was the clan Fugaku-sama's idea." "But seriously, everyone withdrew?" "Yes. Tazuna was the first to step down." "Tazuna? That weakling? But why did Shikaku also withdraw? What kind of game is the Hokage faction playing? I hadn't even played my trump card yet. You're telling me the game's already over? Do you have any idea what I went through at the daimyo's palace these past few days? One of his ministers even dragged me to tea sessions. Although, to be fair, the tea was quite good." "Wait, this isn't the point." Seeing Masashi's dumbfounded expression, the clansman assumed he understood and cheered again, tossing him into the air like a ragdoll. As one of the few contemporary masters of the Flying Thunder God, Masashi found himself completely disoriented by their enthusiastic tossing. The crowd's excitement only attracted more clan members to join the fun. Eventually, after everyone had taken their turn, they finally set him down. After planting his feet firmly on the ground, he felt relieved. Then he noticed someone leaning against his house, Pakura, smiling faintly at him. Looking back, he realized he had been carried straight to his doorstep. Pakura was no longer in her usual tight combat outfit. Instead, she wore a loose, kimono-style casual dress and even had light makeup on. She looked stunning. Except for the fact that he'd just made a complete fool of himself. "This is how the Uchiha clan operates, everyone's like family, no need for formalities," Masashi said as he tidied his clothes and tried to explain. "By the way, that outfit looks great on you. Where did you get it?" "Mikoto gave it to me," Pakura replied, her smile widening. "White Ghost, even you can end up in such a mess." "White Ghost?" Masashi was puzzled. "Your nickname, it's already spread far and wide." Masashi was stunned. That embarrassing nickname from Hidden Mist Village had gotten out? Realizing this, his mood instantly plummeted. "I guess it's fine," he sighed. "But this turn of events, I really didn't see it coming." "Your clan doesn't see it that way," Pakura said with a laugh. "They're calling you the hero behind it all." "I don't have that kind of ability." "It was a collective effort," Masashi replied, shaking his head. In the shinobi world, individual prowess could sometimes outshine collective efforts, like when Hashirama used his charisma to unite people and establish Hidden Leaf Village. But such cases were rare exceptions. The second notable exception in the original timeline was Naruto. This world was essentially a playground for the Six Paths family. Everyone else was just playing catch-up. "Want to take a walk with me?" Pakura suddenly asked. "Huh? Sure, let me just change clothes," Masashi said, heading inside. "After all the tossing around, I must look a mess." But she grabbed his arm and leaned in, her touch soft and warm. "Looks like the situation really caught you off guard," Pakura said, tightening her grip. "You should come out and see for yourself." In Masashi's memory, the nights in Hidden Leaf Village had always been tranquil. As more people came, it gradually grew livelier, but the level of bustle remained moderate. The original commercial street was just a place filled with small stalls. When he came back for a second round, oh wow, the commercial street had everything. As a frequent visitor to the commercial street, he immediately felt something slightly different as he stepped onto the street. The people of Hidden Leaf Village walking along the street were all wearing expressions he was once very familiar with. They were all talking about the new Hokage advisor matter. From their conversations, he confirmed it. Fugaku had really become the Hokage advisor. This was absurd. Masashi realized one thing: Hidden Leaf Village's financial crisis had come even faster than he had anticipated. As a key contributor, how does it feel right now? Pakura's voice cut through his thoughts. "What key contributor?" Masashi turned to look at her. "You're getting quite skilled at teasing people now, huh? What happened to your aloof demeanor? This isn't Hidden Sand Village." Pakura's reply was rather layered, her expression very relaxed. "I just want to live a carefree life too." "Fair enough." Masashi sighed. I want to live a carefree life too. You think like that as well? Why wouldn't I? You've been in Hidden Leaf Village for quite a while now, you should have noticed, right? No, in my opinion, the situation of the Uchiha clan isn't that bad at all. Bakura suddenly grabbed Masashi and pulled him toward a store. It was a shoe shop. Pulled inside, he watched as Bakura let go of him and began looking at shoes. In Hidden Sand Village, the Uchiha clan's lifestyle is something even the most powerful clans would envy, she said as she picked out a pair of shoes and began trying them on. As she bent down to try them on, her clothing struggled to keep her modesty. That's really tragic. Masashi couldn't help but comment. Hidden Sand Village is in such a state, and yet there's been no rebellion? The Land of Wind is a poor country, Bakura said as she removed the shoes and asked a store clerk nearby, could you get me a size larger, please? Of course. The clerk was sharp enough to notice Bakura had entered arm in arm with Masashi and didn't say anything unnecessary. Among other things, Masashi's dusty Hidden Leaf Village ninja outfit was clearly a key detail. The clerk moved quickly and soon brought over a new pair of shoes. But as she handed them over, she gave Masashi a sly wink and said, your girlfriend is really beautiful. What a great figure. Masashi was speechless. If this clerk weren't a woman, with that expression, he might have thought he'd run into some kind of lecture. Bakura had already put on the new shoes and was spinning around for a look. Masashi, how do I look in these? He squinted, trying hard to discern any differences, but... fantastic. He gave a big thumbs up. Sigh. He couldn't tell the difference at all. They all looked the same, didn't they? You're so convincing in your insincerity, Bakura remarked approvingly. No wonder you helped your clan leader successfully campaign for the Hokage advisor position. She hadn't forgotten her first day in Hidden Leaf Village when he had brazenly concocted nonsense right in front of her with the Hokage. Back then, she'd thought this guy had great potential, and sure enough, he'd delivered. He'd gotten Fugaku appointed as the Hokage advisor. That was secondary, though, the proposal itself was truly impressive. If Hidden Sand Village had someone like him, Raza wouldn't have to spend his post-work hours panning for gold. I'll take these shoes, please wrap them up for me, Bakura said to the clerk. Got it. Please wait a moment. The clerk cheerfully wrapped the shoes, placed them in a bag, and handed it over, directly to Masashi. Oh, she wants me to carry it. He didn't react at first, probably because he'd just come back from the daimyo's mansion, where he hadn't carried anything himself. The lifestyle of the nobility was truly decadent. After taking the bag and paying, he looked at Bakura and asked, just one pair? Her spending seemed pretty restrained. Back when he'd gone shopping with girls, they were always power shoppers. So generous? Bakura said with a playful smirk, covering her mouth with her hand. Be careful, or I might bankrupt you. That's impossible, Masashi said. You might not know, but I'm actually very wealthy now. Never mind then, Bakura said, shaking her head. I won't trouble you. Her pride as a former Hidden Sand Village ninja showed through. She hooked her arm back through his, and the two left the store, continuing to stroll along the street. Bakura was in a great mood that evening. She'd stop to check out snacks one moment and try on clothes the next. Her eyes sparkled with a joy that had been absent in Hidden Sand Village. She's adapted well to life here, Masashi noted, watching her examine a display of colorful fabrics. But she always insisted on paying quickly, never giving him a chance to foot the bill. Masashi didn't mind showing some generosity, but seeing how much she cared about it, he let it slide. Masashi? He turned around and saw someone he knew. Hokage-sama? Out shopping? He noticed Minato carrying several full bags in both hands. Even the Hokage can't escape shopping duty. Inside the shop, a flash of fiery red appeared. Kushina stepped out of the fitting room with a battle-ready look on her face. Goodness, it was a kimono with a daring cut. Masashi looked at Kushina, then at the somewhat awkward-looking Minato. The Hokage's discomfort was almost visible. Hokage-sama. You're quite the player, huh? Huh? Minato looked utterly confused but felt certain this wasn't a proper comment. His face reddened slightly. Masashi, you got it wrong. I'm just accompanying Kushina to buy clothes. Huh, I get it, Masashi said, raising his thumb again. Quality of life is important. I understand completely. Oh? Masashi, you're here too? Kushina finally noticed him and the bag he was holding. That brand. You're out shopping with a girl? Masashi shifted to reveal Bakura standing behind him. She stepped forward. Kushina-sama, Bakura greeted politely. She'd adapted well to Hidden Leaf Village's style by now. When walking the streets, no one suspected she wasn't a local. Her accent had even picked up some of Hidden Leaf Village's lilting tones. Ah. I remember. You're Bakura, right? Yes. I've heard a lot about you. I'm nothing compared to you, Kushina-sama. The two women began exchanging compliments, their conversation flowing naturally despite their different origins. The poor man looks like he needs help. Watching Minato's deadpan expression, Masashi decided to share a piece of wisdom. Hokage-sama. Call me Minato, Masashi. Alright, Minato. Want some advice? It'll help you stand more comfortably. Oh? As expected of you. Tell me. Stand tall like a pine tree. You've got room for improvement, my dear Hokage. Chapter 94, The Geography of Power in the World of Shinobi. Hidden villages were equivalent to the great cities of their respective nations. Hidden Stone's village was located in the mountains, where rainwater and melted snow formed stable rivers, ensuring the village's water supply. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Earth could only be described as slightly better off than the Land of Wind. Despite its vast territory, the land was barren, with much of it resembling karst terrain found on Earth. The northern areas were tundra, and the majority of the population was concentrated in the southeast, bordering the lands of Rain, Kusa, and Taki. Beyond the border with Taki lay a small peninsula forming a bay area, which contained the country's most fertile lands. Of the 5 great villages, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village were traditional enemies. The continent could be divided into 6 regions, the rocky highlands of the Land of Earth. The western desert region represented by the Land of Wind. The central plains centered around the Land of Fire. The northern coastal region, including Taki, the Land of Iron, rice fields, and frost. The peninsula region represented by the Land of Lightning. And the offshore region represented by the Land of Water. From the names alone, it was clear that the lands of Earth and Wind were in the least hospitable areas. Unable to break through the central transition zone formed by the lands of Rain and Hidden Grass Village or the coastal area formed by Taki, the Land of Iron, rice fields, and frost, these 2 regions had been locked in conflict for years. When Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village launched a joint attack on Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village took the opportunity to attack Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Sand Village then turned around and teamed up with Hidden Leaf Village to retaliate against Hidden Stones Village. Hidden Stones Village's architecture consisted of diamond-shaped fortresses. There were no traditional roads here. Instead, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas hollow out hills to create fortifications, which were then connected by bridges. Roads were avoided to leave more space for water diversion and storage systems. Suspension bridges were the most common sight in the village. The tallest fortress was the Sushi Kage's office. Onoki stood on the open balcony of the office, surveying his village. Among the 5 Kage, he and Hiruzen were the only living 3rd Kage. Now, Hidden Stones Village was the only village still in its 3rd Kage era. Onoki was older than Hiruzen, he was 58, while Onoki was 65. Among the 3rd Kage, he was the strongest in terms of offensive power, surpassing even the attack-oriented 3rd Raikage. Onoki didn't like Hiruzen much, viewing him as a rascal. A Kage peeping on the women of his own village while they bathe. Having been short his entire life and always looking up, he had grown tired of seeing peaks but no faces. What was there to look at anyway? Moreover, Hiruzen, despite being younger, was able to retire earlier, a fact that irritated Onoki to no end. Why couldn't Hidden Stones Village produce more talented individuals? As the grandson of the first Sushi Kage and the protege of the second, he had to admit one thing: in recent years, Hidden Stones Village's production of talent had clearly fallen behind. To clarify, the output of Geinin and Chunin was still robust, but the upper echelon was another story. There were very few truly high-level shinobi. Most were elite at best, not powerhouses. Thinking about a young shinobi he had personally discovered brightened Onoki's mood. That boy's only flaw was his mindset. If he could fix that, he'd undoubtedly become an excellent Sushi Kage, ensuring Onoki's granddaughter wouldn't struggle to find a husband. Father. Behind Onoki, a man opened the door and stepped onto the balcony. How many times must I remind you, Kitsuchi? During work hours, it's Sushi Kage-sama. As Onoki's son, Kitsuchi's strength was unquestionable, reaching the level of a powerhouse. However, Onoki didn't approve of his thinking. Kitsuchi advocated allying with Hidden Leaf Village to confront Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Sand Village, but Onoki was staunchly against alliances. Hidden Stones Village's strength lay in its ability to remain unaligned, choosing strategies flexibly. Forming alliances would only tie their hands. Publicly aligning with one side might seem advantageous, but to Onoki, it was a disaster. Times have changed, Sushi Kage-sama. We can't hold on to old grudges forever. Old grudges? Those old grudges are the reason I'm still alive today. Hidden Leaf Village was the least trustworthy. Back in the day, Hashirama had invited him and his master to form an alliance, only for them to be severely beaten by Madara at the gate. See? That was Hidden Leaf Village for you. From that day on, he swore never to trust shinobi from other villages. Even Hashirama had proven unreliable, so why trust this shinobi world at all? Hashirama was the only outsider he had ever admired, but the people around him? Not one of them was decent. Kitsuchi looked helpless. The old man's mood swings were impossible to keep up with. The troops are ready, Sushi Kage-sama. Onoki nodded, satisfied. Ensure no issues with supplies. Of course. Akatsuki will also ensure the safety of our routes. And you trust these mercenaries with our supply routes? Onoki's eyes narrowed. What about Hanzo? Hidden Rain Village claims neutrality. Hanzo cowers behind neutrality like a child behind his mother's skirt. Onoki spat disdainfully over the railing. The salamander has grown soft. In our world, hesitation means death. Sushi Kage-sama, please don't spit off the balcony. Don't lecture me. He's just scared of Hidden Leaf Village. Is Hidden Leaf Village that terrifying? His caution regarding Hidden Leaf Village isn't entirely unfounded. Kitsuchi didn't want to argue, but his father always baited him into it. TCH. What's there to fear? And another thing, losing to a bridge, Kitsuchi, you've really let me down. That situation was already unfavorable by then, and you said so yourself. Onoki glared. If you were more reliable, I wouldn't have to worry about retiring. Forget it. You're old enough, I won't scold you anymore. Seeing his son relent, he calmed down. Picking on Kitsuchi was one of his favorite pastimes. For this mission, Deidara will lead the Explosion Corps. It's a good chance for him to gain experience. Understood. Everything has been arranged. Kitsuchi hesitated, then brought up his daughter's request. Kurotsuchi has been training hard. She wants to join the main forces this time. What do you think? What would she do there? Onoki immediately refused. She should stay with the Explosion Corps. She needs to learn to work with Deidara. Such a troublesome girl. Her skills have improved significantly. Still no. With her current level, she's better off staying in the Explosion Corps, where her lava style can be useful. Understood. Sushi Kage-sama, just to confirm, is our mission to take over the Land of Rain? Yes. Your task is to hold Hidden Leaf Village as main forces in the Land of Rain. The Explosion Corps will sabotage Hidden Leaf Village's rear lines, forcing them to negotiate with us. Then we'll see what this yellow flash is truly made of. The news of Hidden Stone's village invading the Land of Rain sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. To be fair, the ninja world got shaken pretty easily. Whenever any of the 5 great powers made a move, the whole shinobi world tended to dramatically gasp, clutch their pearls, and shout, "This is a big deal." The Hidden Stone's village ninjas had never been the strongest, but their power had always been steady. The key was their numbers. Every time they mobilized, it was in the tens of thousands. Some even suspected that Hidden Stone's village couldn't afford to feed so many people and thus periodically sended them out to reduce inventory. When the massive Hidden Stone's village ninja army invaded the Land of Rain, the country, known for its bandit-filled chaos, unexpectedly experienced improved public order. This operation by Hidden Stone's village was entirely a mission hired by the daimyo of the Land of Earth. The true reason, however, lay in the Land of Earth's inability to tolerate the Land of Rain's chaos any longer. After discovering that the Land of Fire had begun infiltrating Rain daimyo's court, the Earth daimyo chose the most direct solution. Thus, upon entering the Land of Rain, the first thing the Hidden Stone's village ninja army did was exterminate bandits. It was like using a cannon to shoot a chicken. This naturally provoked a reaction from Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo, leader of Hidden Rain Village, finally left his isolation because the Hidden Stones village's army was nearing the village, and included the presence of Akatsuki. The legendary shinobi's appearance at the battlefield caused even the Hidden Stones village forces to pause momentarily. He couldn't forget the boy with the Rinnegan and knew they were mortal enemies. Once a salamander determined to expand the Land of Rain's territory, Hanzo had now lost all ambition. He only wanted to defend his small domain. With the Hidden Stones village's army at his doorstep, he had no choice but to act and once again declare Aim's neutrality. It was useless. Onoki came in person. The Hidden Stones village ninjas, prepared for battle, all carried gas masks. After a fierce skirmish, the Hidden Rain village ninjas, specializing in water jutsu, were overwhelmed by the earth-based techniques of the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Hanzo narrowly escaped death from Onoki's attack. His strategies had long been deciphered by neighboring powers, leaving him with no room to maneuver. If not for his own strength, he would have fallen. Hanzo returned to Hidden Rain Village battered, cursing under his breath. From then on, Hidden Rain Village closed its gates and vanished from the battlefield, clinging stubbornly to its neutrality. As for the Rain Daimyo, they declared that no fighting was allowed near the daimyo's palace. And that was the end of their involvement. The Rain Daimyo showed no interest in governing the regions that had descended into self-rule. Hidden Stone's village's army, to their credit, respected the daimyo's wishes. Not only did they avoid fighting near the palace, but they also cleared out more bandits and refrained from troubling refugees heading toward the palace. This unexpectedly turned the place into the Land of Rain's only true haven. Having secured the Land of Rain, the army began advancing toward the Land of Fire. It was at this point that Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces entered the Land of Rain. Unlike the war with Hidden Cloud's village, this time, Hidden Leaf Village's forces were not led by Jiraiya. Instead, the commander was Hayashi. This choice was recommended by the new Hokage advisor, Fugaku. Hayashi's first move was to organize a search unit composed of ninjas from the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans. Hidden Stone's village's army was known for its centralized approach. Their units typically consisted of large groups to maximize the stacking advantages of Earth style. Only when multiple Jonin teamed up did you see smaller squads. Usually, it was a main force supported by special operations teams. These special ops were typically the Explosion Corps, the ninja world's most notorious explosives experts. The search unit's job was to locate the Explosion Corps. To Hayashi, these special ops units posed an extreme threat. If they reached Hidden Leaf Village's rear lines, entire supply routes could be destroyed. Without food, even Kage-level ninjas couldn't fight effectively. Hidden Leaf Village's visible Kage-level force for this operation consisted of only Masashi. However, the army was exceptionally elite this time, especially the Uchiha clan, who fielded their best. The Uchiha couldn't afford to falter. Even Shizui was present. While many regarded him as Kage-level, his lack of experience with the Susanoo made his true combat potential uncertain. To be considered Kage-level, one had to demonstrate army-level impact in warfare. Just as Kage referred to a village leader, the term Kage-level was tied to effectiveness in large-scale battles rather than pure personal strength. Although the two factors often correlated. As the only recognized Kage-level fighter in the unit, Masashi was assigned two teammates, one Hyuga and one Inuzuka. The ninja clans builded relationships this way. If someone died, no grudges were held, but the favor remained. Masashi didn't mind. His two companions were skilled, both holding the rank of Special Jonin. The Hyuga was a sharp, cunning girl. The Inuzuka was a hot-blooded, reckless boy. To Masashi, both were obedient. Captain, Western Sector clear. No signs of enemy chakra signatures, the Hyuga reported during one of their patrols. Hey, I was about to report that. The Inuzuka protested. Masashi watched the interaction with amusement. During a break in their patrol, he decided to test their coordination. Show me your tracking formation. Traditional or modified Hidden Leaf Village pattern? The Hyuga asked, her pale eyes already scanning the area. Surprise me. Their attempt at coordination was decent, but Masashi could see the flaws. You're both thinking too much about your clan techniques and not enough about teamwork. The Hyuga girl adapted quickly to his feedback, seamlessly incorporating his suggestions into her movements. The Inuzuka boy, despite his enthusiasm, struggled to keep up. He was consistently outplayed by the Hyuga girl, to the point where even Masashi felt sorry for him. So, he pulled the boy aside for a pep talk. It didn't help. Hot-blooded recklessness was a talent, hard to teach, harder to fix. Masashi gave up. At least the kid seemed to enjoy it. Back in the Land of Rain, the biggest change since his last visit was the lack of bandits. The arrival of the Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village forces had devastated the bandit industry, taking out its most prominent groups. But travel conditions remained poor, not that it mattered much to ninjas. Masashi's assigned area, near Kusa, had dense forests, large trees, and relatively less rain. The terrain made it ideal for stealth. After completing a search, his team stopped to rest under the trees, replenishing food and water. How's your Byakugan holding up? Masashi asked the Hyuga girl. Doing fine, Captain, she replied, her white eyes gleaming obediently. Hidden Leaf Village's famed visual prowess families, the Uchiha and Hyuga, were known for producing stunningly attractive members, Uchiha men and Hyuga women in particular. While the Uchiha were seen as brooding alpha types, the Hyuga were known for their polite, demure demeanor. He disagreed with such stereotypes. The girl before him fit the Hyuga mold perfectly. Good. Pace yourself, he said, patting her head. No need to strain unnecessarily. The Hyuga girl blushed, closing her eyes in enjoyment. The Inuzuka boy watched enviously. He glanced at his dog, sighed, and went back to eating. And you, Inuzuka? Masashi called out. Eat up, we can't rest for long. Why do you keep calling me Inuzuka? It's a term of endearment, signifying your unbreakable bond with your partner. Masculine and noble, don't you think? Masashi gestured to the boy's ninja dog. The dog tilted its head, looking puzzled. Oh, that's awesome. Captain, you really get me. Keep it cool. A man should be composed. Yes, Captain. As the boy attacked his rice ball with renewed vigor, Masashi reflected. Was it bad to mess with kids like this? Nah, kids needed to fall for a few tricks to grow up. I'll scout the area. You two, stay here, he said, vanishing into the forest. Chapter 95, Explosions in the Forest, Bonus. In a forest near Kusa, a group of Hidden Stones village ninja was advancing. This squad was somewhat peculiar because it included two very young members. A spiky-haired Hidden Stones village ninja raised his hand, and the others came to a halt. Take a break. Got it, Captain. Idiot, didn't the orders already come down? Stop misusing titles, the spiky-haired ninja corrected. He glanced at the two young ones, his gaze calm and unflustered. The group of Hidden Stones village ninjas sat down to rest, eating and drinking as needed. They positioned themselves strategically, maintaining sight lines through the forest while staying hidden from potential observers. The two children huddled together. The older one, a blonde boy of about 8, looked unusually mature for his age. The younger one, a girl, appeared far more naive. As she leaned against the boy, she took a big bite out of her rice ball, only to choke and turn red in the face. The blonde boy sighed, patting her back while giving her water to help her swallow. Kurotsuchi, are you an idiot? Deidara, it's so tasty. You're so dumb. You should eat the rice ball in smaller bites. The spiky-haired ninja overheard their conversation, a wave of irritation welling up in his heart. But his face betrayed none of his annoyance. This was an order from the third Sushi Kage, and as the vice captain, he had to cooperate fully. The actual captain was the blonde boy behind him. After a while, he turned around and approached the two children. Captain Deidara, he addressed the blonde boy. What are your instructions for the next move? Deidara looked up at the man in front of him. The man's name was Gari, the former leader of the Explosion Corps. Deidara could sense that Gari didn't like him. To be fair, most of the Explosion Corps didn't like him. As the Sushi Kage's disciple, he didn't mind such arrangements from his teacher, nor did he feel the need to provoke a senior jonin from the village. No, Captain Gari, I'm just here to learn from you. The squad's movements should, of course, be under your command. This response put Gari at ease. It seemed the kid wasn't too arrogant. He wasn't a narrow-minded person. He simply disliked the Sushi Kage's abrupt decision to put a child in charge of seasoned ninja. Deidara, you're the Sushi Kage's disciple. Even if Lord Sushi Kage didn't say so explicitly, I understand his intent. For this mission, you are indeed the captain, so there's no need to decline. Gari smiled slightly. If you have any questions about the explosion style, feel free to ask me. Understood. This is my first time leaving the village, so please guide me, Deidara replied, then paused before asking, Captain Gari, could we encounter a joint Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village ninja force on this route? There's a possibility, Gari said, his eyes narrowing, but the odds are very low. The Hidden Grass Village ninja, though underhanded, won't openly oppose us unless we enter their territory. They know we might infiltrate from here? Yes. While the Hidden Grass Village ninjas aren't great at combat, their intelligence and reconnaissance skills are excellent. Still, they'll likely overlook us. Let's just say Kuza's loyalty depends on which way the wind blows. After speaking, he glanced at the young girl. Kurotsuchi, how is your lava style progressing? Huh? Oh. Still savoring the taste of her rice ball, Kurotsuchi sucked on her finger before answering, I can build a bridge. Good. We'll be crossing a river, and if necessary, we'll rely on your lava style. Like training, but this time, people's lives depend on it. Okay. Kurotsuchi raised her small hand cheerfully. She can handle it, Deidara interjected. I've seen her practice. Gari turned and walked away. After he moved some distance, Kurotsuchi leaned closer to Deidara and whispered, Deidara, Captain Gari is so scary. Kurotsuchi, even if you whisper, Captain Gari can still hear you, Deidara sighed. Ignoring her, he took out his ninja tools pouch and began checking his supplies. Are you going to sculpt now? Why would I sculpt at a time like this? I'm just checking if I have enough clay. Deidara carefully inspected his supplies. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a natural explosion-style user. Gari was the textbook example of explosion-style mastery, able to use it without any external medium. Deidara, on the other hand, had developed his own method, channeling his fascination with explosives into using the specialized clay of the Explosion Corps to achieve effects akin to, or even surpassing, explosion style. This unique approach was what had caught Onoki's attention and led to him being taken on as a disciple. With proper guidance, Deidara's version of explosion style could rival particle style on the battlefield. Additionally, his technique was far easier to pass down than particle style. After completing his checks, Deidara packed up his supplies. Alright, we've rested enough. Let's move, Gari ordered. The group stood up and resumed their advance. Following the route, they would cross a river and use the forest for cover to infiltrate a land of fire. In times of war, infiltrating enemy territory was standard practice for the 5 great shinobi villages. For the Explosion Corps, their tactics were simple: infiltrate, explode everything, and retreat. If pursued, they laid mines and continued their retreat. This method earned them a fearsome reputation. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they approached the river. The forest gave way to a cliff overlooking a raging river below. The water surged violently, smashing against rocks and spraying white foam. Kurotsuchi, Gari called. Technically, Earth style could create a bridge, but it required constant chakra to maintain its stability. In contrast, Kurotsuchi's lava style produced solid concrete-like material capable of temporarily supporting the group's passage. Got it. Kurotsuchi replied cheerfully. She ran to the front, puffed up her cheeks, and spat out globs of cement-like substance that connected the cliffs. Another Hidden Stones village ninja used water style to solidify it, forming a simple bridge. Move. Gari commanded. The group crossed the bridge swiftly and disappeared into the forest on the other side. About a kilometer away, Masashi, accompanied by 2 rookies from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, came to a halt. For ninjas at the rank of Chunin to Special Jonin, their titles and perceptions vary depending on who you ask. The official stance, represented by the 5 Kage, was that they were the elite of their forces. However, in private discussions among seasoned Jonin, often referred to as battle-hardened veterans, they had another label: qualified cannon fodder or useful cannon fodder. The 2 Special Jonin accompanying Masashi were hailed as geniuses within their respective clans. Take the Inuzuka boy, for example. While the Inuzuka might not stand out much in Hidden Leaf village politics, their clan was solidly mid-tier among the 8 major ninja clans. Yet in the context of a war between 2 villages, the actual status of these so-called geniuses was simply advanced cannon fodder. This, in fact, reflects the true position of many geniuses in the shinobi world. Captain? The 2 geniuses looked up in confusion as Masashi suddenly stopped, his senses alert to something they hadn't yet detected. Yumi, how far can your Byakugan see at full range? If I push it, about half a kilometer. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Then take a look in that direction. Masashi pointed to the right. The Hyuga girl obediently performed the Hyuga clan's signature sequence: hand seals, chakra surge, Byakugan activation. The veins around her eyes bulged with focused chakra. Captain, I don't see anything. There's a scent in the air. The Inuzuka boy sniffed the air and said. His nose twitched slightly. It's strange though. Strange how? Masashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Like earth and something artificial. Not natural at all. The current wind direction was advantageous to him, a ninja with sensory capabilities based on smell. Yumi, looks like you've lost to Kata this time, Masashi said with a smile. Yumi didn't dare talk back to Masashi. She blinked a couple of times and looked over at Kata. And there it was, the famous Hyuga look. A time-honored gaze used at year-end family gatherings to elegantly express dissatisfaction with nosy relatives. However, Kata was a bit of a flirt. Yumi's look made him blush shyly. Who knew what kind of thoughts were running through his head? Still, the 2 did get along well. They seemed to have grown up as childhood friends. Alright, enough fooling around. We have incoming enemies, Masashi said, sensing multiple chakra signatures. He had already assessed the enemy's numbers and strength. The opposing lineup included Jonin, and one of them could be considered an elite. But that was all. Even with 2 rookies tagging along, this level of opposition wasn't enough to make him consider retreating. His time under Black Zetsu's training program further sharpened his evaluation skills, leaving him confident about what he could achieve in situations like this. Stay by my side and don't move, he said firmly. Captain, should I maintain sight? Yumi asked, chakra still flowing to her eyes. No. Save your chakra. You'll need it. Estimating the distance, he formed a hand seal and exhaled toward the forest ahead. In an instant, a violent windstorm arose. Driven by his chakra output, the wind turned into a raging tempest. Trees were uprooted, grass and dirt were flung skyward, and the overwhelming force wreaked havoc on the landscape before them. The sound was deafening, like 1,000 blades cutting through the air at once. Yumi and Kata stood frozen, mouths agape, stunned by the sheer destruction. Is this what they mean by Kage level? Kata whispered, barely audible over the howling wind. Before setting out, their families had told them they'd be under the protection of the village's youngest Kage-level ninja. However, they hadn't truly grasped what that meant. Neither the Hyuga nor the Inuzuka clans produced powerhouses of this magnitude. This type of overwhelming, artillery-like force was unique to clans like the Uchiha or Saratobi. When Masashi finally ceased his output, the forest before them had been flattened, a barren plain stretching as far as the eye could see. He didn't mind if the enemy decided to retreat after this. After all, his mission was merely to prevent Hidden Stone's village squads from infiltrating. Extending his sensory reach once more, he noted that the enemy chakra signatures remained intact. Their numbers hadn't decreased. They were elites. Not to boast, but the power of the great breakthrough in his hands was comparable to Orochimaru's. The fact that the enemy sustained no casualties meant they must be from Hidden Stone's village's explosion corps. Indeed, only this unit in Hidden Stone's village's military hierarchy had the tactical skills to withstand such an attack. Sure enough, figures soon appeared on the horizon, at the edge of the newly created plain. It was Hidden Stone's village ninjas. Activating his Sharingan, Masashi focused his enhanced vision on the group and identified their faces from afar. As expected, it was the explosion corps, with their captain, Gari, leading them. Hidden Leaf Village had intelligence on him. Listen carefully. What you're about to see isn't in any training manual, Masashi said quietly to his team. Yumi, Kita, stay by my side and don't move. Don't make any unnecessary actions. Understood? He emphasized his point. Yes, Captain, the two rookies nodded. Seeing the imposing aura of the enemy, the geniuses were self-aware enough to realize they were liabilities. However, after witnessing Masashi's earlier display, they were now utterly convinced of his strength, trusting him completely. If he told them to lie down and take a nap, they would comply without hesitation. The Hidden Stones village ninjas stopped not far from the trio. Hidden Leaf Village Ninja, state your name. Gari demanded. The group had been marching along peacefully when suddenly, a massive wind attack barreled toward them. Fortunately, they were experienced veterans, so there were no casualties. Even Deidara and Kurotsuchi emerged unscathed, shielded by the group's protection. Although the ninja capable of such a wind attack had to be formidable, the explosion corps was no pushover. Retreating without even seeing the enemy was out of the question. Ah, so Anoki sent you to babysit, huh, Gari? Masashi glanced at the two children behind Gari. Judging by his appearance, there was no way the boy wasn't Deidara. As for the girl, her features weren't distinct enough to identify. Raising Hidden Stone's village's geniuses only to let them die here, is that wise? He taunted again. So, you know who I am. Gari shifted slightly to shield Deidara and Kurotsuchi. Geniuses are plentiful in Hidden Stone's village. These are just new recruits. True, you're one of Hidden Stone's village's veteran jonin, Masashi said, confirming Gari's identity. Only someone of your stature could have rookie geniuses assigned to them. Gari kept his composure, but his mental fluctuations betrayed him. So, it really was Deidara? Are you too afraid to state your name? Gari probed, trying to deduce the enemy's identity. From their conversation, he gathered that this ninja was knowledgeable about Hidden Stone's village but held no respect for the Sushi Kage. The 5 great villages each maintained intelligence on the other's key figures. Knowing your opponent's identity often determined the outcome of a battle. Understanding his intent, Masashi had no intention of indulging him. If his 2 rookies weren't here, he might have been more forthcoming. Sorry, I'm just a nobody, Masashi replied, shifting his gaze away from Deidara. Can you leave now? I'd rather not waste chakra unnecessarily. No can do, Gari shook his head. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. Ha! An explosion erupted. In an instant, orange firelight engulfed Masashi and his team. The explosion corps' ninjas broke into smiles. While they didn't appreciate Deidara's symbolic replacement of Gari's position, they couldn't deny his talent. Because this kid was truly strong. Chapter 96, Last Stand. Gari fixed his gaze tightly on the flames ahead. As a seasoned demolitions expert, he wouldn't let his guard down until he saw the enemy's mangled, blasted corpse with his own eyes. Clenching his fist, he prepared to follow up with a landmine fist at any moment. The next second, his expression shifted. A surge of cold chakra pierced through the heat of the flames. He leaped back abruptly, shouting to his comrades. Be careful. As he spoke, a large, frost-covered hand shot out from the sea of flames, slamming into the spot where he had just been standing. The ground quaked, and cracks spread outward like a spider's web, ice crystals sprouting from each fissure. Hissing sounds filled the place as the fire was suppressed, and the enemy's true form emerged. A giant made of ice rose from the flames. The heat created steam that condensed and fell, causing the fire to visibly shrink. Standing on the ground, Gari felt the refreshing coolness of the water vapor, but his throat went dry as he stared at the massive figure before him. The white ghost. Illuminated by the firelight, the gigantic, crystalline body of ice exuded a faint mist due to the temperature difference, almost like clouds surrounding it. But soon, it became encased in a layer of chakra armor, the energy visibly rippling across its surface like northern lights. The cold aura intensified, and frost began to form on the ground, spreading outward. The ice giant took a step forward, emerging from the flames. A strong wind followed, extinguishing the remaining fire. The ground cracked under its weight. Everyone could now see clearly, a massive, white figure that looked like a demon or a god. Its form matched the origin of its infamous name in intelligence reports, the White Ghost, a man who wielded a white giant to massacre enemies with divine-like power. "Gari, have you ever seen a titan?" Masashi's voice came from the head of the ice giant, loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. "Retreat," Gari ordered, quickly assessing their tactical options. "Our explosive techniques won't be effective against something this size." Their explosion core was designed for special operations and assaults, not for fighting beings of this scale. To deal with such an opponent, you'd either need a massive army or someone like Kitsuchi or even the third Sushi Kage to intervene personally. "Too late to run now," came Masashi's voice from the head of Prometheus. Ignoring the admiring gazes of the two individuals beside him, he launched his attack. The training from Black Zetsu had been fantastic. He no longer needed Sage Mode to operate Prometheus or to use its armaments. But for his next move, Sage Mode would be necessary. With sage markings appearing on his face, Prometheus drew a saber made of chakra from its neck. The ice giant swung its sword down. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the chakra-forged saber carved a deep trench into the ground, stretching far into the distance. Under the immense force, dirt and rocks erupted like rain. The spot where the saber struck exploded violently, the land torn apart by sheer power. A shockwave of displaced air bowled over those who hadn't already started running. The Hidden Stones village ninjas caught in the attack or flung into the air like paper. Many died before they hit the ground, their bodies crushed by the sheer pressure of the attack. With just one swing of the sword, Masashi had reduced the explosion core, originally numbering dozens, by nearly a third. The remaining ninjas scattered in panic, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Some stumbled over the bodies of their fallen comrades in their haste to escape. At this point, no one spared a thought for Deidara or Kurotsuchi. The blonde boy, however, displayed remarkable courage, picking up the stunned Kurotsuchi and bolting at full speed. From atop the ice giant's head, Masashi watched the fleeing Hidden Stones village ninjas and sighed in disappointment. "The power still isn't enough," he murmured. "Look at Madara, every casual swing of his blade came with at least a mountain as collateral damage. Compared to that, he was far from impressive. Captain, you're so cool." Yumi's eyes were practically brimming with hearts. So violent. She loved it. Geta, meanwhile, was practically drooling with envy. The captain's jutsu was insanely powerful. This was true masculinity. If only he could learn it. Though, realistically, probably not. What a pity. Suddenly, someone leapt high into the air, descending toward the ice giant's head. It was Gari. He swung a fist downward, and with a deafening explosion, flames erupted into the sky. When the fire and smoke cleared, the ice giant's head remained unscathed. Gari's explosion-style technique couldn't breach the defense of sage art, armament. With a casual movement, the ice giant flicked its hand, sending Gari flying like a ragdoll through the air. "Yumi, Kita, hold on tight," Masashi instructed. The two quickly adhered their feet to the ice surface using chakra. The ice giant began moving again, striding toward the Hidden Stones village ninja prodigy who was sprinting away. Deidara was running at full tilt when he felt the tremors beneath his feet intensify. Though he knew it was unwise, he couldn't help but glance back. My God! He froze, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The ice giant had already caught up to him with its long strides, its shadow falling over him like a mountain. "Deidara, surrender. Hidden Leaf Village treats its prisoners well," came the voice from above. If it were just him, he might have surrendered. The problem was, he wasn't alone. Kurotsuchi would just say something stupid if she were captured. That kid never knows when to keep quiet. Deidara believed in her talent but had no faith in her judgment. If captured, she would definitely cause trouble. "Can you let my companion go?" Taking a chance, he shouted his question, unsure if the other side could even hear him. Masashi couldn't, but he was skilled at lip reading. "Trying to play hero? You're too young for that." "While I respect the sentiment, no. She's important too, isn't she? Let me think. Ah, the granddaughter of the Sushi Kage, right? Ah. Deidara, I've been recognized." "Shut up already." Deidara groaned in frustration. His judgment of Kurotsuchi was, as always, spot on. Too stupid. For a moment, he felt utterly hopeless about the future of Hidden Stones village. Scanning his surroundings, he realized escape was impossible. The giant blocked every possible route. And who knew where Gari had gone? Deidara. Hearing Gari's voice, he turned, only to be shocked. Gary, covered in blood, charged forward with a ferocious expression, slamming a punch into the ice giant's knee joint, triggering another massive explosion. The shockwave blew toward Deidara's position. Instinctively, he shielded Kurotsuchi with his back, using his hardening technique to absorb the impact. The dull force of the blast sent his body flying. Deidara realized Gary's intention. Without looking back, he used the momentum to carry himself and Kurotsuchi far away, eventually disappearing into the forest. Outside the woods, Masashi didn't immediately pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Gary. The earlier landmine fist hadn't breached the ice giant's armor but had caused some structural damage through its shock waves. With another surge of chakra, the damage was instantly repaired, and the ice giant straightened. The cracks sealed themselves with a crystalline sound. "You're such a nuisance," Masashi said. "Do you really not value your life?" "Don't underestimate me," Gary replied, wiping the blood from his face. His stance was unsteady, but his eyes burned with fire. His initial sacrificial attack, combined with the ice giant's earlier flick, had already left him internally injured. Now, with his most recent strike, his injuries had worsened, leaving him no time to recover. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he refused to fall. "All right, I won't underestimate you," Masashi said with a nod. "Your head is still worth quite a lot, after all." Once again, the ice giant drew its chakra blade, bringing it down in a single strike. "Sensei, what's the strongest jutsu in the world? Isn't that obvious? It's my particle style. Train hard, and you might have the chance to learn it someday. But shouldn't something that explodes be stronger? You'll think differently when you grow up. Do other villages have ninjutsu as powerful as your particle style? Ha ha ha. Of course not. Particle style is the strongest. Not even equally powerful ones? Then if we're so strong, why don't we just move to the land of fire and take over? Why do kids have so many questions? Focus on your training. Oh. Come back here. I wasn't done talking. Ahem. Well, there is something. If you ever see a ninja with red eyes who can summon a giant samurai-like figure, you'd better run if you can't use particle style. As Deidara fled, a memory of this conversation with his teacher flashed through his mind. Back then, he hadn't taken it seriously, almost forgetting about it entirely. A ninja with red eyes and a giant samurai-like figure. It didn't exactly look like a samurai, but it sure wielded a blade like one. So explosions really weren't the strongest. No wonder Hidden Stone's village had been holed up in the mountains all these years. What kind of explosion would it take to destroy such monstrous ninjutsu? Had his beliefs been wrong all along? Boom. Another deafening roar shook the ground violently, reverberating through his body and mind. Ah! A pained cry rang out from Kurotsuchi. Deidara skidded to a halt and turned around. After entering the forest, he had put Kurotsuchi down, and the two had fled together. Now, Kurotsuchi was struggling to get up from the ground, her face twisted in pain. She seemed to have hurt her leg. "Kurotsuchi." Deidara rushed to her side. "What happened?" "Ugh. I twisted my ankle," Kurotsuchi whimpered, her eyes welling with tears. Her small hands clutched at the swollen joint. "Is it because the ground's been shaking this whole time?" Deidara said nothing, crouching down and turning his back to her. "Kurotsuchi, get on." "Deidara, just leave me and run. I'm not scared. You might not fear the enemy, but I'm afraid for you. Don't argue, just get on." "All right." With her on his back, Deidara took off running again. Luckily, his training under Anoki had been rigorous, and he knew how to manage his stamina efficiently. He could hold out for now. As long as they escaped the monster chasing them, they'd be okay afterward. But Deidara, what about the others? "We can't think about that now. Let's hope they all manage to escape." "And what about Captain Gari?" Deidara didn't respond. Kurotsuchi buried her face against his back, curling up like a frightened kitten. Neither of them spoke again. All they could hear was the terrifying sound of explosions behind them and the towering flames consuming the forest. At the place where Deidara had earlier fled with Kurotsuchi, the battle was already over. The ground was devastated, scorched black, crisscrossed with deep fissures. Gari lay motionless in the charred dirt, his body covered in severe burns. His broken bones had pierced his internal organs. Blood bubbled from his mouth and nose as he struggled to breathe. As a strong ninja, his life force was tenacious, but he was nearing his end. His vision blurred, yet his eyes remained fixed on the towering ice giant standing in the distance. Inside the ice giant's head, Masashi observed Gari with a calm expression. Beside him, his two companions, who had been excited earlier, had fallen into silence. "Captain, why didn't he run?" Geta muttered sullenly, his earlier bloodlust replaced by something close to respect. "Because of his village," Masashi replied, glancing at him. Those two kids who ran earlier? One is the Sushi Kage's disciple, the other his granddaughter. If we had captured them, Hidden Stone's village would have been at a disadvantage during negotiations. But did he really need to go this far? Is money more important than lives? It's because lives are more important than money that he had to fight so hard, Masashi explained. If circumstances change and capturing them isn't possible, killing or crippling them is acceptable. That's the reality of our world. Captain, we've been here too long. Haven't those two already gotten away? Ever heard this saying? What? Having long legs is a huge advantage. The ice giant shifted direction and lifted its foot. Gary instinctively raised his hand, grasping at nothing. The next moment, the ground beneath him was overshadowed. Boom. The ice giant's massive foot stomped down, crushing Gary and the ground beneath him into oblivion. The impact sent tremors through the earth, creating a crater where a brave ninja had made his last stand. I'll remember you, Gary of Hidden Stone's village. The words echoed in the air as the ice giant resumed its march, stepping into the blazing forest ahead. Much of the fire had been Gary's doing, perhaps an attempt to stop the ice giant's advance. His final strategy to buy time for the children's escape. The forest burned fiercely, waves of heat rolling out. Even inside the ice giant's well-protected head, Masashi and his team could feel it. Captain, Yumi said, her face pale with fear. Her hands gripped the icy walls for support. From her and Kata's perspective, the scene below was pure fire. An ocean of flames that seemed to stretch endlessly. The ice giant's lower half was engulfed in flames. The fire howled and clawed at its body, biting and snapping as if to devour it entirely. The extreme temperature contrast made it seem as though the flames themselves might leap higher, reaching for them in their protected position. But Masashi, having chosen to master ice style, had already accounted for such scenarios. He didn't stop channeling chakra. The ice giant swung its massive chakra sword once again. Crash. With a sweep of its blade, an entire swath of the burning forest was uprooted, creating a fire-free zone. Trees and earth flew through the air like toys tossed by a child. The ice giant stepped into this cleared area, parts of its outer layer melting slightly. But the intense cold radiating from it quickly restored what was lost. A terrifying stream of chakra surged within the ice giant's colossal body. Through the transparent ice, Masashi could clearly observe the flow and transformation of chakra within the giant. The once dry air grew moist. The next moment, water erupted from the ice giant's feet, spiraling upward like a tornado. Amplified by the giant's enormous size, the spiraling water took on the scale of a waterspout. A tsunami-like wave of water surged forward, swallowing everything in its path. The forest fire roared in protest as it was extinguished. Yumi and Kita's jaws dropped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. So ninjutsu could be used like this. Their thoughts aligned in perfect sync. Masashi lowered his hands. In his perception, the two kids were still running, but their pace had slowed. No, it wasn't just slowing, one of them was injured and being carried by the other, as the two sources of chakra were now incredibly close together. Chapter 97, Fangs in the Grass. Deodara was starting to run out of breath. He hadn't even reached the river crossing yet. On the way here, this 1 kilometer felt like nothing. His legs had been strong. But now, it was killing him. Each step felt heavier than the last, and the weight on his back seemed to grow with every passing moment. Deodara, just put me down. I can walk. Kurotsuchi could feel his struggle and was upset at her own helplessness. But Deodara's temper flared the moment he heard that. Why am I out of breath? Back in the village during training, this distance was nothing. It is because of you. You are too heavy. You can eat a lot, huh? Deodara sighed but still stopped to catch his breath. At this pace, running made no difference at all. Setting Kurotsuchi down, Deodara plopped onto the ground. He needed to recover his strength quickly. The enemy was likely a sensory-type ninja, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to launch a wind attack from so far away. He refused to believe it was a blind shot. He began to formulate a plan. At first, he had instinctively retraced his steps to run back the way he came, but now that he thought about it, it didn't seem reliable. That monstrous technique, only his teacher might have been able to deal with it. He could no longer feel vibrations in the ground. There were two possibilities, either the opponent's chakra had run out and they stopped the jutsu, or the enemy had already wiped out all resistance. The first option would be fine. The second? A disaster. Gary was probably dead by now. After this battle, the explosion core wouldn't be able to function properly for the rest of the war. The survivors would probably freeze up at the mere thought of that terrifying jutsu. Thinking about this, Deodara felt like he was bearing the kind of pressure no child should have to endure. He was only 8. Why was he being forced to think about such complicated things? He was just a kid who loved explosions. Besides, this was supposed to be his first mission outside the village. How did it end up like this? They'd said he was just coming to the explosion corps for some training. Was this what the Jonin in the village dealt with every day? Deodaran? He turned to look. Kurotsuchi was staring at him with a face full of unease, tears threatening to spill. Her small hands clutched at her swollen ankle. Sigh. Only a year younger, yet so immature. He tried to keep his expression stern. Twisting her ankle while running was bad enough, but showing such a weak expression on the battlefield? Completely unacceptable. No crying, Deodara said. Or no dango for you. Okay. Kurotsuchi nodded vigorously, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Being captured was one thing, but being denied dango? That was unacceptable. Don't worry. We'll definitely escape, Deodara reassured her. I've already thought of a plan. At least, I hope it's a good one. Amazing. I knew you'd come up with something, Deodara. Of course. Deodara lifted his head proudly. This girl, though a bit dim and overly fond of food, was obedient, at least. We're heading north to Kusa, Deodara said. Huh? But Grandpa said the people there are bad. No kidding. A fool like you, anyone you meet outside the village would seem like a bad person. Deodara fought the urge to roll his eyes. It's precisely because they are bad that we can use them, he explained impatiently. If they were good, what would we go there for? Kurotsuchi suddenly understood. She nodded cheerfully, complete faith in her Deodara and his plan shining in her eyes. Let's go. Deodara felt his strength had mostly returned. He stood up and carried Kurotsuchi on his back again, heading north. After a while, Kita and his ninja dog arrived at the spot where they had stopped. This is the place, Kita said, patting his partner on the head. The black-furred dog sniffed the ground intently, confirming the fresh scents. Behind him, Masashi and Yumi emerged from the shadows of the trees. Captain, are we just going to keep following them like this? Yumi asked. She didn't understand why they weren't moving to capture their targets immediately. That little guy's pretty sharp. You could learn a thing or two from him, Masashi replied, his eyes scanning the direction the children had taken. Captain, isn't he afraid of being caught by the Hidden Grass Village ninjas? My dad said they capture lone shinobi from other villages during wars. Yumi's brow furrowed with concern. Your dad's being polite, Masashi said calmly. Hidden Grass Village ninjas don't just target lone shinobi from other villages during wars. They're infamous for eliminating all traces of their actions. Many of their techniques were stolen from Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Sand Village, and even Hidden Leaf Village. In peacetime, they profit from selling intelligence to all sides. Why doesn't anyone go after them for that? Yumi's hand unconsciously tightened around her kunai. The official reason is lack of evidence. Masashi flicked Yumi's forehead. Don't be so brash, always wanting to pick fights. Captain, so we're just going to keep following them. Geta scratched his head, glancing between his dog and his leader. Yes, we follow, Masashi said, nodding. No rush. The real fun is yet to come. The explosion corps won't abandon those two kids, they'll regroup in Kusa. And then let the Hidden Grass Village ninjas catch them and hand them over to us? What are you thinking? Masashi gave Kita a pitying look. Besides fighting, you need to think more and assume the worst in people. Oh. Kita started trying to brainstorm. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine how the Hidden Grass Village ninjas could be any worse. Masashi could only smile. Ah, to be young. The innocence of youth was both endearing and dangerous in their line of work. Kita. Yes, Captain? How many sides are involved in this situation? Us and the Hidden Stones Village ninjas? And then the Hidden Rain Village ninjas and the Hidden Grass Village ninjas? Correct. Don't forget to count the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. Now, who's the worst? That's definitely the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. Hearing this, Yumi cast a disdainful glance at Kita. How can he be so slow? She had already grasped Masashi's meaning. Why was her childhood friend so clueless, even though he was strong? Other people's childhood friends were both handsome and smart. Let's go see just how bad the Hidden Grass Village ninjas can be, Masashi said simply, issuing his order. Stay close and don't lose them. Yes, Captain, the two responded in unison. The three of them continued to trail far behind Deodara and Kurotsuchi, moving like shadows through the forest. As they moved further north, they approached the border of Kusa. And like Masashi had predicted, the scattered remnants of the explosion corps began to regroup. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas found Deodara and Kurotsuchi. The regrouped Hidden Stones Village ninja now numbered less than half of what they originally had. This matched Masashi's estimate of the survivors. In a ninja army, strict discipline and flexibility in regrouping after being scattered were basic survival skills. The remnants of the explosion corps seemed to all be here. Under Masashi's chakra sensing, the reassembled unit paused briefly before continuing north. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas didn't have a good reputation among small nations. Their opportunistic nature made them despised by both large and small villages alike. But they weren't just lapdogs, they had more to them than met the eye. Masashi hoped they still had the same boldness they had in the past. A group of ninjas raced across a vast green plain. The countries in the shinobi world were named with a blunt simplicity. Hidden Grass Village earned its name due to its extensive grasslands and diverse ecosystems. The most distinctive feature here was the towering and lush grasslands, which appeared strikingly magnificent. Even for Deidara and Kurotsuchi, the tall grasslands almost swallowed them whole. For the other members of the explosive corps, even their adult bodies were submerged halfway into the grassy sea. The boundless grasslands spread like an endless green carpet, stretching to the horizon. When the wind blew, waves of grass rippled outward in mesmerizing patterns. This was a sight the land of Earth could not offer, but the Hidden Stones Village ninjas had no interest in appreciating it. The grassy sea concealed not only their figures but other dangers as well. The explosive corps ninjas were well aware of the nature of their neighbors. Their forces had been halved, and most of the survivors carried injuries. It was uncertain whether the Hidden Grass Village ninjas would remain submissive or reveal their fangs. Additionally, the White Ghost might not hesitate to pursue them into Kusa. For a high-caliber ninja like him, crossing small countries or killing their ninjas out of mere annoyance was a trivial matter. Small villages could only silently endure. Because of their typical meekness, when such villages did bare their fangs, they could be more ferocious than ever. The group pressed forward quickly. Fortunately, the Third Great Ninja War was still a recent memory. Having fought against Hidden Leaf Village's forces in this region, the explosive corps was relatively familiar with this terrain. Captain Deidara, do you need to rest? An Hidden Stones Village ninja asked, noticing the growing fatigue on his face. No matter how much of a prodigy Deidara was, the reality was that, at only 8 years old, his stamina was no match for that of the seasoned veterans. From the perspective of the explosive corps members, he had already performed admirably. None of them could have compared to him at his age. With no intelligence reports to guide him, he had made the right calls when faced with a terrifying adversary like the White Ghost and even managed to ensure Kurotsuchi's survival. He had proven his worth and potential. As elite Hidden Stones Village ninjas and members of the explosive corps, they were willing to protect him. I'm fine. I can keep going, he shook his head. After reuniting with his comrades, everyone had unanimously agreed with his decision to take a detour through Hidden Grass Village to return home. It was clear from their actions, they wouldn't have successfully regrouped within Hidden Grass Village otherwise. Alright, Captain, but conserve your strength. Our situation is dire right now. I know. How long until Kurotsuchi recovers? She'll be fine. We'll take turns carrying her. Her injuries aren't severe, so she'll recover quickly. Hearing this, Deidara nodded and focused on moving forward without further comment. The surrounding Hidden Stones Village ninjas also remained silent, fully focused on the journey. Despite his youth, they had came to accept him as their leader. Special units like the Explosive Corps required their members to come from proper ninja families and instilled strong collective values. As a result, when they regrouped, they didn't feel the need to choose a new temporary leader. Deidara's role as captain was unquestioned. The Explosive Corps moved with impressive efficiency, wasting no time. Yet they were still spotted by the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. In truth, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas had never let their guard down. From the moment the Hidden Stones Village's army entered the Land of Rain, Hidden Grass Village had been on high alert. They even stationed operatives in the Land of Rain to keep a constant watch on the battle between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village. The Third Great Ninja War had left Hidden Grass Village in ruins. Although they harbored resentment, Hidden Grass Village dared not voice their complaints. Even though Hidden Stones Village's current target wasn't Kusa, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas felt anything but safe. The 5 great villages never consulted smaller nations when expanding their wars. Allies was merely a polite term. Moreover, Hidden Grass Village ninjas coveted the advanced jutsu of the great villages and hoped for opportunities to scavenge useful techniques in the chaos. But they hadn't expected to stumble upon such a major prize. The White Ghost, who had recently risen to fame in the ninja world, had appeared in the northern reaches of the Land of Rain. He had intercepted and annihilated Hidden Stones Village's explosive corps, leaving only scraps of their elite force alive. Hidden Grass Village knew of this because the White Ghost's terrifying jutsu had such a massive attack range that even some of their nearby spies were caught in the devastation. Thankfully, not all had perished, and the survivors had managed to relay the information back. Now, the shattered remnants of the explosive corps had crossed the border into Kusa. This sparked a fierce debate within Kusa. This is our chance, the Hawk leader declared in the emergency council. The White Ghost has done half our work already. And what if he turns his attention to us? A Dove representative countered, fingers drumming nervously on the table. "That's exactly why we must act now," the Hawk leader said. "We'll never have a better opportunity." Unsurprisingly, Hidden Grass Village had its own Hawk faction, though their approach was somewhat unique. For example, the Hawk leader in the neighboring Land of Rain was Hanzo, who advocated conquering smaller countries and forcing the great nations to acknowledge them through warfare. The Hawks in Kusa, on the other hand, focused on how to act like subservient dogs while stealing the meat. The Hawks quickly proposed to eliminate the invading explosive core remnants, arguing that this was an opportunity too juicy to ignore. They reasoned that they could pin the blame on the White Ghost. The Dovish faction opposed this, citing the high risks. While Hidden Grass Village was skilled at erasing traces, the remnants of the explosive core were still formidable opponents. Furthermore, there was no guarantee they could shift the blame onto the White Ghost. After all, the White Ghost was currently in Hidden Grass Village as well. If he grew displeased, what if he brought a Hidden Leaf Village army to retaliate? Hidden Leaf Village's current Hokage advisor was from the Uchiha clan. Hidden Grass Village had no deep interactions with the fourth Hokage and didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Based on these factors, the Doves strongly opposed reckless action. Since the two sides were evenly matched, the matter was settled in Hidden Grass Village tradition. Each faction sent out a representative to duel. The Hawks won. With the matter decided, the Doves quickly fell in line. 1,000 Hidden Grass Village ninjas, fully equipped and ready for battle, mobilized from Hidden Grass Village like wolves on the prairie. While the Hidden Grass Village ninjas sharpened their fangs in preparation for a windfall, Masashi and his two subordinates leisurely trailed behind the remnants of the explosive core. To train his two subordinates, he had been deliberately taking it easy, delegating all tracking work to them. They performed admirably, much to his satisfaction. In particular, Kata excelled in utilizing the surrounding environment to maximize the sensory capabilities of the Inuzuka clan, ensuring that the trio maintained an optimal distance from their quarry. To achieve this level of precision, his skill was impressive. The Inuzuka clan was not to be underestimated. However, when Masashi began sensing numerous chakra signatures ahead, he halted the tracking efforts. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas have already made their move. "No need to continue," he said. "Captain, should we intervene?" Geta asked, his ninja dog's ears perking up at the distant sounds. "No," Masashi said. "Let's see how this plays out. Start recovering your chakra." "Yes, Captain," they replied, accustomed to Masashi's sudden commands and executing them without hesitation. Masashi slowed their pace, proceeding at a casual walking speed. But their direction veered away from Deodar's group. If the Hidden Grass Village ninjas can't handle what's left of the explosive core, Masashi thought, they might as well disband and forfeit their privilege of servitude in the ninja world. Chapter 98, The Lion Visits the Jackals. Accompanied by his two subordinates, Masashi strolled into a town near Kusa. "Captain, where are we headed?" Geta asked. "You talk too much," Yumi glared at him. "Just keep moving." "Oh." Geta was merely asking out of habit and promptly went silent. Masashi didn't answer either. In fact, he was pondering how far he should take this. Historically, any powerful nation undergoing turmoil or a change of leadership often faced probes, not from enemies but from its vassal states. Vassal states would try to test the new ruler's abilities, hoping to improve their standing or, if possible, grab some benefits in the process. The relationships between ninja villages were not all that different. He didn't know how Hidden Leaf Village's allies had tested them since the manga never covered it. But in this timeline, Kuza's probing had already begun. Hidden Grass Village had the audacity to declare neutrality in the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, citing their recent recovery from the Third Great Ninja War as a valid reason. They even politely requested material support from Hidden Leaf Village, a request that sounded gentle yet servile. But to Masashi, who judged things solely by their outcomes, this was nothing less than baring their fangs. Once they entered the town, he led his two subordinates to a restaurant. After being out for so long, they deserved a hot meal. The sight of three ninja dressed in Hidden Leaf Village uniforms immediately drew all eyes in the town. The townspeople avoided eye contact, their gazes filled with fear. Hidden Grass Village ninjas may be the odd ones out in the ninja world, but the citizens of the town, like those of other smaller countries, feared war. Currently, with the Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village forces clashing in the Land of Rain, the citizens were terrified that the conflict might spill into their territory, just like a few years ago. To them, the sight of Masashi and his group felt like the precursor to war. But he felt no sympathy. Some nations were weak and deserving of sympathy, others did not deserve any. Hidden Grass Village fell into the latter category. Masashi had witnessed too much of their peculiar behavior during his first go-around. A nation's general attitude often reflected the spirit of its people. Hidden Grass Village was peculiar indeed, but its people were no more likable than its ninja. Masashi actually held a better impression of the land of Rain and Taki. Both were small nations, yet Taki had never been invaded since its founding. As for the land of Rain, while it was in its current sorry state, that was mainly due to its harsh geographical environment, they had at least put up a fight. Picking a restaurant, he entered. The moment he walked into the dining hall, the noise inside quieted down, and all eyes turned to him. Yumi and Kata felt uncomfortable, but Masashi remained composed. He chose a seat he liked and sat down, deliberately facing the kitchen entrance. "What are you two standing around for? Come, sit down," he said to his subordinates. Yumi and Kita reluctantly took their seats, though the intense gazes from around the room made them feel utterly out of place. "Captain." Kita timidly voiced his concern, leaning in slightly. "Eating out like this, isn't it a bit risky?" "No worries, Yumi is here," Masashi replied. Yumi's Byakugan, while having an effective range of half a kilometer, was also well trained for detail within that range. Any attempt to tamper with their food would be caught by her immediately. Even if, by some miracle, Hidden Grass Village had advanced its techniques, it wouldn't escape Masashi's eyes. Though he didn't have a Mangekyo Sharingan, his Sharingan could already outperform most clan members. The poisons of Hidden Grass Village were no match for the Nana-level poisonous insects of the Aburame clan. "Excuse me," Masashi called out with a pleasant smile. "Could we get some service?" Yes. Right away." The restaurant owner hurried over, bowing slightly. Despite his deferential manner, there was a slight tremor in his movements. "Do you have menus we could look at?" "Ah, my sincerest apologies." The owner's smile wavered for just a moment. His hands fidgeted with his apron as he struggled to maintain his composure under Masashi's gentle gaze. "That's quite all right. Please bring us your house specialties then." The owner bowed again and retreated quickly to the kitchen. As the man disappeared through the kitchen doors, Masashi noted how little had changed in this country. Hidden Grass Village ninjas were merely a distilled version of all the negative traits of Kusa. Paranoid to the point of xenophobia, impulsive and erratic, they acted inconsistently, prone to picking fights yet crumbled at the first sign of resistance. In the face of the strong, they lacked the spirit to resist. Among themselves, scheming and infighting were seen as a virtue. In Hidden Leaf Village, Masashi wasn't alone in his dislike of Hidden Grass Village ninjas. Many shared his annoyance with this village. After a while, the restaurant owner returned with staff, smiling as they brought dishes to the table. He inspected them briefly. Everything seemed fine. The dishes were prepared with care, after all, they were still running a business, and money was money. Masashi handed the owner a wad of cash. "Eat up," he said, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat. Although Yumi and Kata were still uncomfortable, hunger eventually won, and they began to eat as well. However, it felt like the most unpleasant meal they'd ever had. "You two are supposed to be Jonin, right?" Masashi said, noticing his subordinate's unease. "Are you really this shaken by some stares?" "No, it's just... Captain," Kata tried to explain, his chopsticks trembling slightly. "There's nothing to feel awkward about. Being an ninja from a great village means being looked at like this is normal," Masashi said. "If this already gets to you, how will you handle Hidden Grass Village ninjas later? Throw up on the spot?" "Captain, it seems you really don't like Hidden Grass Village ninjas." Yumi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Wait until you meet them, you'll dislike them more than I do." Masashi chuckled. Back in the day, Hidden Leaf Village had two open secrets. One was the constant clash between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's office, always at each other's throats and nearly coming to blows. The other? The Inuzuka clan, while they were known for their ninja dogs and tracking abilities, what most outsiders didn't realize was that they were the backbone of Hidden Leaf Village's militant faction. When it came to dealing with problematic allies like Kusa, the Inuzuka were usually the ones sent to handle things. The three of them continued eating, and soon the table was cleared. But no one came to clean up. The restaurant owner, along with his staff, had disappeared. Footsteps echoed from the entrance. The trio turned to see a ninja from Hidden Grass Village standing at the door. Seeing them look his way, the Hidden Grass Village ninja forced a seemingly friendly smile onto his face. "Are the three of you passing through here for a mission?" Kata had a feeling his captain really understood him. He had never seen Hidden Grass Village ninjas before. Now that he had, he realized he really didn't like them. "Yes, indeed. Hidden Grass Village is beautiful scenery, so I stopped by for a look," Masashi said with a smile. "And of course, I'm here to visit an ally." "Oh? Could it be that you're carrying a confidential message from Hokage-sama? But showing up like this seems a bit informal, doesn't it?" "Why so formal? We're allies, no need to make things so distant," Masashi said heartily with a wave of his hand. "Why bother with all the pomp?" Yumi, who was sitting to the side, almost couldn't hold in her laughter. Kita, on the other hand, turned bright red. He had just taken a sip of water and ended up choking on it. Luckily, the Hidden Grass Village ninja's face turned even redder than his, so at least he didn't stand out too much. You must be joking. The Hidden Grass Village ninja forced a smile, though it was clearly strained. Are you implying I'm not welcome here? No. Of course not. You're free to go wherever you like. The Hidden Grass Village ninja quickly replied, taking a half step back. Well then, that settles it. So why are you still blabbering? Masashi gave him a reproachful look. The Hidden Grass Village ninja mustered an awkward yet polite smile, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. Masashi-sama, please understand. A powerful ninja like you requires proper preparation for your visit. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful of us. No worries, I don't mind, Masashi replied. No, it's necessary. As a village under Hidden Leaf Village's protection, Hidden Grass Village must show proper hospitality. Please allow us to do so, the Hidden Grass Village ninja said, gritting his teeth. He was starting to regret taking on this job. The more he spoke, the more likely he was to get himself beaten. And if the white ghost hit him even once, it'd be over for him. The people back in the village would just say, thank you for ridding us of a pest. Alright, how long will it take? We won't keep you waiting for long, 3 days at most. Good. 3 days from now, I'll visit Kusa. Understood. I'll start the preparations right away. With that, the Hidden Grass Village ninja hurriedly left without daring to stay for even a moment. As soon as he was out of sight, Yumi let out a long sigh of relief. Kita, on the other hand, coughed loudly and finally managed to recover from choking. Choking on water was the worst. You two are so weak. Masashi remarked. It's fair to say you're a perfect match. Really, Captain? Kita stopped coughing. Yumi rolled her eyes. But for someone from the Hyuga clan, that particular gesture didn't work very well. Alright, enough fooling around. You heard what he said. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas need 3 days, so you'll be busy until then. Captain, what are we supposed to do? Kita asked, straightening up at the change in atmosphere. Complete the mission, of course. Did you really think following me out here was just about patrolling? Masashi said. Our mission isn't to deal with Hidden Stones Village ninjas? That's only part of it. If we don't encounter any Hidden Stones Village ninjas, then it's just a patrol. But now that we've run into them, we can execute the plan. Seeing that Kita had more questions, Masashi waved him off. Stop asking. If you have questions, ask Yumi later. She's sharper than you. For now, come with me. With that, he stood up, leading the two out of the restaurant and away from the town. After that, they resumed moving at a speed more fitting for ninjas, passing through town after town. At each stop, Yumi and Kita gathered intelligence about the area, mapping out defensive positions, noting troop movements, and gauging the local ninja population. 3 days had passed. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas reappeared before Masashi and his two companions. This time, however, the ninja who came was a jonin from Kusa. Masashi-sama, the jonin greeted. Compared to the previous ninja, he had a more dignified demeanor. But to Masashi, it was like putting lipstick on a pig, it didn't fit at all. Hidden Grass Village was originally formed by a group of peripheral clans with incomplete ninjutsu systems. Their survival depended on appeasing larger powers, and they were highly sensitive to geopolitical shifts. When the era of one village one nation took shape, they quickly realized the role of satellite nations and established Hidden Grass Village by securing the support of surrounding major powers. Due to their incomplete ninjutsu system, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas had to resort to underhanded tactics, like stealing techniques from their neighbors. While they couldn't touch the core techniques of the major ninja villages, they managed to cobble together their own patchwork system, but their skill level was what it was. Even a jonin from Hidden Grass Village might not be a match for a special jonin from one of the major villages. Take the jonin before them, for instance. Despite his pretentious air, if Kita were to fight him to the death, the Hidden Grass Village jonin would definitely lose. Is everything ready? Masashi glanced at him before turning to Yumi and Kita. Have you gathered all the intel on this town? Yes, Captain, the two replied, their expressions professionally blank. Good. Let's go. Masashi didn't pay any more attention to the Hidden Grass Village jonin, signaling for the other two to follow as they headed straight toward Kusa. The Hidden Grass Village jonin watched their backs. He couldn't afford to provoke the white ghost. Hidden Grass Village couldn't afford to provoke this man. And if he was really carrying a confidential message from the Hokage, they had to be even more cautious. Hidden Grass Village had never publicly shown hostility to any ninja from a major village. Even when forced into conflict, it was out of necessity. This was the survival strategy Hidden Grass Village had built for itself, a neutral image in the ninja world. He followed behind them. Masashi didn't pay any attention to the tailing ninja. He was busy considering how best to complete this mission. Of course, there was no actual confidential message from the Hokage. That was just the Hidden Grass Village ninja's own assumption, and it had nothing to do with him. The mission itself couldn't be stated outright either. This was actually a request from Hidden Leaf Village's pro-war faction, not an official mission. To be fair, Hidden Leaf Village had always had a pro-war faction, but it had never gained significant influence. From the first Hokage to the fourth, every Hokage had been cautious about war, treating it as a means of protecting interests rather than gaining them. Denzo was the first high-ranking figure to openly advocate for solving problems through war. For a brief moment, the pro-war faction, centered around Denzo, gained some momentum. But it didn't last long. Because everyone realized he wasn't a true pro-war advocate. After Fugaku became a Hokage advisor, the pro-war faction began aligning themselves with the Uchiha, though his stance was difficult for them to navigate. After falling into Denzo's pitfalls, the faction had also grown more cautious. This led them to notice Masashi. Among the ninja clans, the Inuzuka were the most pro-war, almost all of them. During the third Hokage's tenure, the Inuzuka clan wasn't explicitly targeted by the Hokage's administration, yet they ended up at the bottom of the clan hierarchy due to their incompatibility with Hidden Leaf Village's mainstream political ecosystem. By contrast, pacifist clans like the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki thrived. But even within the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans, there were pro-war advocates. Previously, they were scattered and lacked cohesion. This time, the pro-war faction, led by the Inuzuka clan, approached Masashi, hoping he could use this opportunity to gauge the true strength of Kusa. If Hidden Grass Village was found to be shirking its obligations as an ally, the pro-war faction planned to unite and petition the fourth Hokage to forcibly drag Hidden Grass Village into the war. These individuals hoped that, under the fourth Hokage's leadership, they could finally make their voices heard in the village. Chapter 99, Playing House. Hidden Grass Village was a ninja village without any notable features, mediocre and unremarkable. Understandably so, this nation lacked any natural geographical advantages. The only thing that could qualify as a natural barrier was the Great River, but the Hidden Grass Village ninjas couldn't exactly build their homes next to the river. How reckless would that be? Even if someone's brain were clamped in a vice and they decided to do so, which side of the river would they build on? East, aligning with Hidden Stone's village? Or west, aligning with Hidden Leaf Village? They certainly wouldn't build houses on the river itself. It's not like this was the Mississippi River with its vast system of levees. So, like Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Grass Village built their village in the forest, but on a much smaller scale. When Masashi arrived in Kusa, he saw a group of people already waiting for him at the village gate. The leadership of Kusa, to be frank, didn't have very appealing appearances. One look at them and you knew they weren't the trustworthy type. In this regard, Hidden Leaf Village had done a much better job. The Hokage of every generation had faces that inspired friendliness. Masashi-sama, the current leader of Hidden Grass Village, greeted him with an ingratiating smile. The entire village has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. That's very kind, Masashi replied with a smile that was even more enthusiastic than the leader's. Under your leadership, your village has become increasingly prosperous. The Hokage has been paying close attention to your progress. The Hidden Grass Village leader's expression didn't change, but a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. His chakra spiked momentarily before he forced it back under control. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the words of the White Ghost, but the more he thought about them, the less reassured he felt. Masashi didn't care about his counterpart's nervousness. With Kusa's rotten state, if Hidden Leaf Village were to take them seriously, they'd have wiped them out long ago. He glanced at the group of people standing behind the Hidden Grass Village leader and said, "Your village seems to have done quite a good job preparing for battle." "You must be mistaken." The Hidden Grass Village leader's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to reply. "Our village lost so many people to Hidden Stone's village in the last war that we're barely able to defend ourselves, let alone provoke anyone else." "You're being too modest," Masashi said cheerfully. "Looking at the people behind you, their killing intent hasn't even dissipated. They've just returned from battle, haven't they? Some Hidden Stone's village ninja must have infiltrated. Your village's combat capabilities are quite impressive." "Ha ha ha." The Hidden Grass Village leader forced a laugh, but inside, he was tense to the breaking point. It was true, many Hidden Grass Village ninjas had died capturing the explosion core, and even more had been seriously injured. The village had sent out its elites to capture those individuals, and they were still cleaning up the aftermath. The most exciting part of the operation was the discovery of two young talents with exceptional potential and extraordinary backgrounds. However, Hidden Grass Village had no intention of using them as bargaining chips. After undertaking such a significant mission, they had no plans to let these individuals see the light of day again. If this transaction were properly digested, Kusa's ninjutsu system would undergo a transformation. As for being suspected by the Sushi Kage, Hidden Grass Village wasn't worried. Their specialized cleanup team would arrange the scene to make it look like the explosion core had escaped and that their tracks had been erased. The escape would be directed toward the Land of Rain, territory under the control of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces. When the dust settled, Hidden Leaf Village would become the prime suspect. Who would believe that a small village like Hidden Grass Village could take down the explosion core? Even the Hidden Grass Village leader himself couldn't believe his village had the audacity to pull it off. Although he felt a smug sense of satisfaction, he dared not let it show in front of the White Ghost. As Masashi's reputation spread across the ninja world, villages began using various means to gather information about him. Each report made them more terrified of the man standing before them. His feats on the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, in particular, had become widely known. Recently, Hidden Clouds Village had been hyping him up even more, greatly enriching the intelligence available to other villages. Their reports spoke of his ability to appear anywhere, at any time, leaving only corpses. People were shocked to discover that this man wasn't just a newly risen powerhouse. He was skilled in a wide variety of ninjutsu, excelling in one-on-one combat, assassination, and large-scale battles. His offensive and defensive techniques were top-notch, with no apparent weaknesses. And, to top it off, the man possessed chakra reserves on par with a tailed beast. Even seasoned Kage-level fighters weren't necessarily this formidable. Intelligence specialists in various villages were particularly baffled by Masashi's ease on the battlefield during his first campaign. His performance in the Hidden Mist Village battlefield had led veterans to remark, to be this adept at and accustomed to battlefield killing, one must have been raised in the harsh survival conditions of the Warring States period. Other than attributing it to innate talent, there was no other explanation. It couldn't possibly be the spirit of some warlord from the Warring States period reborn, right? The Uchiha clan, capable of producing someone like this, was truly terrifying. What other villages thought, Hidden Grass Village didn't know. All they knew was that when they heard Masashi was coming to visit, they were scared out of their minds. Otherwise, Kuza's leadership wouldn't have put on such a show of force. This kind of monster was not to be trifled with. But then again, currying favor with the White Ghost wasn't shameful. Plenty of people wanted to get on his good side but didn't have the chance. The only one suffering was Kuza's leader, who, despite having no heart problems, felt like he was experiencing a near-heart attack. It's just routine training, Masashi-sama. The entire Hidden Grass Village holds you in high esteem. If not for the heavy casualties we've suffered, we'd be eager to serve under your command. Ah, no need to be so formal, Masashi said, slapping the Hidden Grass Village leader on the shoulder. Personal adoration is unnecessary. In Hidden Leaf Village, everyone knows I'm a sincere and upright person, strict with myself, lenient with others, and never one to argue with others. Retracting his hand, he added, you must have faith in us. Hidden Leaf Village is always reasonable with its allies. Absolutely. Ever since we've had Hidden Leaf Village's support, life in Hidden Grass Village has been wonderful, the Hidden Grass Village leader replied, doing his best to suppress the urge to glance at his shoulder. Masashi-sama, we look forward to your continued care for Kuza. He felt utterly miserable inside. Damn it. The White Ghost had just marked him. If anything went wrong, he'd be the first to die. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll take care of them, Masashi said righteously. As expected of Lord Masashi, so righteous. The Hidden Grass Village leader vowed to strictly control the young troublemakers in his village. If anyone dared to act recklessly, they'd have to be dealt with for the greater good of Kuza. Alright, let's not just stand around. Let's go inside. I've never been to Hidden Grass Village before. Masashi's smile widened slightly. Of course, Masashi-sama, please, this way. The leader gestured with a slightly trembling hand. Under the deferential reception of the Hidden Grass Village leader, Masashi walked into the village with two of his subordinates. The village leader's excessive bowing amused him. Yumi and Kata kept their mouths shut tight the entire time, astonished at how respectful the high-ranking Hidden Grass Village ninjas were toward their captain. Both of them, coming from prestigious clans, knew very well that just the title of Hidden Leaf Village Ninja couldn't possibly achieve such an effect. Hidden Grass Village was, after all, a second-tier organization in the shinobi world. Although it ranked at the bottom among these, it wasn't something just anyone could overwhelm single-handedly. Among the 5 great nations, aside from the 5 Kage, people with such capability were few and far between. Realizing they were on a mission under someone of this caliber, the two were both thrilled and grateful. Get to thought that if he could be as strong as their captain, he'd probably receive an endless stream of love letters every day. Yumi didn't even dare hope for Kata to reach that level. If he could manage half of it, she'd marry him right away, and even promise not to bully him anymore. After all, she actually preferred being bullied herself. Masashi had no idea how colorful his subordinates' inner thoughts were at the moment. He walked through Kusa, observing his surroundings. The streets of Hidden Grass Village were rather bleak, poorly planned, and the buildings were crowded together. Wooden structures leaned against each other like tired soldiers, their facades showing years of neglect. Villagers quickly ducked into their homes or into shadows between buildings upon seeing ninjas, casting curious and wary glances at Masashi and his team. A child peeking from behind a curtain quickly disappeared when Masashi's gaze fell on the window. This was definitely not a place that would leave travelers feeling cheerful. The village's commerce was mostly run by its own people, with goods largely limited to daily necessities. Stalls displayed basic weapons and tools, but nothing that would interest a ninja of any real caliber. "The commerce in your village doesn't seem very prosperous," Masashi remarked as he gestured toward a nearly empty marketplace. "You must be joking, Masashi-sama. We're just a small nation with a small village, how could we dream of flourishing commerce? The villagers just do small trades for convenience," the Hidden Grass Village leader replied with a bitter laugh. Life in Hidden Grass Village was anything but vibrant. Entertainment existed, but it was reserved for ninjas due to the limited resources. Even then, what passed for entertainment here would barely qualify as such in Hidden Leaf Village. Masashi didn't comment further. He had little interest in the quality of life of Kusa's villagers. Hidden Grass Village was clearly a hierarchical village. Ninjas were the elites, and the distinction was blatantly obvious without any attempt to conceal it. "How about?" The Hidden Grass Village leader glanced at Masashi with a sly grin and suggestive look. Masashi gave him a sidelong glance and smirked internally. "Go to your office?" "That's fine," he replied. "Ah. Yes, that's exactly what I meant," the Hidden Grass Village leader stammered, recovering quickly and nodding repeatedly. Still, he was puzzled. Wasn't this man supposed to be lustful? The intelligence they had received shouldn't be wrong. Maybe he simply didn't fancy Kusa's offerings. The Hidden Grass Village leader felt a bit indignant about this. Sure, their resources were scarce, but wasn't that all the more reason to carefully select the best? Since the topic was brushed off, he didn't push further. "Please, this way." He led Masashi toward his office building, signaling to one of his subordinates to stay behind. As they walked, the streets remained quiet, but Yumi and Kata felt an increasing sense of familiarity. Eventually, they noticed it. Many parts of Hidden Grass Village seemed to be imitating Hidden Leaf Village's layout, albeit poorly. Masashi paused briefly. He spotted a hospital. In Hidden Leaf Village, the largest buildings beneath the Hokage Rock were the Ninja Academy and the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Hidden Grass Village didn't have its equivalent of the Hokage Rock, but they had built their academy and hospital in the same area. There was also a tall building with a large signboard displaying the kanji for grass. To the left and right of this building were the Ninja Academy and the hospital, respectively. The entire layout was a pale imitation of Hidden Leaf Village's central district. Though the academy was expected, Masashi didn't anticipate Hidden Grass Village to have a hospital. For a small village, they were still trying to cover all the bases. That said, the hospital paled in comparison to Hidden Leaf Village's, just a lone, modest building. "Your village seems to have plenty of medical ninja," Masashi remarked with a smile. "Not at all," the Hidden Grass Village leader replied, forcing a laugh as he glanced at the nearly silent hospital. Internally, he sighed in relief. They had just finished evacuating the injured patients from the building, narrowly avoiding a potential disaster. Even though this might lead to more deaths, there was no other choice. The methods of the explosion core were far too identifiable. If Masashi grew curious and took a look inside, he might uncover everything. Masashi, however, was indeed curious. Of all Hidden Leaf Village's institutions, hospitals were the hardest to replicate. Medical ninja were rare, even in Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, Hidden Leaf Village's resources were barely sufficient to establish field hospitals on the battlefield, let alone deploy medical ninjas to every squad. The other great nations faced similar challenges, often on an even smaller scale. Moreover, medical ninja varied widely in skill, and the weak ones were practically useless. Only Hidden Sand Village had relatively high medical standards, specializing in poison treatment and surgery. But even they couldn't compare to Hidden Leaf Village in overall medical capabilities. Masashi stared at the Hidden Grass Village Hospital. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Does your village happen to have members of the Uzumaki clan?" He thought of Karen. He remembered her mainly because she had ended up working under Orochimaru, who, after his defection, had gathered elite individuals with unique bloodlines. Before joining the Sannin, she had been a Hidden Grass Village ninja and even participated in Hidden Leaf Village's Chunin exams, where Sasuke saved her during the test. This incident seemed to have left a deep impression on her, turning her into his fangirl later on. But rather than being infatuated with Sasuke himself, it was more accurate to say that he had become a beacon of hope at the right time for her. Regardless, Karen was undeniably talented and worth bringing back to Hidden Leaf Village. The Uzumaki clan? The Hidden Grass Village leader blinked, then quickly said, "Of course not. Why would members of the Uzumaki clan come to a small village like ours?" The Uzumaki clan had been living in secrecy across the ninja world. Even if there were any, he wouldn't recognize them. If there were, though, he'd immediately arrange marriages for them with the village's women. That was the Uzumaki clan, after all. Though he didn't know much about them, he knew that both the first Hokage and the fourth Hokage's wives were from the Uzumaki clan, and that the clan had the ability to suppress tailed beasts. He firmly believed that without their tailed beast, Taki wouldn't necessarily be doing any better than Kuza. Masashi didn't bother determining the truth of the Hidden Grass Village leader's words. Instead, he directly activated his chakra perception. Chapter 100, Checkmate in Kuza. The Flying Thunder God relied on several prerequisites, such as physical reflexes and an innate talent for space-time ninjutsu, but its most crucial requirement was chakra perception ability. One might manage with slightly weaker reflexes or less talent in space-time ninjutsu, but without chakra perception, even mastering the Flying Thunder God would be useless. After all, if one couldn't sense the Flying Thunder God marks, what was the point of trying to teleport? Moreover, the strength of chakra perception determined the effective range of the Flying Thunder God and the ability to accurately locate and lock onto the seals. Both Tobirama and Minato were outliers in chakra perception, verging on bug-like levels. In the original timeline, they could sense chakra from battlefields while still in Hidden Leaf Village. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the battlefield stretched as far as the northernmost part of the Land of Iron, roughly the same distance as traveling from Hidden Leaf Village to Hidden Sand Village. While Masashi couldn't quite match these two monsters in terms of range, within his effective sensing range, he surpassed them. When he activated his chakra perception, every chakra signature within Kuza's hospital vividly appeared in his eyes. "Care to explain?" he asked, turning toward Kuza's leader beside him. "Of course, I can pretend you didn't know. Masashi-sama, I really... Let's set aside the fact that you've temporarily relocated a lot of people," Masashi said. "But why am I sensing Uzumaki chakra in this hospital? Are you using members of the Uzumaki clan as medicine? You should understand the implications of such actions." The senior Hidden Grass Village officials were stunned into silence. Seeing their reactions, Masashi offered a friendly reminder. Every action leaves a trace, wind leaves a sound, and chakra leaves its mark too. This short period isn't enough for chakra traces to disappear. "Although I doubt you'd understand if I explained further," Masashi said as he began walking toward the hospital. "All you need to know is this: if you make an enemy of Hidden Leaf Village, death is certain." As he said, the first part of his statement went over the heads of the Hidden Grass Village officials, but the second part was crystal clear. "Masashi-sama." The Hidden Grass Village leader panicked and hurriedly followed. "Please, let me explain. I truly had no idea there were members of the Uzumaki clan in the village." Flustered, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of Sharingan. In an instant, it felt as though he had lost consciousness. By the time he snapped out of his daze, Masashi and his two subordinates had already reached the entrance of Kuza's hospital. "You truly didn't know? Since that's the case, I suggest you stay here and watch." Before the Hidden Grass Village leader could respond, Masashi's figure vanished into the hospital, now shrouded in darkness due to a power outage. The Hidden Grass Village leader stood frozen in place. He now knew who that Uzumaki clan member was. No wonder. No wonder they had such a unique constitution. But when did the Uzumaki clan develop such abilities? Feeling his own neck as if to confirm he was still alive, he turned abruptly to face the others. "Kill those people immediately. Go. We haven't yet, there's no time. Do it now." Being unaware of the Uzumaki clan member or their identity could perhaps be excused. But if Hidden Stone's village were to find out, it would spell disaster. Their attempts to exploit Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't escape the White Ghost's notice. They didn't need to fear retaliation from Hidden Stone's village, the White Ghost would kill them before that happened. Just one glance from him had made the Hidden Grass Village leader fully realize, no one in the entire village could survive even a single breath in front of the White Ghost. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas who received the order hurried away. The remaining senior officials exchanged grim looks. Isn't his too extreme? One of them finally sighed. Can one man really defeat all of Kuza's forces? In the current ninja world, strength in numbers was the prevailing mindset. The Hidden Grass Village leader secretly agreed but couldn't suppress his fear. "Are you fools? Did you not hear me? Did you not feel it? That man touched my shoulder. My shoulder. Not yours. He could have killed me in that instant. Did these bastards think he didn't know they were hoping he'd die so they could seize his position? Absurd. Ignorant fools. You can't comprehend power of this level. Just follow orders." And like a docile child, he waited obediently at the base of the hospital. The other senior officials showed varying reactions. Some shifted nervously, others maintained their masks of defiance. As a second-tier ninja village, Hidden Grass Village wasn't so weak as to be irrelevant. Being able to get involved in the conflicts between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village showed they had some standing. The main difference between Hidden Grass Village and the 5 great nations lay in the number and quality of their jonin. Although they lacked elite jonin, they weren't completely without capable fighters. Even so, everyone understood what area Masashi occupied. The White Ghost's reputation wasn't built on empty threats. Before any decisions could be made, an explosion suddenly erupted from one of the hospital's windows. Flames burst outward, and those outside could see them reflected in the anguished faces of the Hidden Grass Village officials. The heat reached them even at this distance. The explosion had come from a section housing severely injured ninjas, many of whom had suffered debilitating wounds from direct attacks by Hidden Stones Village's explosive squad. These were Kuza's elites. Even if some were crippled, they could still contribute in the academy or elsewhere in the village. By now, no one could miss Masashi's intentions. He was here to make trouble. Whether this was sanctioned by the 4th Hokage or not, it was clear that Hidden Leaf Village was no pushover. Kuza's provocation had failed, and a price had to be paid. While the village wouldn't be completely destroyed, the cost would be significant. But who would willingly pay such a price? Hidden Grass Village wasn't so wealthy that they could afford to. Perhaps, if they showed a willingness to go down fighting, Hidden Leaf Village might back off somewhat. Finally, some of the senior officials stomped their feet and left. Others, like the Hidden Grass Village leader, chose to wait outside the hospital for Masashi to emerge. 2 groups, 2 different choices. 2 different fates. The chaos inside the hospital soon subsided. Moments later, Masashi reappeared in front of the remaining Hidden Grass Village officials, accompanied by his 2 subordinates. Yumi was holding a young girl with red hair similar to that of the Uzumaki clan. The girl clung tightly to her neck, shrinking away nervously when she saw the Hidden Grass Village officials. Masashi glanced at the group before him and nodded. More of you stayed behind than I expected. That's acceptable. There was no longer any need for pretense. I'll help you remove the cancer within your ranks. Thank you, Masashi-sama. The Hidden Grass Village leader exhaled in relief. Before he could finish his sigh, a violent explosion erupted in the distance. Turning toward the source of the commotion, the group saw a mushroom cloud rising from a cluster of buildings. In the fiery cloud, fragments, human limbs, were scattered into the sky. Masashi recognized the chakra from the explosion. The Land of Grass was quite skilled in the design and construction of prisons. For instance, they even operated an international prison, specifically built to house dangerous criminals for other nations. Criminals deemed dangerous by ninja villages were typically individuals with powerful backgrounds who couldn't simply be killed, yet were too strong for regular prisons to contain. They were the sort who might escape and cause havoc at any moment. Since no one wanted to detain such people on their own territory, they were instead sent to the Land of Grass. After all, the country was known for its hospitality. With such expertise, it was fair to say that Kuza's prisons were well constructed. However, they should never have imprisoned the Explosives Corps in their own facility. The Explosives Corps members all shared a peculiar occupational habit. Whenever they saw a building, their first instinct was to analyze its structural integrity, whether it was masonry or steel, and where the weakest points were located. Their greatest passion in life was finding ways to blow things up under the most limited or adverse conditions. Deodara was a newcomer to the group, but even as a child, he had loved explosions. Hidden Stones Village ninjas weren't oblivious to the risk of Hidden Grass Village stabbing them in the back. Smaller villages always seized any opportunity to grow stronger, while long-term strategic thinking was a luxury reserved for the larger ninja villages. Smaller villages had to gamble. What the Hidden Stones Village ninjas hadn't anticipated was Kuza's sheer audacity. They mobilized 1,000 ninjas to capture the Explosives Corps. The difference in numbers was overwhelming. With no other choice, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas exhausted their stock of explosive clay before surrendering. Hidden Grass Village had lost a significant number of shinobi to the Explosives Corps attacks and was initially furious. However, when the Explosives Corps surrendered, their anger turned to optimism. This false sense of security lulled the leadership of Hidden Grass Village into believing the situation was under control. Consequently, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas were imprisoned, but Kuza's preparations were rushed, and many safeguards were incomplete. This led to the scene Masashi witnessed after leaving the hospital. Not just one, but multiple mushroom clouds of explosions were rising into the sky. Human bodies were torn apart by the blasts, and severed limbs flew everywhere. The Explosives Corps showed fear when facing Masashi because his level of ninjutsu had far surpassed what could be countered with mere technical skill. As for Kuza, that was the Explosives Corps ideal playground. Hidden Grass Village might have thought that locking the ninjas in prison would keep them contained, but they didn't see it that way. After a good night's sleep, they woke up refreshed and ready to kill. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas had been too lenient in their treatment. Chakra sealed? They broke the seals. Weapons confiscated? No problem, they simply scavenged what they needed. Explosive clay missing? They made more, right on the spot. Not enough manpower? The prison was full of inmates. By the time Kuza's leader's attendants arrived at the prison, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas had already organized the other inmates, using the underground market within the prison to manufacture enough explosive clay for their plans. Before the attendants could issue their orders, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas had struck first. The inmates followed suit immediately. One Hidden Stones Village ninja crushed the head of an attendant with his bare hands, and within a short time, all Hidden Grass Village guards in the prison were wiped out. The prison's defenses were meaningless against the explosives corps, who were all experts in demolition. Once they broke out, the explosions began in earnest. They couldn't target the White Ghost, but they could certainly target Kuza's ninjas. Even Deodara fully embraced the joy of destruction, encouraged by his comrades. He tossed another lump of clay into the air, infused it with chakra, and sent it darting into the formation of a squad of Hidden Grass Village ninjas. Boom! The explosion engulfed the squad in flames. He turned around to face more Hidden Grass Village ninjas swarming toward him down the street, with some leaping across rooftops. Altogether, there were about 30 of them. Quickly forming a hand seal, he called out softly, "Ha!" A series of explosions rang out, flames spreading down both sides of the street. Overloaded buildings collapsed one after another. When the dust settled, the area in front of Deodara had been reduced to rubble and debris. In the wreckage, the limbs of half-buried Hidden Grass Village ninjas could still be seen. Suddenly, he took a step back. A piece of rubble was shoved aside, and a severely injured Hidden Grass Village ninja emerged. Shards of debris from the explosions were embedded all over his body. Deodara sidestepped the man's desperate attack and, with a kunai seemingly conjured out of thin air, stabbed him through the neck. With a twist, the man's head flew off. The headless body stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing into the dirt. Deodara kicked the severed head aside, wiped the kunai on his clothes, and headed to the next target. This war had made him keenly aware of his weaknesses, and he was already formulating plans to address them. Of course, those weaknesses were only relative. Against the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, he had no such vulnerabilities. As for Kuza's Jonin, they were naturally being handled by the Explosives Corps own elite members. If Gari were still alive, Kuza's losses would have been even greater. Thinking of him made Deodara uneasy. Gari had sacrificed himself so that Deodara and Kirotsuchi could escape, but his actions had been for the sake of the village. What kind of power did the village possess to inspire such acts? He didn't particularly care about the village. To him, it was just another settlement, except with more ninjas. It wasn't that he disliked the village, he simply couldn't comprehend the so-called will that Anoki spoke of. But now, he seemed to understand it, if only a little. The village was like a family, yet not entirely the same. The houses that crumbled so easily in explosions weren't the village. The place where his comrades were, that was the village. Thinking of the time he'd spent with the Explosives Corps, he realized that the people he cared about weren't limited to just his teacher and the dim-witted Kirotsuchi. As Deodara ran, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, the smile vanished. He had emerged from the street to see a large crowd in the distance. Many of them were Hidden Grass Village ninjas, which didn't bother him. What bothered him was that they were all standing submissively before one man. As he locked eyes with that man, the latter smiled with a hint of amusement. Without hesitation, Deodara turned and darted into a nearby alley. At the same time, he pulled out a makeshift signal flare, pointed it skyward, and fired it. The flare burst into fireworks in the sky, catching the attention of all the Hidden Stones Village ninjas wreaking havoc in Kuza. Watching the fireworks and the quick retreat of Deodara, Masashi turned to the grim-faced Hidden Grass Village leader and smiled. Hidden Grass Village still has plenty of fight left, it seems. We don't dare, Masashi-sama. We only wish to serve Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Grass Village leader said, forcing a smile that looked on the verge of tears. No need to look so down, Masashi replied, shifting his gaze. You can think of it this way, Hidden Grass Village was bound to lose many people today anyway. Dying to an enemy is better than being killed by your own people. You're absolutely right, Masashi-sama. Since the Hidden Stones Village ninjas have been discovered, there's no other choice. I'll have to act now, Masashi said. Chapter 101, How to Make Friends in Kuza. The fireworks in the sky were seen immediately by all the Hidden Stones Village ninjas rampaging through Kuza. Upon seeing the signal, they abandoned the prison escapees they had been instigating and began running toward their planned destination. At that moment, Masashi had already appeared at the entrance. Kuza's prison truly housed an impressive number of inmates, thanks to the Hidden Grass Village ninjas' penchant for underhandedly capturing people from all over. Masashi glanced around and immediately saw a group of prisoners locked in battle with the Hidden Grass Village reinforcements. Biting his finger, he pressed his hand to the ground. With a puff of smoke from the summoning jutsu, the enormous body of a black serpent appeared. Kuro position placed part of her massive body directly through the gate, its coils sending tremors through the ground. With a deafening crash, a large section of the high wall, along with the gate, was obliterated as Kuro stretched. The debris flew high into the air before raining down on the Hidden Grass Village ninjas ahead. The ninjas never expected their sturdy gate to suddenly come crashing down on their heads. Panic erupted among them as they screamed and scrambled to avoid the falling wreckage. But compared to the size of the debris, human bodies were pitifully small. At least 100 Hidden Grass Village ninjas were crushed into pulp, their bodies disappearing beneath the mountain of rubble. The prisoners, however, were overjoyed. They had been spared, standing just outside the range of destruction. Seeing the enormous serpent slithering ahead, their instincts told them this creature was no ally of Kuza. One of them shouted, "Hey, bro! Where are you from?" Hearing the prisoners' enthusiastic voices, Masashi looked at their cheerful expressions, as if they'd just found a comrade, and felt utterly baffled. "Masashi," Kuro spoke, equally bewildered. She had never before been summoned and then greeted so warmly by humans. Subconsciously, she slowed her movements, assuming these might be Masashi's subordinates. "Are these your men?" she asked. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have subordinates that dumb," Masashi waved dismissively. "As long as they have 2 legs, kill them all." Without hesitation, she swung her tail down onto the prisoners. A loud crash later, more than a dozen bodies joined the growing number of casualties. Those who survived, whether prisoners or Hidden Grass Village ninjas, were enraged, their previous animosity forgotten in the face of a common enemy. "Kill that beast!" Both groups shouted in unison. The difference, however, was that the prisoners bolted after yelling, while the Hidden Grass Village ninjas actually tried to fight. A flurry of kunai, each attached to explosive tags, rained down on Kuro, targeting her entire body. The resulting explosions roared deafeningly, lighting up the serpent with a dazzling array of fiery blossoms. The ground seemed to quake as flames and thick black smoke rose skyward, scattering everywhere and engulfing the creature's massive form. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas continued throwing kunai until they had depleted their entire stock of explosive tags. The explosions lasted over 10 seconds, turning the area into a veritable hell. From within the smoke, a sudden glow emerged, burning away the darkness. Kuro's form became visible again, entirely unscathed as she was protected by a chakra armor covering her body. Standing atop her head, Masashi was equally unharmed, enveloped in his own chakra armor. His hands quickly moved through seals. With an infusion of chakra, a small, highly compressed fireball fell to the ground. In an instant, roaring flames erupted, engulfing the Hidden Grass Village ninja force in a massive blaze. The fire raged uncontrollably, spreading rapidly with the wind. The dazzling light illuminated the Hidden Grass Village ninjas as the flames consumed them completely. Trapped within the inferno, they had no way to escape or breach the fiery barrier to continue their attack. They screamed as the flames turned them to ash. The lucky ones who stayed clear still got their hair and eyebrows singed from the heat. The scorching waves of air made it feel as though they were in an unending nightmare, paralyzing them with fear and despair. Unable to confront the monstrous sight before them, they scattered in retreat. The scene was too terrifying, extinguishing any will they had left to fight. Kuro rampaged onward, crushing everything in her path and leaving a trail of blood. Truth be told, the militant faction of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja had never gained significant influence. This wasn't because the Hokage was particularly opposed to war, but rather because their way of thinking was too unconventional. Believe it or not, even Denzo's methods were more grounded than theirs. While he was undoubtedly underhanded, ruthless, and unscrupulous, he at least understood Hidden Leaf Village's political game. The unconventional thinking of Hidden Leaf Village's militant faction wasn't about being war-crazed, they weren't madmen craving battle. Instead, it was their bizarre methods that were hard to justify. For instance, they had collectively demanded that the Hokage drag Kusa, which had deceived Hidden Leaf Village, into the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village. How they even thought that was feasible was a mystery. Operating under a principle of if everyone's happy, things are fine, Masashi decided the best solution was to make Kuza's claims to Hidden Leaf Village. "Our village has been severely damaged and cannot participate in the war," entirely true. Persecuting the Uzumaki clan was one thing. Attacking Hidden Stones Village while trying to frame Hidden Leaf Village was another. These 2 reasons alone were enough for him to unleash devastation upon Kuza. Besides, Hidden Grass Village had already made the first move against him. As for Hidden Stones Village's explosion core, they wouldn't escape him. While Deodara and Kurotsuchi might have some value if captured alive, the others did not. Standing atop Kuro's head, he formed hand seals. With a swish, Yumi and Kata appeared beside him. Although Masashi's flying thunder god didn't cover an excessively large range, he could transfer individuals or objects marked with his seal to other seals, or pull them directly to his side. The latter was essentially a reverse application of flying thunder god's guiding function. Both of them, forcefully transported by Masashi, looked bewildered but immediately stabilized themselves using chakra. Yumi, in particular, carefully steadied herself while holding a young girl in her arms. Masashi glanced at the little girl, and when her fearful eyes met his Sharingan, she instantly fell asleep under his Ganjutsu. After ensuring the girl was unconscious, he used his chakra sensing ability to begin hunting down the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Kuro rampaged through Kusa, killing any Hidden Grass village ninjas she encountered. Her massive body was impossible to miss, and the leaders of Hidden Grass village saw everything clearly from their positions of supposed safety. Some were furious, others muttered complaints about Masashi's ruthlessness, but none dared to stop him. Angry or not, remorseful or not, they only had one life to lose. Masashi didn't care about their thoughts. Allies deceiving Hidden Leaf village was unacceptable in this shinobi world. If such a thing existed, he would simply turn lies into truth. Through his chakra sensing, he detected that the Hidden Stones village ninjas had begun regrouping. Though Hidden Grass village still needed further weakening, he decided to eliminate the explosion core first. Following his orders, Kuro twisted her massive body and charged westward, heading toward the outskirts of Kusa. Behind him, Yumi and Kata were both cloaked in his chakra armor. After all, the three of them were standing on Kuro's head, and it wouldn't do if they got hit by flying debris. It was fine for the three ninjas, but the little girl they were carrying wouldn't stand a chance. Boom. Another building collapsed. Kuro was quite compatible with Manda, both of them couldn't resist charging straight at any structure in sight. As for how many Hidden Grass village ninjas had been sent flying along the way, Masashi didn't bother to count. They were ninjas, that was enough for him. Despite his seemingly reckless behavior, he actually followed a strict principle. Even when fighting in someone else's village, he only directed Kuro toward areas populated by ninjas. Entertainment venues were also off limits. They were staffed by hard-working civilians, some of whom might even be from other nations. Such workers deserved respect. Though there were bound to be ninjas among them, Masashi still spared them. He never intentionally unleashed destruction in areas crowded with civilians, unless they were bandits or the like. Before long, Kuro had torn through Kusa, emerging on the western edge of the village. Masashi immediately spotted over a dozen Hidden Stones village ninjas who had gathered there. The ninjas, recognizing the familiar chakra armor, inwardly cursed in frustration. One of them pulled out a makeshift signal tube and launched a firework into the sky. The others didn't hesitate, they all charged forward like a herd of wild boars. So brave, Masashi remarked, not bothering to stop them. If he weren't standing so high up, he might have even jumped down to snatch the tube and set off another firework himself. To express his gratitude, he decided not to let them die by serpent bite or tail. He would take care of it personally. Leaving Kuro in place, he leapt down from its head and landed on the ground. The impact sent small ripples through the earth. The charging Hidden Stones village ninjas paused for a moment in surprise, then rejoiced and charged at him with a battle cry. The chakra armor on Masashi began to morph. The armor's shape disappeared, transforming into a chakra cloak around his body, which continued to shift and change. The transformation was faster than the Hidden Stones village ninjas' charge. Before they could reach him, a dozen enormous chakra hands had already formed. And then, the hands came down. Boom. 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 As the dust cleared, there wasn't a single survivor. They had all perished peacefully, without pain. Reforming the chakra armor around his body, he jumped back onto the serpent's head. Kuro turned her head and charged back into Kusa. As the wind rushed past, Masashi was in an exceptionally good mood. He hadn't expected the Hidden Stones village ninjas to be so cooperative, it had saved him a lot of effort. After all, his original plan was to discover enemy forces within an ally's village, engage them without hesitation, and join forces with the ally to eliminate them. During this process, the enemy would wreak havoc, causing the ally significant losses. It was a logical and well-supported scenario, one that provided Hidden Grass village with a plausible excuse for their losses while also showcasing the unbreakable bond of alliance between Hidden Leaf village and Kusa. Now, it seemed, he could also add a new element, the mutual understanding between Hidden Leaf village and Hidden Stones village. Such a perfect and considerate operation. If the Hidden Grass village leadership didn't give him an award for his efforts, it would be truly unreasonable. As an outsider, he was doing an excellent job of being a friend of Kusa. As for the Hokage, he didn't need a reward. Just classify this as an S-rank mission and settle the payment on time. Behind him, his Yumi and Kita had already committed his actions to memory. They had started to understand his strategy. Kita, for one, had decided that from this day forward, he was a devoted fan of Masashi. This was the correct way to cause trouble. As for that relative of his, the son of his uncle's wife's cousin, who thought he could compete with him for Yumi. Just wait. Smack. A piece of debris hit him in the face. But thanks to the chakra armor, it was the stone that ended up bouncing off harmlessly. Kita, what are you daydreaming about? Yumi said irritably. The captain's jutsu is impressive, but you need to stay focused too. Don't fall off. Boys, she thought with exasperation. Always getting distracted at the worst times. She sighed inwardly. Kita was always so scatterbrained and inattentive during missions. He wasn't reliable at all. And he was so dense. She had reminded him several times about that annoying relative of his, yet he still hadn't stood up for her. Be more assertive, you idiot. Didn't he know how hard it was for girls from the Hyuga clan to marry outside the clan? Still, the two of them agreed on one thing: working under Masashi on war missions was incredibly easy. All they had to do was scout for enemy traces, maybe track a target, or occasionally hold a baby. As for combat, they just had to watch. Whenever Masashi made a move, neither they nor the enemies had any opportunity to intervene. They could just coast through the mission. So, they continued to silently observe his inaction. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas were wailing in distress, while the Hidden Stones Village ninjas stuck to their standard tactics of launching fireworks and charging in recklessly. They even had time to calculate, on average, for every Hidden Stones Village ninja killed, dozens of Hidden Grass Village ninjas ended up with the all-inclusive package of suffering. As time passed, the setting sun dyed the sky a bloody red, signaling the end of the chaos that had started with the jailbreak of the explosion core. Kuza's critical facilities were reduced to smoldering ruins, rivers of blood flowing through the village. The civilian areas, however, suffered relatively little damage, though they weren't completely unscathed. Some of the prisoners who had escaped alongside the Hidden Stones Village ninjas had infiltrated these areas, causing casualties among the civilians before being subdued by Hidden Grass Village ninjas. Of the Hidden Stones Village ninjas, only 2 remained. Deidara and Kurotsuchi stood helplessly in front of the giant serpent. They had tried everything, but there was nothing they could do against Masashi's chakra armor techniques. Surrounded by hundreds of Hidden Grass Village ninjas who blocked every possible escape route, the 2 young Hidden Stones Village ninjas were left with no options. As I said before, surrender. Hidden Leaf Village treats its prisoners well. Masashi jumped to the ground and began walking toward the 2 kids. With talent like yours, there's no need to throw your lives away. A great ninja knows how to assess their situation. Though his chakra armor didn't make the metallic clinking sounds of real armor or become stained with blood, in Deodar's eyes, even the footprints left behind by the Hidden Leaf Village ninja seemed to be blood red. He looked around, then at Kurotsuchi, who was trying to act strong but unconsciously leaned closer to him. He sighed in frustration. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas were utterly useless. In the end, this really did turn into a Kuza-assisted annihilation of the explosion core, just as Hidden Leaf Village had planned. He believed that Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't mistreat him or Kurotsuchi. The 2 of them were valuable bargaining chips in future negotiations between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village. Of course, this wouldn't be done openly. But this meant Kurotsuchi's political career was effectively over. Deidara himself didn't care. You've inflicted such significant damage on Hidden Grass Village that they're now incapable of contributing to Hidden Stones Village's war effort. Even if you were captured, your achievements outweigh your failures. In the crowd, Kuza's leaders wanted to protest. But when they saw the giant serpent and the casual glance Masashi threw their way, they offered Deidara and Kurotsuchi just the right amount of admiration. It was so natural, not the slightest hint of coercion. Deidara was taken aback. He had to admit, he had learned something new. He realized he had been wrong to look down on Hidden Grass Village just because he came from a major ninja village. That kind of arrogance wouldn't do. This was a valuable lesson. I surrender, he said, raising his hand. He also grabbed Kurotsuchi's hand and lifted it. We're just kids, please treat us kindly. Masashi deactivated his chakra armor, smiling warmly. This is war, but the friendship between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village runs deep. You'll be safe, no one will harm you, I promise. Chapter 102, Numbers mean nothing in his battlefield tent. Hayashi listened to Yumi's report. Even though he knew it was inappropriate, he really felt like rolling his eyes. The operation proceeded exactly as planned, Hayashi-sama. Captain Masashi's strategy proved effective in securing the western sector, Yumi continued. The civilian areas remained untouched, as ordered. No, he had to maintain composure. His younger clan members were watching, he couldn't ruin his image. Yumi, you did well this time. You may go now. Yes, Hayashi-sama. Yumi cheerfully turned and left. Outside the tent, Kata was already waiting. The two young people left together, chatting away happily. Hayashi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Masashi, who was sitting on a stool nearby, casually munching on his banana. Masashi, what do you think of this child, Yumi? She's a good kid, Hayashi-sama, Masashi said with a grin. She and the Inuzuka boy seem to have great chemistry. Beyond her skills, her judgment is sound. Though her heart might cloud it sometimes. This was precisely what gave Hayashi a headache. The elders won't stay quiet about this much longer. In theory, the Hyuga clan had very few main family members. In each generation, only one child was usually born into the main family. The caged bird seal could be placed on or removed from clan members. For example, those who made significant contributions to the clan could transition into the main family. The so-called elders weren't exclusively from the former head's lineage. Thus, the distinction between the main and branch families wasn't immutable. But the bar for such a transition was incredibly high. Yumi was clearly not one of the lucky ones. She bore the caged bird seal. And her mutual affection for Kata was something both clans' elders were fully aware of. However, for a Hyuga girl to marry outside the clan was exceptionally difficult, practically impossible. It wasn't because they were afraid of losing the Byakugan bloodline. In truth, marriages between ninja clans within the same village were relatively common. The Hyuga's high rate of Byakugan activation was supported by a combination of pure bloodlines and unique ninjutsu systems. Even if someone married out, after a few generations, the bloodline would naturally dilute. But even so, inter-clan marriages were approached with great caution. For one, the clan preferred to keep strong members within to strengthen their ranks. Secondly, alliances between ninja clans were fickle, friends today could become enemies tomorrow. Clan members caught in such situations would face immense personal and familial difficulties. The biggest obstacle between Yumi and Kata was the ideological divide between their clans. The Inuzuka were mostly militants, while the Hyuga leaned toward pacifism. Though their relations weren't terrible, they hadn't reached the level of mutual marriage alliances. Still, the elders had no intention of harshly separating the young pair. They believed that, with time and faced with the reality of countless obstacles, the two would naturally give up. After all, every elder had once been young themselves. None wanted to be the villain. Who knew? A benefactor might step in to help the pair, and such things had happened before. After all, those two have been friends since childhood, Hayashi said, deflecting the topic. Now, on to serious matters. I'll write to the Hokage about the Uzumaki girl's situation. As for the Tsuchikage's apprentice and granddaughter, do you have any ideas? Treat them well for now, Masashi said with a shrug. Though they're bargaining chips, we can't openly use them as such. You're right. The Uzumaki girl and her mother's ashes should be brought to Hidden Leaf Village as soon as possible. It's truly tragic. Indeed. What I did in Hidden Grass Village was just venting a little anger. Not at all. You had good cooperation from the Hidden Stones Village ninja. Hayashi had to admit, Hidden Stones Village had been surprisingly cooperative. Truly, they were a group of comrades willing to risk their lives for friendship. Kuze's motives are suspicious. Weakening them is no issue, the village won't object, Hayashi said with a smile. Masashi, I never realized before, you're quite the militant yourself. No, I'm just loyal to the Uchiha faction, Masashi replied. Hayashi-sama, if there's nothing urgent, I'll head back and rest. Of course, you've worked hard. Rest well. Bidding farewell to Hayashi, Masashi left the tent. By the time he returned to the camp with Yumi and Kata, it was already late at night. He was genuinely tired. A heavy rain had fallen during the day, leaving the ground muddy and difficult to traverse. Despite the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas' best efforts to maintain the campgrounds, the aftermath of rain was always messy. Camping in the land of rain came with its challenges, chief among them being the sheer amount of water everywhere. Even though the Hidden Leaf Village forces had chosen a relatively well-drained high ground and added drainage facilities, every rain left behind a swampy mess. Finding his tent, he slipped inside. Finished talking with Hayashi? Pakura was sitting at the table, organizing her equipment. Seeing him enter, she asked casually. Yes, all done. Just routine matters, Masashi said. As he spoke, he grabbed a basin and used his water jutsu to fill it with water. Removing his shoes, he placed his feet into the basin to clean them. How's the war effort? Not great, same as always, Pakura sighed. I envy your mastery of water style. You're welcome to it. Where's your basin? I'll fill one for you, too. Pakura immediately fetched her basin, and Masashi kept his word, preparing one for her as well. The two sat side by side on the bed, soaking their feet together. The Hidden Leaf Village forces weren't rich enough to assign individual tents to everyone, not even Jonin. Chunin and Gainin usually shared a tent with about 10 others, while Jonin shared with fewer people. For example, Hayashi shared his tent with 2 branch family guards. When it came to mixed genders, tents were generally shared by married couples or couples in relationships. Masashi didn't have a wife or girlfriend, but when tent arrangements were made, he ended up sharing one with Bakura. Neither of them minded. Their relationship was somewhere between friends and something more, regardless of how it had started. The war had a way of bringing people together in unexpected ways. Bakura only felt comfortable around Masashi. Her relationships with others were distant at best. As for Masashi, he had a fondness for beautiful women and was friendly with all of them. The Sushi Kage's apprentice and granddaughter being captured, will it push them into an early battle? Not necessarily. They might wait for Hidden Cloud's village to make a move. If I were the Sushi Kage, I wouldn't. The forces are trained enough, dragging it out would only lead to more losses. How can you be so sure? Because Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village often do this to each other. I've gotten used to it. Fair enough, Masashi said, finding her logic convincing. He hoped she was right. The sooner the war ended, the sooner everyone could go home. After washing up, the two cleaned their gear, washed their shoes, and lay down on the bed fully clothed to sleep. A few hours later, both woke up and climbed out of bed. They pulled back the tent flap, the sky was just starting to brighten. Many others were stepping out of their tents as well. Soon, a messenger ninja arrived to deliver orders from the command center, handing scrolls detailing missions to the Jonin. Those with leadership roles quickly left after reading their assignments. Masashi received his own mission. Opening the scroll, he saw that the task was simple. Both he and Bakura would accompany the main forces, advancing to pressure Hidden Stones Village into a decisive battle. Hidden Stones Village's resources were tight, but ever since the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village had been strained as well. Now that they had captured the Sushi Kage's apprentice and granddaughter, Hayashi had decided to take the initiative. We're the ones forcing the battle, Masashi said, handing the scroll to Bakura with a smile. Let's go, time to meet Hidden Stones Village's main forces. He was eager to witness particle style firsthand. After all, he hadn't seen it in his previous life. On the Land of Rain, the Hidden Stones Village ninja army was already on the move. After days of small team skirmishes, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas, under the Sushi Kage's orders, consolidated their forces and began advancing in their preferred large-scale formation. The ground trembled slightly with each synchronized step of thousands of shinobi moving as one. Onoki hovered midair, looking down at the vast army below with a stern expression. Too many rookies. This had always been Hidden Stones Village's most troublesome issue. But there wasn't much they could do about it. The Land of Earth's remote location, far from the populous central plains surrounding the Land of Fire, left it disadvantaged. That fertile region housed over half the continent's population, who were wealthier on average than those in the outlying nations. More wealthy civilians meant more missions. Hidden Leaf Village didn't just have a monopoly on missions from the Land of Fire but also received a steady stream of jobs from its neighboring small nations: hot water, rice, waterfall, grass, rain, river, tea, whirlpool, and wave. These 9 countries provided a significant portion of Hidden Leaf Village's annual mission quotas. Even after the Third Great Ninja War, some missions from the Land of Wind were redirected to Hidden Leaf Village. Since Hashirama established the village, Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas had never experienced a shortage of work. In contrast, Hidden Stones Village's ninjas competed fiercely for limited assignments, especially among Geinin and Chunin. The scarcity of missions had a direct impact. Hidden Stones Village had the highest proportion of rookie ninjas among the 5 great nations. And because of the limited missions, lower-ranked ninjas accumulated too quickly, outpacing natural attrition, which in turn created bottlenecks for promotion. This had begun to hinder the development of the Hidden Stones Village's ninja corps. To address this, war was often the most efficient solution. The Earth Daimyo wanted the Land of Rain stabilized and aligned with the Land of Earth. Onoki, on the other hand, sought to train his troops and optimize their structure. Both goals aligned perfectly. But this war was proving far from smooth. The early stages had gone well. They'd suppressed Hidden Rain Village, established communication channels between the Earth and Rain Daimyo, and conducted small-scale drills with their troops. Sending out ninja squads to weed out the weak while keeping pace with Hidden Leaf Village had worked effectively. Until they dispatched the Explosion Corps. The entire unit suddenly lost contact. If the squad had been wiped out, it meant the enemy had neutralized them so decisively they couldn't even send word back. Onoki shook off these thoughts as a black tide appeared on the horizon. The Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Army. There was no point dwelling on it now, with battle imminent. As the Hidden Leaf Village forces emerged, The Hidden Stones village army's advance slowed and eventually came to a halt. Onoki carefully observed the opposing force and estimated their numbers to be around 7,000. Their side, by contrast, had over 10,000 troops deployed for this campaign, with their Genin alone nearly matching Hidden Leaf Village's entire count. While recent drills had reduced their numbers slightly, they still held a numerical advantage. He descended. "Sushi Kage-sama." A group of Jonin greeted him. He nodded and looked at his son. "Kitsuchi, you'll take command." "Yes, Sushi Kage-sama." After giving his orders, Onoki waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their positions while he began conserving his strength. The Hokage rarely led armies personally, a major weakness of theirs. So, Onoki planned to use his particle style to thoroughly educate these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The Hidden Stones village forces began to mobilize. Using their superior numbers, Kitsuchi spread out the battle line. Within the Hidden Leaf Village ranks, Hayashi's Byakugan observed every movement of the Hidden Stones village forces. His expression tightened as he spotted Onoki. He was well aware of Particle Style's reputation but chose not to alter Hidden Leaf Village's formation. Instead, he summoned the Jonin from their mobile unit to brief them on his observations. "The Sushi Kage himself leads them," he announced to the gathered Jonin. "We've prepared for this." Hayashi nodded slowly. "True, but preparation and execution are different beasts." He turned to address the wider group. "Here's the situation. The Sushi Kage is present. But if we try to match their spread, we'll only fall into their trap." The Jonin nodded in agreement. Hidden Stones Village's layered earth-style techniques could be highly troublesome, especially when used to exploit their numerical superiority. "What's your plan, Hayashi-sama?" "Our advantage is clear. So long as we avoid being overwhelmed by their numbers, victory will be ours," Hayashi replied, then turned to the Uchiha clan section. "Masashi, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you're our only Kage level among us. Can you take 1,000 men and deal with their left flank's full-strength unit?" "A single unit?" Masashi nodded, his expression showing neither concern nor excitement. "I'll handle it myself." While the standard ninja army structure revolved around small squads, even in large-scale operations, troops were divided into units with reserves. A typical Hidden Stones village unit consisted of about 4,000 ninjas. Given Hidden Stones Village's structural weaknesses, this unit likely had no more than 10 Jonin. He could manage that alone. After a full night's rest, he was filled with energy. "You should still take some support," Hayashi advised. "Hidden Stones Village excels in group combat. Better to err on the side of caution." "No need," Masashi reassured him, understanding his concern. "I have the Flying Thunder God, I can retreat anytime. My only worry is accidentally hitting our own men." "That's unlikely. Isn't it?" He looked at Masashi and saw the unmistakable "oh, it absolutely is" look in his eyes. "Fine," Hayashi conceded. "But if things get difficult, retreat immediately. Don't push yourself." He then turned to the Hyuga and Inuzuka Jonin. The Hyuga and Inuzuka clans will form a special unit with the Uchiha to support Masashi. "Any objections?" The Hyuga commander stepped forward. "The Byakugan will track their movements. And will keep them honest on the ground," the Inuzuka leader added, flashing a fanged grin. "While we provide the firepower," an Uchiha representative concluded. The Jonin from the three clans nodded in agreement. The Uchiha Jonin, for their part, weren't surprised by Masashi's request. He had a reputation for solo missions, whether it was against Hidden Mist Village or Hidden Clouds Village, he preferred working alone. Everyone was used to it by now, they just needed to back him up. The Hyuga clan, loyal to their leader, followed orders without question, while the Inuzuka clan, currently enjoying a honeymoon phase in their relationship with the Uchiha, also readily agreed. Shishui unconsciously touched his eyes. "Masashi, let me go with you." "Don't worry, Shishui." Masashi's tone softened slightly. "If I can't win, I can at least escape. Save your eyes, don't use them recklessly. Brothers, keep an eye on Pakura for me." "Don't worry, Masashi. Yeah, we've got this." With everyone aligned, Hayashi waved his hand, signaling the operation to begin. The teams scattered, each taking their positions. The 1,000-strong unit of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Uchiha clans quickly assembled and marched to intercept Hidden Stones Village's left flank. Thanks to the Byakugan, they successfully blocked Hidden Stones Village's maneuvering route. The Hidden Stones Village left flank, which had been trying to spread out further, halted and began regrouping. Masashi stepped forward from the crowd, standing at the forefront as he gazed at the Hidden Stones Village forces in the distance. Adjusting his attire, he started walking towards the distant formation of enemy troops. Behind him, the elite ninjas from 3 of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest clans watched their strongest member advance alone, ready to support him if needed. But those who knew him best understood, they probably wouldn't be needed at all. Chapter 103, One-Man Army. What was the secret to dominating a brawl? Hashirama once provided a perfectly simple explanation: I just walk over there and beat them up. Masashi wholeheartedly agreed. If the god of shinobi said it, then it had to be true. If you couldn't pull it off, it wasn't because the god of shinobi was wrong. It was because you were weak. Masashi's pace quickened, his eyes scanning the terrain ahead. In his first life, his dream had been to become a one-man army, capable of facing entire battalions without relying on external tools. But that dream never came to fruition. Although he had mastered countless techniques, his defense was inadequate, and his medical ninjutsu was middling at best. To stand firm was to survive. Only then could one unleash their full power. Suddenly, the sky darkened overhead. The Hidden Stones village ninjas had begun their assault, launching a dense barrage of ninja tools. Masashi used his lightning body flicker jutsu. Electric arcs crackled through the air as his form vanished, moving with such speed that it eluded the naked eye. He bypassed the area where the shuriken rained down, leaving only faint sparks. It's a lightning user. Someone on the other side shouted. Wind users, move up front. Defense formation. Another voice called out. Don't let him. Before the voice had finished speaking, the shouting Hidden Stones village ninja found a fist suddenly filling his field of vision. Too slow, Masashi whispered as his fist connected. From the perspective of the Hidden Leaf village ninjas watching, it seemed like Masashi disappeared from his original spot. Moments later, the sound of a thunderous impact echoed as bodies from the Hidden Stones village ninjas formation were hurled into the air. Formation break. An Hidden Stones village ninja screamed. He is too fast. Standing in the middle of the chaos he had just caused, Masashi clapped his hands together. More than a dozen ice arms burst from the ground, scattering the Hidden Stones village ninjas once again. The massive arm swung, sending a barrage of ice spikes raining down upon them. The Hidden Stones village ninjas screamed as bodies hit the ground one after another. The battlefield was now steeped in the stench of blood. The ice spikes scattered across the ground created a forest of frozen death. Corpses of Hidden Stones village ninjas, broken and mangled, lay everywhere. Pools of blood seeped into the soil, staining it a dark crimson. To be honest, fighting Hidden Stones village ninjas was much easier than fighting Hidden Clouds village ninjas. At the lower levels, the individual strength of Hidden Stones village ninjas was clearly lacking. It wasn't just that they couldn't withstand the ice spikes, more importantly, their teamwork was abysmal, which led to unnecessary losses. There were so many of them, why not charge at him together? Instead, they tried to dodge. How was that different from standing still and taking the hit? But he wasn't complaining. The weaker they were, the easier his job. White Ghost. A shout rang out as an Hidden Stones village jonin finally stepped forward. With a hardening jutsu activated, they charged through the barrage of spikes. The spikes either shattered against their fists or broke upon striking their hardened body, emitting sharp clinking sounds. Oh? Masashi tilted his head slightly, dodging the opponent's kunai. Show me what Hidden Stones village's elite can do. He met the enemy's charging fist head-on. Two fists collided. Boom. A shockwave erupted. Masashi remained rooted in place, while the Hidden Stones village jonin was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. The iron skin, originally perfected by Kakazu, was proving incredibly effective. When combined with his own monstrous strength, it was a game-changer. It wasn't like the lightning chakra mode, which was beyond his grasp. But the iron skin technique? That he had learned with ease. This was thanks to his Sharingan, which had copied every detail when Kakazu had fought using the jutsu. After that battle, he dedicated himself to mastering earth chakra manipulation. He spent months training with 10 shadow clones daily, until he finally perfected all 5 chakra natures. Now, he didn't even need a sword. Iron skin enhanced physical attacks, combined with the speed of lightning body flicker, rendered weapons unnecessary. Using his bare hands was not only more efficient but also a great way to train. With a single punch, he sent the enemy jonin flying again. Not letting up, he used the lightning body flicker and closed the gap instantly, landing another punch at point-blank range. The Hidden Stones village jonin's body spun through the air before crashing vertically into the ground. A loud impact followed, leaving the jonin embedded in the earth, barely alive. The gap in strength among jonin-level ninjas was cruelly noticeable. Once the disparity was large enough, defeating them was no different from a jonin crushing a group of genin. Unfortunately, the overall quality of Hidden Stones village jonin was unimpressive. If not for the elite few and the terrifying particle style wielded by Onoki, the Hidden Stones village forces would have been reduced to mere cannon fodder in the war. Even Minato had famously wiped out 50 Hidden Stones village jonin in a single battle using the Flying Thunder God, thanks in part to their lackluster quality. But that punch had stirred up a hornet's nest. Surround him. Don't let him escape. An Hidden Stones village commander's voice rang across the battlefield. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of Hidden Stones village ninjas began charging from all directions, including 7 or 8 jonin, likely the entirety of this division's elite force. Unity is power. The commander shouted. The Chunin, emboldened by their leaders, erupted into cheers. Strength in numbers. Unity is power. These were the principles they lived by. Unity without skill is just clustered weakness, Masashi thought as he assessed the approaching mass. Behind Masashi, massive icy arms rose once more, bristling with sharpened spikes. The ground froze beneath his feet, spreading outward. Let me show you true unity, he said, between power and technique. Minato's flying thunder god required teammates to throw kunai, but Masashi didn't need any help. With knowledge accumulated over 2 lifetimes, he had become Hidden Leaf Village's most efficient chakra user. To him, flying thunder god seals were nothing more than concentrations of chakra. He didn't need to physically touch a target to mark it. Thanks to the shape transformation ability he'd gained from Richie Cave's sage jutsus, his ninjutsu reached wherever he willed it. The ice spikes shot out in waves, blanketing the enemy formation. The Hidden Stones village ninjas fought back, blocking or taking the brunt of the assault. Earth techniques rose to meet his ice, but they were too slow and too crude. Masashi vanished once again. The next moment, he appeared in front of one enemy after another. The beauty of the iron skin was its combination of Earth-style's defensive properties with explosive offensive capabilities akin to Hashirama's monstrous strength. When it landed, the results were devastating. Although it lacked the speed of the lightning chakra mode, it didn't matter. As long as he closed the distance, there was no contest. Anyone without lightning-style countermeasures was as good as dead. The Hidden Stones village ninjas, slow to react, could only swing back instinctively. And so, one by one, they were obliterated. Limbs and shattered bodies were sent flying through the air as blood rained down on the battlefield. The elite force of this Hidden Stones village ninjas division was annihilated. The cheering ceased abruptly. The remaining Hidden Stones village ninjas stared in disbelief. The mighty Jonin, the proud special forces. Were gone? Masashi casually returned to his starting position and summoned 3 shadow clones. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. A dazzling array of jutsu lit up the battlefield as the remaining Hidden Stones village ninjas were engulfed in the ensuing chaos. Their screams echoed pitifully. These enemies were simply too weak to bother with his ice style's full display of might. Corpses lay strewn across the battlefield, severed limbs scattered everywhere. The dead Hidden Stones village ninjas stared upward, as though their gaze still clung to the sky even in death. There were no living souls near Masashi anymore. After a barrage of ninjutsu, this squad of the Hidden Stones village army had been annihilated. Most of its members would remain here forever. But the fight was far from over. The Hidden Stones village forces had 3 squads in total. The remaining few hundred survivors fled in disarray, their panic spreading to the central squad, destabilizing their morale. This isn't human. How can one person shut up and run? Do you want to end up like the others? This was the squad directly commanded by the 3rd Sushi Kage himself. At that moment, Anoki, feeling sufficiently rested, prepared to launch a particle-style jutsu for some fun. However, before he could take off and deliver some warmth to the opposing Hidden Leaf village ninjas, he noticed a disturbance within his own ranks. What's going on? The old man asked with a scowl, glaring at the elite guards beside him. We're in the middle of battle. What kind of behavior is this? Shouting and yelling, what nonsense. My apologies, Sushi Kage-sama. I'll go discipline them right away. A nearby jonin said. The shouting had come from his own unit, embarrassing him in front of the Sushi Kage. Enraged, he stormed off. A few minutes later, he returned, his expression oddly grim. Sushi Kage-sama. Speak clearly. What about the left flank? Our left flank. Their squad has collapsed. Oh? Hidden Leaf Village is quite capable, it seems. Which clan is leading them? It wasn't a group, Sushi Kage-sama. It was just one person. Ridiculous. Such a person doesn't exist anymore. Had the ninjas of his village degraded to this extent? It couldn't be. Who were they facing, Hashirama or Madara? How could a single individual take down an entire squad? Even the 3rd Raikage, formidable as he was, didn't make Hidden Stones village troops collapse back in the day. The retreating survivors insist it was one man. They only managed to escape with a few hundred left. Unbelievable. Onoki, who had been sitting, leapt to his feet. So this explains why the explosion corps hasn't reported back. The real threat is over there. His tone and mannerisms conveyed authority perfectly, though his short stature slightly undermined the overall effect. Still, he was the Sushi Kage, and he had been for many years. The people around him dutifully played along, feigning shock and awe at his imposing presence. It had become second nature to them over the years. After all, the Sushi Kage was the treasure of Hidden Stones Village. He had to be cherished. Besides, their reactions weren't entirely fake. The old man's temper could indeed be intimidating. "Who was this person?" Onoki asked. "It's the white ghost, Masashi. He's still on the battlefield. An Uchiha." For a brief moment, Onoki felt a pang of melancholy. Painful memories surfaced once more. Another Uchiha monster? Why couldn't this have happened 10 years earlier? If only. Alright. Lead me there. If someone could destroy the left flank, they could certainly take down the center. Without Onoki, the central squad would already be in chaos. The old man was their pillar of confidence. The Hidden Stones Village Jonin quickly turned to lead the way, only to hear the sound of rushing wind. Looking up, he saw that the Sushi Kage had already taken off. "Weren't you going to follow me? If you led the way, it would just be throwing lives away," Onoki's voice called down from above. "Hold your positions here, I'll handle things over there." Hidden Leaf Village's forces were having a similar discussion. "You all focus on attacking the central squad. That old Sushi Kage is bound to come here. I'll hold him off," Masashi instructed the ninja from the 3 clans around him. "Masashi, let me stay and help," Shizue offered. "I can. You know what I mean." "Know what, exactly?" "Don't imitate me," Masashi said. "Stop wasting time with nonsense. Go attack the center. As long as you break through the central squad before Onoki returns to his main camp, Hidden Leaf Village's victory is assured." "But," Shizue started. "Your power is wasted here. The center needs overwhelming force. Trust me, Shizue. I have a plan." Shizue could now use Susanoo. Masashi was well aware of this. Precisely because of that, he needed to head for the center. Overwhelming the weak with strength, that was the way to win. This was the primary strategy in wars between ninja. Tactics like flanking or ambushes only came into play during prolonged stalemates. Why else did the Third Great Ninja War end in Hidden Leaf Village's favor? Because Hidden Leaf Village established clear superiority on multiple fronts. "Go," Masashi said, waving them off. "If I wanted to run, nobody could stop me anyway." Seeing his resolve, the others stopped trying to persuade him. As he himself had said, if he wanted to flee, no one could stop him. The 1,000-strong force promptly turned and moved to join the central army. Once the group left, Masashi relaxed and returned to the battlefield, taking his time to recover his stamina and chakra. Activating his sensory abilities, he immediately felt a powerful chakra source rapidly approaching. Onoki, who was even older than Hiruzen, still had such immense chakra at his age. He was a monster in his own right. Madara had been a ferocious man, and he had truly beaten Onoki and his teacher Mu into submission back then. Though Mu hadn't yet invented particle style at the time, the fact that both of them survived that encounter showed just how strong they were. After all, Madara didn't pull his punches, even if he wasn't actively trying to kill. If someone could be casually killed, they weren't worth remembering in his eyes. In the sky, a black dot rapidly approached. Masashi focused his Sharingan on it. Onoki had finally arrived. "This is the super lightened boulder? Ingenious design, no doubt. So, it's you? The white ghost?" Onoki hovered in midair, glaring down at the young man below, whose Sharingan eyes stared back at him. Age might make one forget things more easily, but he had a nagging feeling he was forgetting something now. Still, he hadn't forgotten the most important thing. "You're the one who attacked them? Are you asking about the explosion core? Or your disciple and granddaughter?" Masashi replied with a smile. Onoki sneered. "Boy, you stayed behind alone, trying to imitate Madara?" "No, I just wanted to see the only living third Kage in action." "Alright, I've observed enough. That jutsu's been memorized. Onoki, you're a good man." Chapter 104, Fire Meets Dust, Bonus. Onoki looked down at the young man below, staring at him intently with his Sharingan. He was well aware of the intel regarding the white ghost and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. However, instead of being concerned, he secretly chuckled. "Trying to copy my jutsu? A young man being young indeed." Onoki had studied the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan for his entire life, so he naturally understood how incredibly technical it was to copy jutsu using it. Copying a jutsu with the Sharingan wasn't just about observing the flow and changes of chakra, it also required understanding the logic behind the opponent's technique structure. This was a purely academic endeavor and had no shortcuts. For jutsu below B rank, the logic was relatively straightforward. In front of the Sharingan, it was like a live tutorial. But for B rank and above, especially when used by Jonin, techniques were rarely used in a textbook manner. Bloodline-based jutsu had their unique construction logic, and the same applied to many secret techniques. Only those who had delved deeply into chakra could possibly understand any logic, as long as chakra was involved. At the level of a Kage, even basic jutsu were executed with incredible speed, using highly personalized, streamlined processes that saved every possible step. Even if the Sharingan could see it clearly, there wouldn't be enough time to figure out how it was done, let alone replicate it. And finally, the most insulting point of all, even if you could understand and memorize the formula, could you solve the problem? The Sharingan was often called the Eye of Illusions by other Jonin, and not without reason. Thus, in the face of the Sharingan's famed copying abilities, Onoki shared the same thought as Kakazu. If the young man could really copy his jutsu right in front of him, then he would admit defeat. "Kid, I'll give you a chance." Onoki hovered in midair, arms crossed behind his back, descending slightly as if to allow Masashi to hear him more clearly. "Surrender now, and I won't kill you. During the next exchange of captives, you'll be able to return home. Sushi Kage-sama, as a veteran of the first great ninja war, you don't strike me as such a kind person." Masashi rolled up his sleeves. "Flight is not without countermeasures, so save the mind games." "Very well." Onoki's arms moved like lightning, coming together and then pulling apart before his chest. A transparent cube materialized between his hands, with a glowing sphere at its center. Without any visible movement from him, the cube disappeared and reappeared instantly in front of Masashi. It expanded the moment it enveloped him. A blinding white light erupted, filling the cube to its limits. When the light faded, the cube was empty. Onoki raised an eyebrow, and the cube dissipated. "Crafty kid," he muttered, turning to the side, where Masashi stood unharmed. "You're too kind. This must be particle style, right?" "A jutsu created specifically to counter the Susanoo," Masashi said. The speed of particle style was faster than he'd anticipated. However, its activation wasn't as fast as Kami, and its trajectory was straightforward. Not a fatal flaw, but a limitation nonetheless. After all, particle style could freely alter its shape and expand its range at will, with an unknown maximum limit. It truly was a jutsu designed to counter Susanoo. On this battlefield, Masashi had already placed multiple Flying Thunder God marks to prepare for such situations. "It was created to counter Madara's Susanoo," Onoki said calmly. "Not just Susanoo. Otherwise, why don't you show me yours?" The ground suddenly began to tremble. In front of Masashi, a massive stone giant burst from the earth, reaching out to strike him. Masashi's Sharingan caught sight of Onoki's rock clone hidden behind the stone giant. He hadn't expected this jutsu to be used in such a way. In his understanding, it was primarily a defensive technique, meant to withstand the Susanoo's ranged attacks. The second Sushi Kage, Mew, like Tobirama, had specifically developed a suite of jutsu to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. Onoki had inherited this system to the fullest extent. The stone giant's hand obscured his figure in midair. When the hand came crashing down, its speed visibly increased, as though its weight had suddenly multiplied. Once again, Masashi disappeared. This system of jutsu created by Mew was incredibly chakra-intensive. Onoki was already an old man, and Masashi intended to drain as much of his energy as possible before using his trump card. Using your trump card right off the bat was a good habit, but only when the situation called for it. Boom. The earth shook as the giant's arm sank deep into the ground. Masashi reappeared, swiping at the sealing formula on his wrist. A wave of shuriken shot upwards toward Onoki. "Your aim isn't bad, but aerial combat isn't just about throwing weapons," the old man called out as he prepared to summon another particle style, then paused and evaded the projectile's midair. By the time Onoki avoided the final wave, Masashi had appeared behind him, opening his mouth. Numerous fiery dragons roared and lunged toward Onoki. At the same time, he realized that Masashi was aware of particle style's weakness: it couldn't be activated while moving at high speed. Onoki wasn't particularly concerned. Particle style had been feared in the shinobi world for many years, and some of its weaknesses were bound to be discovered. He'd even fought Hiruzen before. Known as the Ninja Professor, the third Hokage was most famous for understanding his enemies' techniques better than they did. Perhaps it was Hiruzen who discovered this flaw and passed the knowledge on to Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. Glancing back, Onoki saw Masashi gliding through the air, showcasing his mastery of wind style as described in the reports. The intel also noted that he was proficient in water style. However, water was of no use against him, who specialized in earth. What truly posed a threat was Masashi's mastery of the Flying Thunder God. If not for that, the earlier particle style would have killed him. Both Onoki and Masashi were studying each other, testing the waters. Onoki outmaneuvered the fire dragons and rose higher into the air, reaching an altitude beyond their reach. He brought his hands together again, and a particle-style jutsu shot into the cluster of dragons. This time, it didn't expand, it exploded. The fiery dragons were instantly obliterated, their flames scattered to the winds like cherry blossoms. Masashi landed on the ground, exchanging a distant gaze with Onoki. Each knew this was merely the opening act of their battle. And in the distance, the stone giant began moving again. "Sushi Kage-sama, why don't you come down?" Masashi called out. Without needing to enter sage mode, there was another technique he could use, besides the majestic attire. Who needed a Mangekyo Sharingan? If he wasn't granted one, why not just borrow someone else's ability? The particle-style explosion scattered the fire dragon, but such a method couldn't completely nullify the chakra infused into Masashi's dragon flame bomb. Once again, the sky lit up with fiery brilliance. A single spark can set the prairie ablaze. Fireballs appeared one after another in the sky, and it was clear these were no ordinary fireballs. Masashi believed he had the greatest authority to interpret the will of fire now. Who needed the leaves? He could create endless flames without them. He called this move Majestic Fire Steam Kill. Scorching fireballs filled the sky, closing in on Onoki from all directions. The heat was so intense that the air itself began to distort. "You've got some tricks," Onoki muttered, rubbing his hands together. The light of particle style illuminated the sky once more. A thunderous explosion resounded, its noise overwhelming everything else. The shockwave rippled through the air, disturbing the pattern of his fireballs. Onoki's figure darted out of the shockwave of the explosion, trailed by a swarm of scorching fireballs. Annoyed, he glanced back, formed hand seals, and summoned rock clones. The rock clones extended their arms, which creaked as layers of rock covered them, and then intercepted the approaching fireballs. Each impact resulted in small explosions of stone and flame. While the aerial battle raged on, the ground began to tremble once more. The stone giant rose from the earth, taking a massive step toward Masashi. Its footfall created small craters in the ground. Seeing this, Masashi clapped his hands together. From all around the stone giant, 5 or 6 enormous ice hands emerged from the ground. One giant ice hand blocked the stone giant's leg, while another delivered a heavy slap to its backside. The impact echoed across the battlefield like a thunderclap. Losing its balance, the stone giant toppled forward in a classic faceplant, crashing into the earth with a deafening roar. Onoki's rock clone, which had been riding on its back, was flung off. The other ice hands followed up, striking in unison with loud cracks. Some pinned the stone giant's arms, others its legs, while the remaining ones hammered its joints, breaking its limbs apart. After a chaotic struggle between the enormous figures, the battlefield was left in ruins, but the fight was over. The stone golem was essentially just a shield. It could take hits, but trying to use it like a Jugger from Pacific Rim? Not happening. Having dealt with this, Masashi looked up at the sky. Onoki had been efficient, most of the scorching fireballs were already destroyed. Small particles of dust floated where they had been. This creationless ninjutsu system did have its weaknesses. It was great for targeting large foes, whether it was Susanoo or ninja armies, it didn't matter. Especially with particle style, even Madara's perfect Susanoo couldn't withstand it. But for one-on-one combat, it wasn't as effective. As for Masashi, while he was an Uchiha, Onoki's techniques couldn't easily deal with him. After all, he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's weaknesses. Every ninjutsu he mastered was learned with a purpose, he wouldn't waste effort on techniques without a reason. From the moment he learned his first jutsu in this timeline, he had been building a system of ninjutsu he had envisioned long ago. Onoki, hovering in the sky, looked at the now dismantled stone giant, his expression growing more solemn. Even from this distance, Masashi Sharingan could pick up the subtle changes in the old man's chakra flow. The White Ghost wasn't an easy opponent, that much was clear. His plan to exchange the White Ghost for his disciple and granddaughter was now dead in the water. There was no way he could actually fight to the death with the White Ghost here. On the ground, Masashi created a large ice bird with ice style. He leapt onto the bird, crouched slightly, and placed a hand on its icy surface. The ice bird flapped its wings theatrically before taking to the skies. "Well done, White Ghost," Onoki said, instantly recognizing his super-lightened boulder jutsu. The fact that Masashi could copy and immediately use his technique, albeit imperfectly, confirmed the intelligence reports he had previously doubted. The White Ghost could theoretically replicate bloodline limits with enough knowledge. Those fireballs earlier had clearly been imitating the Scorch style, and now he was using ice style. This ability made the White Ghost a ninja on par with the Yellow Flash. Not because of his ability to copy ninjutsu, but because of his insight. With that insight, there was no way his use of the Flying Thunder God would be subpar. A Scorch-style ninja from Hidden Sand Village joined Hidden Leaf Village recently, And I heard it was at the recommendation of an Uchiha. Was that you? Yes, that was me, Masashi replied, standing on the iceberg as it reached Tanuki's altitude. When he saw Deidara in the anime, he hadn't understood how he had managed to make those clay creations fly so fast and maneuver so well. Now he knew, it had to be this technique. Even if it wasn't, it had to rely on some of the same principles. It was certainly more convenient than flying himself. He could devote more attention to using ninjutsu. However, particle style was proving to be harder than he had anticipated. Even after watching Onoki use it multiple times, the technique's formula remained elusive. It was just one more added chakra nature, but the complexity was on another level. In terms of the Sharingan's insight, not even Madara might surpass you, Onoki said. To earn the reputation you've achieved, you certainly have the qualifications. Just luck. I've paid a heavy price, Sushi Kage-sama, Masashi replied with a smile. You don't seem to want to continue fighting. If that's the case, why don't we have a chat instead? Though he said this, he remained vigilant. Who knew if Onoki might change his mind in an instant? After all, the man was notoriously unpredictable. Hidden Stone's village's current belligerence in the shinobi world was entirely his doing. Onoki ignored Masashi's invitation and looked off into the distance. There, another battle between the Hidden Stones village and Hidden Leaf village forces was unfolding. From above, it was clear that the Hidden Stones village forces' offensive had been completely stalled by the Hidden Leaf village forces, who were steadily pushing them back. Masashi, you know Hidden Leaf village won't remain the strongest forever, don't you? Sushi Kage-sama, let's not waste time on such topics, Masashi replied. But your hostility toward Hidden Leaf village is entirely unnecessary. Geographically, Hidden Stones village and Hidden Leaf village are natural allies. Hidden Stones village allies with no one. That's only while you're still around, Masashi retorted bluntly. The day you're gone, Hidden Stones village will likely become Hidden Sand village's prey. Let Hidden Sand village protect itself first, Onoki sneered. Unequal strength makes alliances between villages futile. I look forward to watching your two villages turn on each other. Then let's compromise. No alliance, but cooperation against Hidden Cloud's village. How about that? Masashi's tone was casual, but his eyes remained sharp. That's something we can discuss, Onoki said. But don't think you can use my disciple and granddaughter as bargaining chips, that's impossible. There's no need to tell me that. I'm not involved in the negotiations, Masashi deflected. Then we'll continue this at the negotiating table. Seeing that Masashi didn't respond further, Onoki didn't seem disappointed. He turned and flew back toward the Hidden Stones village headquarters, leaving behind one final remark. Masashi, if your clan ever finds itself unwelcome in Hidden Leaf village, you're always welcome in Hidden Stones village. Chapter 105, Vacation in Hidden Leaf village. The Hidden Stones village forces retreated. Faced with their withdrawal, the Hidden Leaf village ninjas didn't insist on pursuing them to the death. Both sides tacitly withdrew their forces back to their respective camps. Everyone understood why they were fighting in the first place. They were the top players in the shinobi world, well-versed in the rules of the game. Compete, yes, but without breaking the unspoken code. After that, it was time to clean up the battlefield and prepare for negotiations. Once again, Masashi dominated the battlefield honor rankings in this campaign. It couldn't be helped. He obliterated the Explosion Corps, captured the Sushi Kage's disciple and granddaughter, single-handedly wiped out an Hidden Stones village unit, and finally held off the Sushi Kage himself, securing a strategic advantage for Hidden Leaf village's forces. When you tallied it all up, his contribution was leagues ahead of anyone else. No one could realistically challenge him for the top spot. Still, even when you dominated the rankings, the formalities had to be observed. Although he repeatedly claimed he wouldn't participate in negotiations, in reality, he still had to attend. He didn't need to speak, as long as he showed up. So, while the battlefield cleanup was underway, Masashi found himself becoming something of a professional host for visitors. The militant faction members loved to drop by unannounced to chat with him. Even members of the Saratobi clan showed up. All these people had one thing in common: they were part of the militant faction. It's fair to say that war was where a ninja's value truly shone, and militant faction members tended to harbor one peculiar belief: those who killed impressively on the battlefield were probably also militants. You couldn't blame them for thinking that way. Militant ninjas, by definition, were those who seek to prove their value through war. It didn't necessarily mean they were aggressive or war-hungry. A ninja could be calm and unassuming in daily life, greeting everyone with a smile, but the moment war was mentioned, they were ready to draw their blade without hesitation. That was a typical militant mindset. As the saying went, low-key in life, high-profile in action. Get along well with colleagues, but when it's time to make money, go all in. Denzo later lost favor with the militants because they realized he wasn't really one of them. He used war as a means to achieve his ideals, but he wasn't interested in showcasing his value through war. In fact, when it suited his goals, he could be even more dovish than Hiruzen. Hard to imagine, right? That was why he didn't quite fit in with the militant crowd. As for the militants seeking to build connections, Masashi played along, responding, yes, I'm totally part of the militant faction. Being part of a faction had its pros and cons, summarized as sharing both wealth and responsibility. In the past, due to their outsider status, the Uchiha clan wasn't part of the militant faction or the dovish faction, they were just the anti-social faction. Quite sad. But things were different now. The Uchiha clan was finally in the game. In this generation, objectively speaking, Masashi and Shizue were the representatives. However, Shizue's personality made him better suited for the dovish circle, leaving Masashi to join the militant one. That day, after waking up and realizing no one had come to chat, Masashi decided to visit Deidara and Kurotsuchi. After all, he'd captured them, and not checking on them even once seemed inappropriate. Negotiations on the battlefield had yet to begin, and both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village were still in preparation mode. For instance, both sides needed to confirm their statements, locate missing personnel, and determine who had been captured and who had been quietly killed. Hidden Stones Village had already checked on Deidara and Kurotsuchi and confirmed that they were being held in Hidden Leaf Village's prison camp. The so-called prison camp was essentially just part of Hidden Leaf Village's base. There wasn't any deep hatred between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, so the prisoners weren't treated harshly. In fact, many captured Hidden Stones Village ninjas found the food standards in the Hidden Leaf Village camp to be higher than what they got in their own units. It was awkward, to say the least. Many of them were facing Hidden Leaf Village in battle for the first time. Though they didn't say it out loud, they privately thought, if there's a next time, and things aren't going well, we might as well surrender. Hidden Stones Village's ninjas only refused to surrender when fighting Hidden Sand Village. When Masashi entered the prison camp, some Hidden Stones Village ninjas immediately recognized him. Their whispers followed his path, that's him, the one who took on thousands of us. Walking past one crowded tent after another, he eventually found where Deidara and Kurotsuchi were being held. Since they were children, Hidden Leaf Village treated them more humanely, providing relatively better living conditions. So, the tent he found was cleaner and less crowded than the others. When he entered, he saw fewer beds, and the living space was noticeably better than in the larger tents. He immediately spotted Deidara being pestered by Kurotsuchi. The future bomberman wore a serious expression, but Masashi saw right through him. He was deeply stressed out. The tent also housed other Hidden Stones Village ninjas, most of them young and inexperienced. They looked at Masashi with unease. Deidara noticed him too. He grabbed Kurotsuchi's hand, climbed off the bed, and approached Masashi. Masashi, is the war over? Yes, it's over, Masashi replied, glancing at the anxious Kurotsuchi before adding, I've met with the third Sushi Kage. He is quite concerned about you too. You're joking, Masashi, Deidara said, covering Kurotsuchi's mouth to keep her from speaking. The Sushi Kage is our sensei. He wouldn't waste time thinking about an unremarkable student like me. Playing humble now? There's no need to be so defensive, Masashi said with a smile. I'm not a bad guy, after all. I wouldn't lie to kids, that much is true most of the time. He glanced around. How's the living environment here? It's fine, Deidara replied dryly. Good. Behave yourselves, and you'll be able to go home soon. Without waiting for a response, and leaving Deidara visibly confused, Masashi turned and left. On the way back, he took another good look at the prison camp. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja had done a good job maintaining and monitoring the camp, ensuring basic hygiene and living standards. That was ideal. The less bad blood between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, the better. Hidden Stones Village posed no real threat to Hidden Leaf Village. Occasional lessons were sufficient, both sides could get what they wanted and move on. Hidden Leaf Village's real rival wasn't Hidden Stones Village. The real challenge was Hidden Clouds Village. After all, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was still locked up in Hidden Leaf Village. After this battle, Hidden Clouds Village would likely have to abandon their ambitions. Once the Hidden Clouds Village issue was resolved, it would be time to deal with Kiri. If both were handled properly, the shinobi world could look forward to a decade of peace. Hopefully, the clans in Hidden Mist Village wouldn't be foolish enough to rebel against the Mizukage at the slightest provocation. If they did, he'd have to switch to Plan B. There was no shortage of strange happenings in the world. A few days after Masashi visited the prisoner of war camp, both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village, thanks to Hidden Sand Village, decided to withdraw their troops earlier than planned. The trigger for this decision was a sudden movement by Hidden Sand Village. The Kage of the mines, no, the Kazi Kage, began mobilizing troops under the pretense of being Hidden Leaf Village's ally. It was obvious, they wanted to exploit the fact that Hidden Leaf Village hadn't yet withdrawn, using it as an opportunity to deal a blow to Hidden Stone's village. No one knew why Hidden Sand Village chose this moment to make a move, but Hidden Stone's village and Hidden Leaf Village, without any prior communication, reached a unanimous decision: withdraw their troops. As for whether Hidden Sand Village would have any objections, the people of Hidden Leaf Village already had their excuse prepared. Military commanders on the ground have the authority to act independently. If Hayashi ordered a withdrawal, how could the Hokage's office have known in advance? Hayashi had an even better justification: we've finished our part of the battle. Why wouldn't we leave? To solidify this arrangement, both sides exchanged some prisoners before the withdrawal. By some, it meant the particularly valuable ones would be kept back for formal negotiations later. Unfortunately for Hidden Stone's village, they didn't have any high-value prisoners in their hands, while Hidden Leaf Village had captured more than its share. Onoki's face was as dark as storm clouds when he left. As for Deidara and Kurotsuchi, they didn't even have expressions left to show. Masashi could understand how the two kids felt. It was like everyone else got to clock out, while you're still stuck at the office, typing away at the keyboard. But as valuable prisoners, they had to accompany the Hidden Leaf Village forces back to Hidden Leaf Village. Until negotiations between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stone's village were finalized, they could treat it as an all-expenses-paid vacation. As for escaping? Not a chance. The victorious Hidden Leaf Village forces were in high spirits on their return journey. This war hadn't lasted long, less than 3 months. Most people were thrilled about peace finally arriving. It meant they could go back to the relatively easier life of taking missions. Masashi walked alongside members of his clan. Trailing behind were Deidara and Kurotsuchi. As his spoils of war, the two kids would be placed under the supervision of the police force once they arrived in the village. This wasn't something Masashi, or the Uchiha clan as a whole, had specifically volunteered for. It was just that all tasks of this nature now fell under the jurisdiction of the police force. With the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans running the police force, escaping from under their collective watch was absolutely impossible. So the Hokage's office assigned this task to the police force. Rather than bother someone else, he decided to personally handle escorting the two kids back. And how would he carry them? Simple, one in each hand. With the wind whistling in his ears, he leapt from tree to tree, holding the two small packages. Around him, countless Hidden Leaf Village ninja were doing the same. It was a spectacular sight. Deidara looked around, taking in the scenery so different from the land of Earth. Once they entered the land of fire, everything was green. This lush, verdant land was the kind of environment that people of the land of Earth had always envied. No matter which direction he looked, all he could see were seemingly endless green vests. Hidden Leaf Village is not so bad, came a voice from beside him. Deidara turned his head. The speaker was a woman. Although she wore a Hidden Leaf Village ninja's green vest, it was clear she wasn't originally from the land of fire. Is the rumor true? Deidara suddenly asked. That Hidden Sand Village betrayed you. That doesn't matter, the woman replied. You're not like a kid at all, are you? Masashi glanced down at him. Can't you act a bit more like a child? A genius who attract too much attention don't live long. I'm not a genius, Deidara retorted. But you're the real genius here, aren't you? And you seem to be doing just fine. Next to them, Bakura burst out laughing. Masashi gave her a look. Bakura, do you want to carry one of them? Sure, give me the girl. Bakura pointed to Kurotsuchi, who was dangling from Masashi's other hand. I've been meaning to say it, your carrying style is absolutely ridiculous. Masashi handed Kurotsuchi over to her. Bakura cheerfully took the girl and leapt ahead. She seemed to enjoy teasing him more and more these days. That wouldn't do. He was the one who teased others, not the other way around. He'd have to find a way to put her in her place. How long will I stay in Hidden Leaf Village? Deidara asked. That depends on when your teacher officially signs an agreement with Hidden Leaf Village, Masashi replied. Since it involves two villages, the Hokage has to handle it personally. There's no avoiding this trip to Hidden Leaf Village. If I weren't my teacher's student, would I have been killed back then? You're more valuable than you realize, Masashi said, studying the boy. But would you have surrendered? Deidara fell into thought at Masashi's question. If Kurotsuchi hadn't been there, he might have surrendered immediately. That big jutsu was clearly unbeatable. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say it now. If you'd surrendered, you wouldn't have died, Masashi answered his question. You're more valuable than the others. Honestly, he might have been tempted to recruit Deidara, if the boy hadn't been Onoki's disciple. In Akatsuki, Deidara wasn't exactly the most well-rounded ninja, but he managed to do amazing things with a bunch of clay. A talent like that would be a huge win if recruited. The rest of the journey passed quietly. Eager to return to the village and report to Minato, Masashi used the Flying Thunder God as soon as they entered Hidden Leaf Village's territory. This was rough for Deidara. By the time they arrived at the Hokage's office, he was completely disoriented. "Masashi-sama, we'll take custody from here," a police force officer said as they arrived. "Treat them well. They're diplomatic assets, not criminals," Masashi instructed as he handed over the dazed Deidara and explained the situation. He instructed them to escort Deidara to the police force headquarters first. Then he entered the Hokage's office. On the third-floor corridor, he bumped into Fugaku, who was just leaving the office. "Fugaku-sama," Masashi greeted him. "Is the Hokage busy right now?" "Back already. The fourth just finished a meeting." Fugaku glanced at him. "Did you use the Flying Thunder God? What's the rush?" Something suddenly came to mind. "What is it?" "About Kari. You know, the matter with the fourth Mizukage." Masashi reminded him. "The village hasn't sent an envoy yet, has it? I just realized that if we delay any longer, things might escalate on that end." "Actually, we were just discussing that," Fugaku nodded. "Oh, and since you're back, there's something else you should know. An shinobi named Momaki Zabuza failed in his assassination attempt on the Mizukage and has fled to the Land of Fire." "What?" Masashi was stunned. "Did no one tell you to calm down?" Hidden Mist Village ninjas truly lacked common sense. Hidden Mist Village has officially requested assistance from the village to capture Zabuza. If we're unwilling, they're asking for permission to pursue him through our territory. Dream on. Exactly. That's out of the question. Fugaku nodded. This will likely fall on your shoulders again. Just as he finished speaking, the door behind him opened. Koharu and Hamura stepped out. Seeing Masashi, the two elder advisors nodded at him before leaving. They didn't say a word. "Masashi?" Minato's head poked out from the office. "Perfect timing. You and Fugaku come back in for a moment, we'll hold a quick follow-up meeting." Chapter 106, What Eyes Don't See Come, Try My New Tea. In the office, Minato was cheerfully fiddling with a full set of tea equipment on the table. The two Uchiha sat on the sofa and watched the current Hokage's skilled actions. The Hokage's office life was becoming increasingly colorful. They also noticed camping gear, such as a sleeping bag. He really has turned this into his second home, Masashi thought, watching the Hokage's movements. He hesitated as if he wanted to say something but didn't. Fugaku, however, seemed used to it. "Hokage-sama, this set of equipment looks new." Masashi looked at the pile of items on the tea table. Before, the table was for paperwork. Now, it was purely for tea. He curiously picked up a small canister and opened it. He was shocked. "Hokage-sama?" "Masashi, don't panic. I've just started learning the tea ceremony. You need to have patience." "No, wait. Why are there goji berries in here?" "Oh, I heard it's good for the body and eyesight." "It's very nice, Masashi. I'll put some extra for you later." "No need, Hokage-sama. I like my tea pure." "Huh? You don't like it?" Minato's hands didn't stop as he looked at Masashi. "This was specially prepared by Kushina. She's worried I'll get too tired working overtime." As he spoke, a look of happiness appeared on his face. The man can face S-rank threats without flinching, but mention his wife and he melts, Masashi observed. He thought that Kushina's intended message was probably not what Minato interpreted. "Masashi," Fugaku suddenly said, "it's good for you to drink a little. You often stay up late, too." "No need, Fugaku-sama." "Wait, fuck?" Masashi was shocked to see him grabbing a large handful of goji berries and throwing them into his cup. "You're already a jonin. Don't swear so casually." Fugaku criticized him while shaking the canister. "You're still young now, but you'll appreciate this in the future. This is a special supply from the daimyo's residence. It's not something ordinary people can buy." "Oh? A gift from the daimyo?" The daimyo's warm care seemed rather extensive, even concerned about the Hokage's quality of overtime work. "How could it be? Mikoto sourced it through special channels. Our two families split the supply." "I see. That's just like her." "Hokage-sama, Fugaku-sama, aren't we supposed to be having a meeting?" Masashi tried to steer the conversation back to business. "Why the rush? You're now an important figure in Hidden Leaf Village. You need to stay calm. You're getting cocky, Fugaku. Do you think I won't spot the hidden words just because you change locations?" "Yes, Masashi. There's no need to hurry. Everything's already happened." "Oh, it's ready." Minato happily lifted the kettle and poured water. The gurgling sound of water echoed as a layer of bright red goji berries floated in Minato and Fugaku's teacups. Masashi felt as if he could see a darkened land soaked in blood. Not just the land, even the grass had turned black. Minato and Fugaku wore satisfied expressions that Masashi couldn't bear to look at directly. Averting his gaze, he picked up his cup silently, blowing on his plain tea and embracing the principle that what the eyes don't see won't bother the heart. The room was filled with the harmonious sound of tea being slurped. The 3 cups were placed back on the table. Let's discuss the situation with Hidden Mist Village this time, Minato started. Alright, let me explain. This happened very suddenly. Fugaku pulled out a stack of documents. After Masashi returned last time, following the 3rd Hokage and the Elder's orders, the village sent emissaries to renew the treaty, using Fuki's death as the reason. They also tried to make contact with the Hidden Mist Village clans, but it was ineffective. I know about this. Minato nodded. The emissaries didn't have much success. While the Mizukage's office was quick to agree to renew the treaty, there was no progress in contacting the clans. Kiri's clans only respect the strong. An emissary's personal strength determines the outcome of the discussions. Fugaku's tone was steady. But the emissaries we sent before did not have enough strength. The village sent a jonin, though. Minato sighed. We still don't understand Hidden Mist Village well enough. To put it bluntly, Fugaku held up 2 fingers. There are only 2 people in Hidden Leaf Village currently capable of handling this task and leaving the village, Masashi and Shizui. The situation is also complicated because this year's treaty renewal hasn't been conducted, and there's been an assassination attempt on the Mizukage. While Obito's identity hasn't been exposed, tensions between the Mizukage's office and the clans are becoming public. Simply renewing the treaty with the Mizukage's office won't guarantee border peace. Fugaku, what's your proposed solution? We should act on both fronts. Shizui and Masashi will go together. Shizui will officially act as the envoy to contact the Mizukage's office and try to meet the Mizukage in person. Masashi will act as the assistant envoy to contact the clans. Fugaku then looked at Masashi. This mission can only be carried out by you. Shizui's Ganjutsu and your Flying Thunder God are critical to success. Masashi nodded but added, this time, just Shizui and I will go. No one else should be sent. Just the 2 of you? Minato sipped his tea. Won't that make things inconvenient? It's easier with fewer people in Kiri. Too many would attract trouble. The civilian ninjas in Hidden Mist Village have a radical mindset. A large envoy would be seen as a provocation and be met with hostility. The Mizukage's office can't fully control these people. That makes sense. Minato realized, his expression showing he was already thinking several steps ahead. During Hidden Leaf Village's first treaty renewal, their envoy had clashed with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas at their hotel. At first, they thought it was orchestrated by the Mizukage or some clans, but later, they found that wasn't the case. One more question, what if you and Shizui still encounter conflicts with Hidden Mist Village ninjas? Then we kill them. It sounds extreme, but the truth is, killing is the only way to resolve it. Masashi replied with characteristic directness. Those who act that way are a minority among civilian ninjas, and even their own will reject them. As long as we are stronger, they will back down. In Kiri, strength isn't just respected, it's the only language they truly understand. I understand, Masashi. Minato refilled his tea. But what if the situation escalates intentionally? That's where we'll need your permission. Masashi looked at Minato expectantly. Allow us to judge for ourselves whether to demand answers directly from the Mizukage's office. If the Mizukage's control is exposed, the Hidden Mist Village clans will have no choice but to take action. Regardless of the outcome, Hidden Mist Village will definitely align with Hidden Leaf Village. Alright, agreed. Let's do as you say. Minato slapped his thigh. Compared to the elder's previous suggestions, Masashi's plan was more to his liking. Hokage-sama, aren't you forgetting something? Masashi reminded him. Huh? What did I forget? Am I this careless now? Tell me. Zabusa, the person Hidden Mist Village wants to capture. Oh, Zabusa, right. Minato recalled and then frowned. Why does that concern Hidden Leaf Village? Let them catch him themselves. So we're not allowing Hidden Mist Village to cross through the Land of Fire? Of course not. Minato shook his head firmly. Hidden Mist Village ninjas can't just waltz into the Land of Fire. If they want to catch Zabusa, they can wait until he leaves. Got it. I have no further questions. Masashi nodded, giving him a silent thumbs up in his heart. Minato was proving to be a true Hokage. Early the next morning after returning to the village, Masashi had just stepped out of his house when he saw an Anbun ninja crouched at his doorstep. Masashi. The Anbun ninja handed over a sealed waterproof document bag. The village has officially submitted a visit request to Kiri. This is a personal letter from the Hokage to the Mizukage. Please take care of it. Got it. Masashi accepted the bag. Did the fourth Hokage give any further instructions? The Hokage said that you and Shizue can decide the departure time yourselves. The visit request only specifies it will be this month. Alright, understood. Masashi waved him off and decided to find Shizue immediately. Suddenly, he remembered something. Kakashi, wait a moment. Kakashi, who was just about to use the body flicker, nearly stumbled. He turned around, and although his expression was hidden behind the dog mask, it felt like a wave of grievance was rising. Masashi, I'm still on duty. You shouldn't call me by my name. Don't blame me. Everyone can recognize you. Masashi pointed to Kakashi's overly eye-catching white hair. You even put gel in it? You think people are blind? Would you not recognize me if I dyed my hair? Now you're just making it difficult for me. You're the only one in the village wearing a dog mask. Can you change your chakra signature? Kakashi stopped talking, his shoulders slumping slightly. Look at you, still mad. But this is a good thing. Wait here a moment. Masashi ran back into the house, grabbed something he'd received after work yesterday, and hurried back to the door. Kakashi, being the obedient child he was, hadn't left. Here, I got this for you. Masashi handed him Kika Volume 2. Even through the mask, Masashi could see Kakashi's stunned expression. The young Anbu's hands trembled slightly as he reached for the book. Masashi-sama. Where did this come from? Jiraiya promised me he'd send me a set before publication. I thought you'd like it, so take it. Better than letting him dwell on darker thoughts. Masashi-sama. Yes. Please be careful in Kiri. It's chaotic there right now. Got it. You take care on your missions, too. After this brief exchange, Kakashi left clutching the book like it was treasure. Watching him hold it so tenderly, Masashi couldn't help but feel emotional. Jiraiya really was the ultimate legendary super pervert, he had conquered Kakashi so quickly. At this point, Minato hadn't told Kakashi about Obito's situation. This was something that had been discussed with the others who were in the know. It was understandable, this news would be far too shocking for Kakashi right now. The current Kakashi was still a young man prone to overthinking and reading Jiraiya's novels. The overthinking part was evident from his reputation in the Anbu, which wasn't great. His bad reputation came mainly from his disregard for his comrades. Kakashi's reclusive period hadn't ended yet. Telling him about Obito at this point could easily break him completely. Masashi's gaze returned to the document bag in his hand. Minato was a Hokage who worked at a fast pace, just like in battle. Not even a day had passed since he'd left the Hokage's office, and the procedures were already done, with the letter to the Mizukage prepared. He conservatively guessed that the letter had been tampered with. Back in the third Hokage's time, this kind of task, outside of wartime, would take several days. But now, the Hidden Leaf Village Administration's motto was, everyone stay late with the Hokage today and finish up the work. With Minato working so efficiently, Masashi wasn't going to delay. Before leaving, though, he still had two things to take care of. He knocked on the door of the house across the street, the morning sun now fully warming his back. After a moment, the door opened, and Pakura stood there in her casual clothes. Why are you up so late today? Pakura asked curiously, leaning against the doorframe. Did you go out for tea again? What kind of tea keeps you guys out so late? Take me along next time to try it. Ah, it's a man thing. Why would I take you? Masashi waved it off. Men are like this, after a battle, we have endless things to talk about. Tetsuka throws up every time we're done fighting, and you wouldn't believe how miserably he pukes. Oh? Pakura looked at him doubtfully, sensing there was more to his words. Masashi immediately decided that she hadn't understood. Good. If she didn't get it, she wouldn't know where he'd been drinking tea. How strange. Pakura mumbled, stepping aside. You're just in time, I'm cooking. What about the kids? In the living room. Masashi followed her inside and immediately saw the three kids in the living room. Deidara was barefoot, standing on a chair, wiping the dining table with a towel. I told him to just sit still, but he insisted on helping. Pakura said, then shouted to Deidara, just wipe it casually. Call Kurotsuchi to come eat. Okay. Deidara looked up, spotted Masashi, froze for a moment, then hopped off the chair, wiped it with the towel, and dashed into the living room. He is quite mature. Pakura glanced at Masashi. No wonder he's the Sushi Kage's disciple. But is it really okay to leave him here with me? This was also the Hokage's intention. He hopes Deidara will have a positive impression of Hidden Leaf Village. Masashi explained. You know how the fourth is, so long as it's not wartime, he's very approachable. Pakura nodded. Fine. I'll look after the two Hidden Stones Village kids. You take the girl with you. She's not as lively as Kurotsuchi. Of course she isn't. Masashi sighed. In the living room, on the sofa, Kurotsuchi held Deidara's hand with one hand and the hand of the girl Masashi had brought back from Hidden Grass Village with the other. The girl was about the same age as Sasuke and Naruto. Honestly, Masashi wasn't sure if this was the same Karen, but he was certain the girl was of Uzumaki blood. When he found her mother in the hospital, she was already near death. Before passing, she entrusted her 3-year-old daughter to him, telling him her name was Karen. Deidara, why isn't Karen eating with us? Because someone's coming to pick her up. Deidara pouted, trying to sound mature. Stop causing trouble, okay? We're not at home. At that, Kurotsuchi quickly let go and hid behind Deidara upon spotting Masashi, her small hands clutching his shirt. Perhaps she felt guilty for hiding alone,